crazy. What? I don't know these words. What up, bitches? My bad. What up? Come on in, come on in. We got things to watch. Are you in the Discord? Bueno. What the fuck? Almost ready to go, folks. Just preparing some things. Whoa, tier 2, tier 2. Stay fucking mad, bro. Stay mad. I want you to stay mad. Hasan ran over my dog. All right, we're ready to go. Yo, what up, everybody? Hope you all are doing well. Staying cool. What's in the box? What's in the box? All right, a lot of stuff to cover. We have some based stuff to cover. Some wars are happening. Some flame wars are happening. And we're going to take a look at it from, as always, whoa, 2 tier 2s in 2 minutes. 2 tier 2s in 2 minutes. Incredible. What's in the box? What's in the box? Yeah, we're gonna, as always, be fair and balanced with everything, as all things should be. In between our coverage of the Battle of the Titans, we'll be doing some vegetables, because 2 big cases came out. We'll do at least one of them. And that is the case on Mark Kelly. The First Amendment case on Mark Kelly. That'll be in between our slot. You got to get your vegetables in. This is, after all, ostensibly also a legal analysis channel. And so you got to make sure. You got to make sure that you get your legal analysis in. Here from Hasan Stream. Welcome, everyone from Hasan Stream. If you're coming from Hasan Slop Stream. That'll trigger people. Welcome. But I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. We are gonna take a look at everything with a fair and balanced perspective, as all things are. And you guys can flame and be upset all you want. I love it. I live on it. But if anyone has been watching me at all, charting my take here will not be surprising. And so if there's no capacity for surprise here, because none of my opinions, in virtue of the shocking statements made by Hasan PIKER recently, have changed any of my beliefs. Weird, right? But it's actually not weird if you use your brain for 2 seconds. For 2 seconds. All my beliefs having been unaltered, it'll just be a straightforward application of what you already know. And I don't think it'll be surprising for most people. But people like to see me shit on other individuals as a matter of course. And so who am I to deprive the viewer of such an experience? But we're going to start first with our good friend Josiah. Our good friend Josiah, who has a video with 100,000+ views. Thank you so much. Good evening, Libs. Good evening, Clarice. Good evening. Appreciate the super chat. Pam Bondi near tears when mocked to her face. I want to take a minute to talk a little bit about this performance before we watch as a little bit of a palate cleanser as people start shuffling in our little daily pondering politics. I do want to comment for a second on this performance by Pam Bondi. What a disaster, huh? What a fucking disaster. So you have the entire country being riled up on this Epstein-related corruption or story, however you want to put it. And there are certainly different tacks the administration could have chosen to go down. And Pam Bondi, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Wow, appreciate you. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Bad Horse 00. The administration could have taken a number of different strategies. I'm just going to mute it real quick. I'm talking, all right? But I do appreciate the membership. You guys should keep putting in those memberships. You get wonderful emotes. You get the blue MAGA emote. You get some Pepes, some rare Pepes, original Pepes. We're going to have some anti-ice emotes in the near future, too. Those are being prepared as we speak. It'll likely just be for Twitch exclusive. Not that I like Twitch more than YouTube. I get more viewers on YouTube. But it's just that I have less emote slots. But the more memberships you give, /buy, some of the Twitch emotes will make appearances on the YouTube stuff. And different color Pepes, too, between YouTube and Twitch. Yeah, see, so YouTube gets the nice little orange Pepes. Nice little orange Pepes. Twitch gets the, like, magenta purple. But everyone gets the blue MAGA Pepes. The blue MAGA Pepes are there. And we want to get the Bendejo emotes to YouTube at some point. You want an orange Pepe? Okay. All right, wait. You interrupted me. I was in a flow state. Okay. So, think about the following, right? There's a great deal of embarrassing emails, a great deal of innuendo, and like fucked up shit that you're seeing in these emails, like 11, 10, right, like the torture videos, like just some wild shit. I have maintained consistently a skeptical lens at a lot of the most maximalist positions on the Epstein stuff. I haven't seen smoking gun proof, even for people who are I would consider my political enemies, like Trump himself. You know, definitely stuff that more color, more information about, you might say unsavory ties that we knew about pre-election. But I'm a little bit, I'm more skeptical about the approach the administration has taken and some of the lies that they've been caught in, as opposed to have seen the kind of maximalist vision of the Epstein files so far. Definitely a lot of corruption in that. Definitely a lot of smoke. Not yet what I would call smoking gun proof of the maximalist vision when we're talking about a concentrated PDF file ring where everyone is implicated, that kind of stuff. But provable corruption, provable lies by the administration, definitely. Including their attempt to cover the Epstein files by putting out these binders of shit we already knew. Then they had the whole, oh yeah, nothing to see here, folks. The only thing that's left for us to uncover is literal CSAM that we can't release. Obviously, you sickos. Like, that was their position in June of 2025. It was like, there's nothing else. No more investigations. But, and so it kind of started building and creating a life of its own as it was allowed to fester. I think Trump thought, like, we were all going to forget about it. But people didn't forget about it, and they kept pushing. And now the Democrats are starting to get in on it more and more and more and more because it really looks fucking superstitious. Sorry, suspicious. Little stitious. Definitely suspicious. And so then they have to, like, pass this Epstein Files Transparency Act with a lot of problems there. I'm going to be the first to say that. You know my analysis of that law. It's like a minefield for potential accusations of malfeasance and lack of transparency. And they are fighting tooth and nail not to let the law pass, the Epstein Files Transparency Act. They're hauling Lauren Boebert into the Situation Room to pressure her. The Justice Department is openly engaging in the political arena, trying to whip members of Congress, trying to counter-signal to politician talking points. It's like a full-on political operation. The Justice Department is like an arm of the RNC right now. But finally, kicking and screaming, everyone votes essentially, except for like one person who like regrets their votes. I forget who that congressman is later on the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and Trump signs it and is like, this is my, like, tries to take ownership of it. But like, dude, we all knew that you didn't support this law until you knew it was like a foregone conclusion it was going to pass. And so we start getting these releases, incomplete releases, questionable like redactions, inconsistent redactions. And Pam Bondi gets brought before the Judiciary Committee of the House of Representatives. And you would think, right, like, well, we're going to prepare for these questions. We're going to like be direct about stuff. And we're going to like let the American people know that we're following the law, et cetera, et cetera. But no, she's just going there and picking fights with everybody. And when she's pushed on, well, what about this case? Won't you apologize to the victims? This kind of stuff. She's like, look at the Dow, bro. She's like, you should be talking about the stock market right now. Crashing out. She has like a dossier prepared to engage in like political bickering with any Democratic member of the committee who might ask her a question. I didn't see the raid, but thank you so much for the raid. It is one of the most embarrassing debacles I've ever seen for Attorney General to be a part of. And just like compare it to the, I don't know, august sensibilities of Merrick Garland. I'm the last Merrick Garland stan in the entire universe. I just lose it, man. I lose it. And it's more than though me losing it. I laugh because it's not effective. It's not effective rhetoric that is going to convince anybody. The last people on the Pam Bondi train are Trump MAGA dead enders who won't even criticize. These are like the cat turds of the world. Everyone else is sick of Bondi. I'm not so sure. If there was any impeachment I was like pretty sure would happen, if I had to bet on one, it would be Kristi Noem or Pam Bondi. And I would put Pam Bondi ahead of Kash Patel. She has been the focus of ire, not just of Democrats. And by the way, never forget, John Fetterman voted for Pam Bondi, and we knew it was a mistake. Those of us based libs from day one, and we called out Fetterman's abject, fucking disgusting vote from day one. Just saying. Just fucking saying. But she is like a target for everybody and their cat. Everyone and their cat is like watching Pam Bondi with a magnifying glass to see the next dumb thing that she's going to say. But she's just following Trump's orders. Like, this is all shit that Trump says on Truth Social. So the call is coming from within the House. This is the actual line that they're trying to like push. Is this like, don't look at this. Don't look at Epstein. Please talk about the Dow Jones and the stock market. I mean, at this point, I'm not going to call out the hypocrisy on the stock market thing with Biden, because you guys know that whole routine. I mean, pointing to hypocrisy at this point, it's almost passé. Don't you think? That's kind of just assumed in the analysis. But yeah, no, this is not effective. It is not working. Crucially for the dissident right, and also for the, I don't know, neutral observer. It just looks like you're freaking out over nothing. And that part is what everyone comes away with, right? Even if you were to get some dunks by, I don't know, pointing to the Democratic congressperson, is it Garcia? I forget his name, who did do something fucking shady by not running again and not telling anyone that he was going to not run again, except for his like friend or whatever. I forget his actual name. It might come up here. I don't know. Even if you get some dunks on that, no one's going to come up with, oh, wow, Pam Bondi, you dunked on that Democrat primary guy. They're all coming away with what Jesus said, which is in response to, hey, how's that PDF file investigation going? You said the Dow is over 50,000. That's what we should be talking about. Really? I don't know if that's what you should be talking about, Pam Bondi. It's so blatantly political, too. There's just no shame. Literal zero shame. Zero fucking shame. So, yeah, that's our context. We'll do this little intro clip. And once again, to go over the agenda will be do the little intro clip, give our flowers to Josiah, see what's the hubbub with pondering politics. Then we'll take a look at the HASAN PIKER. I see Usurp in the chat. Usurp, actually, your tweet will be the one that we're looking at, which was responded to by HASAN. And we'll get into the whole thing about it. Again, I think that will be very predictable, my opinion on it, for anyone who watches my content. And after that, we'll take a little vegetable break where we'll take a look at one of these court cases, the Mark Kelly one. We might not be able to get to both, but the Mark Kelly one I think is going to be a banger. I haven't read it yet, but I've seen some choice quotes, and I think it's a bit of a banger. We'll skip over procedural boringness if you guys don't want it. And then there's some Hutch Conor conversation that I want to take a look at too. Was recommended by the Discord. Those of you who want to call in to chat at some point, I'll try to make some room, really only for disagreements at this point, for today's stream. If at some point there's a burning disagreement, I may even interrupt some of the content to bring you on, but it needs to be a burning disagreement. And if I say something and there's a burning disagreement and you call in and it's like, I actually just think that you should be more confrontational a little bit, and you don't have any examples or anything, and I can just hear on your voice that you're like a little soy boy, I'm going to be not happy with you. So that's the state of play. Pondering politics, HASAN v. Libs, Mark Kelly, legal analysis, Hutch analysis, core Hutch analysis, and intersperse in between burning disagreements, maybe some time for other stuff near the end. Okay. Beautiful. Let's watch our boy Josiah from Pondering Politics also had a tweet. Also had a little bit of a tweet.
On yesterday's disastrous testimony in the House Judiciary Committee by Attorney General Pam Bondi, it went so poorly for the Attorney General that Democrats and Republicans are openly calling for her to be fired or to resign in disgrace. And I want to play some highlights, or I suppose I should say lowlights, from the second half of the Attorney General.
Fucking owned. We're going to put this at 1.5 because I love Josiah, but he needs to be put at 1.5 because I like those insults, but when they're done like fastly, they're even better.
Disastrous testimony. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, just to give you a little taste of what happened from start to finish, I want you to hear a compilation of the Attorney General losing her shit, frothing at the mouth as she was pressed with legitimate questions by both sides of the aisle.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to be.
He got Trump derangement syndrome. Like, this is the Attorney General of the United States, unironically using the term Trump derangement syndrome in a Judiciary Committee hearing about a bunch of stuff, I'm sure, but like where you can imagine the most newsworthy investigation maybe in the department's history. And I say investigation, not really any evidence of a major investigation happening. It's more like a document production exercise. But in that context, you're like, this guy has Trump derangement syndrome.
Failed politician.
Yeah, not a complicated question.
Failed politician.
I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged. Do you even know who chased?
They're privileged. Now, understand the privileged claim, right? Apparently, there is some argument that the redactions in the Epstein File Transparency Act are premised on attorney-client privilege. First of all, privilege is waived when there's like a third party that isn't part of like the provision of legal services. In other words, this is for confidential attorney-client communications. And I think the example they're using here, there's like a third party CC'd, or at least this was given to a third party. I'm not sure any claim of privilege is almost certainly waived. It's probably obviated by the Transparency Act itself. And in any event, I'm just like not sure why, unless they're considering the Department of Justice itself to be like the president's personal attorneys. I'm not sure what the argument here is for attorney-client privilege. Maybe I'd have to look at what they're referencing there. But quite a shocking What a shocking thing to say here. Not unexpected, shocking in the moral sense. Like, I expected them to try to claim attorney-client privilege or presidential privilege, or whatever you want to say, executive privilege. But there could be thousands of documents that are being retained and withheld on an allegation of privilege that belongs to Trump in some way. That is super sketchy. Super, super, super sketchy.
Ace Mulligan is, you're so obsessed with, you don't, do
I'm going to teach you the rules again.
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized
Attorney General Pam Bondi.
to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump?
Talking about impeachment, 2019 impeachment, 2021 impeachment. I'm going to be the first to say, no, I haven't apologized for supporting those because they were based. And the only shame is in not actually convicting on them. Josiah with the $5 super chat will put lurch back on. Can you please explain to the deputy AG that the Constitution and federal statute permit courts to appoint U.S. attorneys when an interim term ends? Absolutely. So we also have, I think this is a great moment to put in a tweet of mine, since you super chatted so nicely, Josiah, that as you all know, I have taken the position that we are in a constitutional crisis and have been for some time now. And it has manifested most recently in the following confrontation between the courts. And this is what Josiah is referring to. It's quite, I don't know what to say at this point. Maddening, but again, not shocking. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second to bring it up for you. Article 2 of the Constitution. Because, one, it's very dangerous. But two, it totally debunks the unitary executive theory that all these quote-unquote conservatives seem to claim exists. So Article 2 of the Constitution relates to the executive branch, right? Article 1, the legislative. Article 2, the executive. And directly in the Constitution, thanks for the super chat again, you see this part about appointments. And this is what I contend destroys the quote-unquote unitary theory, which, as a reminder, is this notion that all of the executive power is vested in the person of the president, that it's all contained within the president. And so any exercise of authority is just an exercise of the president's authority. And key to this kind of power is appointments and removals, that you can't take that away from the president. It's my position that this is debunked by the Constitution itself, because if you look at Article 2, it says that the president shall have the power to nominate, with advice and consent from the Senate, the principal officers of the United States, right? But look at what it says here. The Congress may by law vest the appointment of such inferior officers as they think proper in the president alone, in the courts of law, that's Article 3, right? Article 3 courts, or in the heads of department. So what does this say? It says that Congress can give at least a portion of the appointment power to a different branch of government. So one branch of government, which is not the president, Congress, can give to a different branch of government, which is not the president, something that is seen by these unitary executive theorists as like core exclusive power of what it is to be an executive power, is to, at a bare minimum, nominate and pick who you want to be in the government. That's the theory. And this part of the Constitution, in my opinion, just like flatly contradicts that. Wow, it looks like we can make an end run and say most of the officers of the United States, remember, most of the officers are not principal officers. Most are quote unquote inferior officers. Think about everybody who works at the TSA, everybody who works in the DHS, right? All these people are inferior officers in terms of the number of them. So it looks like Congress, if it wanted to, now this would obviously be a very fucked setup, but if it wanted to, could by law vest the appointment of everyone but the principal officers into courts if they wanted to. So that seems to, in my mind, pretty conclusively debunk this unitary executive theory. But what do you have? You have an administration that doesn't really give a fuck, and the courts who are vested by statute to appoint inferior officers, that is interim individuals, to take over the role of U.S. attorneys, that these courts, after a certain amount of time, once they're vested by statute with that authority, in the case of the, what is this? This is the Northern District of New York, they actually made a decision. They actually made a decision to do that. And Todd Blanche says, you're not allowed to do that. This guy used to be more respected in the SDNY, this prosecutor. But then he's community noted that actually it does give the courts the power. But they don't care about the law. They're just whores for Trump. And so I say, the latest in our full-blown constitutional crisis is some Cersei Lannister shit, where each branch of government is proclaiming a different prosecutor. So yeah, that's the response there. Todd Blanche is full of shit. They're trying to make a little king, and they're trying to steal authorities that belong to other branches of government. Thank you for the super chat. And now we'll go back to your video, sir.
Nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details. Excuse me, I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to
just in terms of demeanor, too.
answer the question.
Look.
I want to answer the question.
No, I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
No, I did tell you because we saw.
You don't tell me what to do. You don't tell me. She's like a toddler.
The question, wait, I want to answer the question.
No, I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
No, I did tell you because
I can't believe they thought this would be a good look.
we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer. You get a reclaim.
You're not even a liar.
This is bigger than Watergate.
When I don't answer the question the way you want. Only 2 people voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
But we're going to move back to you.
Hypocrite.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify.
Yeah, so again, she's a total deranged psychopath, wildly unpopular, wildly incompetent, loathed, as you're about to be reminded, by both the left and the right.
Yes,
in that in a second.
correct.
But again, it was so badly that, again, even prominent conservatives are calling for her to be fired or resign in disgrace. Conservative radio host says Bondi, quote, should be fired or resign after House hearing flub. Conservative radio host Eric Erickson said Pam Bondi should quit or be canned.
And he's not the only one.
Should be celebrating the stock market, quote, smashing records, rather than being fixated on the files tied to Jeffrey Epstein. Quote, when the Attorney General of the United States is asked why she has prosecuted no one related to Jeffrey Epstein, and this is her answer, she should be fired or resign. But neither will happen, which is another reason the Democrats are going to have a good election year. And it was kind of just an insane response by the Attorney General about a perfectly legitimate question. She was there to testify in large part because of her lack of compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
Yeah, so like this is another area where I agree that this is like not a Bondi specific tactic or strategy. This very much feels like a Trump line that is being pushed throughout the government to just be like, but the stock market, bro. That said, she doesn't get any points for execution, which is, I don't know if I'm going to get canceled for this, but they said it to Hillary, so fuck them. Quite shrill. Is that okay to say?
And victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were sitting behind her in Congress. It was just a startling thing. She refused to apologize to them. She refused to address them. And so she tried to pivot instead, even though she's the top law enforcement officer in the country, to a record-breaking stock market performance, which isn't even in her remit. So it was just tone-deaf, despicable, disgusting.
In her remit.
With that in mind, I want to play 2 specific segments, okay? We're going to probably play them in their entirety. The first is by Jared Moskowitz of Florida, okay? He's more of a moderate congressman, but one thing I like about Congressman Moskowitz is he brings the fight to MAGA, rhetorically speaking, and he calls it out like very few in Congress do. So I want you to hear his remarks to the Attorney General.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi.
Good afternoon.
Oh, you're right. Good afternoon. It's been a long day. I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school at Marjory Stoneman Douglas in my hometown of Parkland when we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act.
I think this is loser shit. I don't know who this is for. Maybe it's to make Pam Bondi less guarded or something.
Which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a silencer, 3,000 rounds,
Thank you, ma'am.
an
Thank
anti-Semitic
you.
manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you need the throat clearer there.
administration in American history.
What are you, a streamer?
Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama.
True.
Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then they refused to even return to the Rules Committee until they could be protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress home a day early before break. They sent the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell. She says something favorable about the President. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why. Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stopped. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Trying to stop
True. All this is true.
Necessary 218 signatures. According to Republican members that signed it, the White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations or maybe even to primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress. Every member of the House except one and the entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files.
Now just about to glaze. He's about to glaze.
Kennedy. The FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking.
I've been trying to watch these crash out clips all day, but they keep making me angry. I feel like breaking something. Also, why do they call him Jim Jordan? He was, I think, a gym teacher, and I think there's some accusations or something, but I think he was like a football coach, or he was something like that.
Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them. Co-conspirators named, but we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names. Kash Patel under oath said Trump's name appears less than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God.
I want to stop right there. You need to call that because the Attorney General references it at the end. She does not like that.
Oh my God. You mentioned the number of times that God appears in the Bible? This is so theatric.
She is pissed. How dare
I'm just fucking around with you guys. But no, I mean, I think everything he said there was true and based about the chronology there. You can say it different ways, but when you fully get in scope all of the sus shit the administration is doing with respect to the Epstein files, it boggles the mind, and you have so many different ways to present it, none of them good.
Dare you? I can't wait for you to see it. I will also note before we resume the congressman's remarks here that, you know, basically he began by saying, listen, you and I did good work together. You used to be a person of relative principle in the past, so it's not like I have TDS or whatever. It's not like I've hated you from the beginning, but look how far you've fallen and look how incompetently you have managed this crisis. I think it's perfectly legitimate.
Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Harry Potter's name. He went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room. That Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know that? But now the files are public, and in 2012, we found out that he and his family are on Epstein Island.
Oh yeah, Lutnick, that's another fucking... Why do they fucking do this? They're like, I learned about his horrible crimes, and I never talked to him again. I remember the day where I wrote him off 5 years later. Hey man, I'm just going to bring my whole family over to the island. They have no shame, man.
After Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president said that he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now, that's disputed, though, statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So, because I'm curious, and I'd like to see, flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the Oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So, give me your best one.
I think this is cringe. I think that Josiah laughing. Look at this little smirk he has. Give me the best one. This is like for the cringe people.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what
Oh my God. Nothing's funny about mocking the Bible.
you did. You made a joke, and I find it offensive. That's all I have to say.
I want it from the burn book.
She's so triggered and pathetic. You made fun of the Bible. First, shut the fuck up. It's a free country. We can make fun of any text, including the Bible, anytime. We goddamn well please get over it. Number 2, he wasn't mocking the Bible. He made a joke about Donald Trump's disgusting
What's your question,
version of an attempt to, monetize the Bible with the Trump Bible. That's pretty damn gross. But other than that, no, he just
Harry Potter book and movie. Prisoner of Azkaban. For both.
Out that Donald Trump is so prevalent in the Epstein files that there are more references to Trump in the Epstein files than God is in the Bible. I think it's a perfectly legitimate thing to point out. But again, she has no rejoinder for that. She has no rebuttal of that. All she can do is just get triggered like the snowflake she is. And the last thing I want to do is play some remarks here of a different sort from Representative Garcia, who I believe is no longer seeking re-election, and he represents a district in Illinois. He reads, Pam Bondi, the Riot Act.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after hiding for 4 months from this committee. I understand why you're hiding from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the worst attorney generals in our history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless authoritarian agenda, and I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good values. You weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone that Trump deems an enemy of the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds.
I don't know why we don't just get our Congress people to like ask questions and put the pressure on them. I hate these fucking speeches that they do. Just push them. I don't understand this shit. I guess they need a soundbite or whatever. But I feel like you look better if you're the one asking like tough questions. I hate this shit. I don't know why Josiah watches like, oh my God, this is so based. Like, whatever.
For impeachment, but there's so much more.
Because she doesn't answer questions. Just ask it anyway so that she doesn't answer them. Answer my question, answer my question. Were you in the meeting with Lauren Boebert? Did you get communications from blah, 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 blah? Just ask the fucking questions.
To your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of...
Just reclaim your time if they don't answer it. Just reclaim your time. Just be like, you're not answering, I'm going to move on. Next question. Blah, 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 blah. No, that's not just... You guys are fucking amateurs. You are all amateurs. This is not just about this hearing. Holy crap. You never watch these kinds of proceedings? They always do this. Even when there's like semi-efforts to answer some questions. It's not just this hearing thing. Amateurs.
Court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize low-level immigration cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian law of 1798, which should be repealed to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador. You fired over 100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified...
Wow. Any thoughts on Pew's analysis that Trump would have won by a larger margin in 2024 if everyone had turned out to vote? Also, intento aprender español, pero es difícil. I'm sorry, Ben Riley. Tienes que aprender. You need to learn, man. We're going to all be singing Spanish, talking Spanish in a few years. And yeah, that's what the Super Bowl is about. Getting you ready for that reality, amigo. All right. What was I about to say? Yeah, no, I think that's... I don't think it was a turnout issue. And we'll get into this on the HASAN review we're about to do. But yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit.
Military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute the president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James while giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood.
It's amazing. I want to skip right there to the very end because
it's amazing.
At the very end,
it's amazing, Josiah.
Attorney General.
And after all this, nobody supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats. I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under your leadership. Your prosecutors are quitting in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And even your own boss has repeatedly complained to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you. The American people reject you. Our communities have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem.
Hell yeah.
So I just love how he threw her own...
That last part, I'll never get tired of hearing the calls for resignation. Let's see what Josiah had to say. Bondi near tears. Now, tell me exactly when she was near tears in this. Like... The game of thumbnails and titles is now becoming like straight up propaganda.
own unpopularity in the fact that her boss and the MAGA base hates her guts. They do. They think she's incompetent. They think she's dishonest, and she's wildly unpopular, not just with Democrats and independents, but the very people who held her boss back to power in the first place.
All right, we're going to review this this video. The final score is 7.7 out of 10. Good video. It had some ups, had some downs, but yeah, 7.7 final score for this Pondering Politics video. I saw a tear. Okay. I think we have enough people in here, and we can start review of the latest. You guys ready? How we all doing? I fuck with Josiah, but the clickbait is beyond fucking cringe. Let's watch Hutch shit piece. What's Hutch shit piece? Or do you mean his hit piece? No, I'm gonna watch the clip on Twitter, and then we'll watch some of HASAN's stream afterwards. And I'll give you my thoughts. Okay. Should I do throat clearers first? No, let's just watch the clip, and then we can do like throat clearers / my take all at once while we look at the clip. So we got usurp the chief, the chef. I've been pronouncing it the chief. Usurp the chief. When asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president, HASAN says he'd vote third party. This proves HASAN doesn't care about any of the marginalized groups he pretends to support. All he cares about is taking money from them so he can buy more outfits. Full stream. This is the clip. Now, this is Raj Patel and HASAN PIKER. I think that's right? The chef. Yeah, the chef. Got it. I thought it was the chief too. My bad. Or I'm sorry, this is the Austin show. The Austin show. And on the left, you have HASAN PIKER. And they're on the I've Had It podcast with just one of the I've Had It podcast hosts. Is that correct?
For him. Disappointed in
Who
Gavin
do you vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, HASAN?
I'd probably vote third party.
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch. Not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who...
I agree with everything you said. Says everybody's like liberal darling. And by the way, I find these women incredibly funny. Jennifer Welch, right? That's her name? Welch? I agree with everything you just said.
Lived in a red state for 50 years. I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous, a hypocrite, a thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, Black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom over a President J.D. Vance.
Okay. So in the chat, I'm just curious how many delusional fucking poisoned minds we have. How many of you think that I have ever shown an inclination to defend the bullshit we just heard? Who thinks that I, A, agree with this take, B, think it's like not that bad of a take? If you do think that, your brain has been poisoned by bad faith actors who lie about me and what I believe and what I stand for. You fucking idiots. Let's just consult the record real quick. Who remembers the multiple debates I had about this leading up to the election? Who remembers the debates I had with Ogre Boy about this after the election? Who remembers the debate with Prime Kai I've had after the election? Who remembers the very last fucking conversation I had with Counterpoints? What was the question for Counterpoints? This is before I knew this clip, which I've now had maybe 3-4 times. What was the question I asked? What I fucking talk about with Counterpoints? JD Vance versus Gavin Newsom. You fucking losers. And so people come and say, oh, Hutch 100% vindicated. Hutch 100% vindicated. As though Hutch and I disagree on this. As though I haven't used the hypothetical matchups myself in conversations with right-wingers and left-wingers. The Vanguard conversation. What the fuck did I bring up? This exact scenario. And so for people coming and oh my God, Pisco, what's your take on this fucking dude? It means you're bad faith, sent by bad faith actors. Poisoned, your mind's poisoned that you think I'm a fucking, I don't know, that I'm going to vote for third party. So let's just break it down even further about why I disagree, obviously, with this answer and even Welch's conduct here and Austin's conduct here. And I bet you there's like a non-trivial amount of chatters who, in the presence of this, think I would be sitting down like Austin is right here. Raise your hand if you think that. If you really, based on my entire conduct leading up to this moment, that I would be right here, you know, taking the label off of the water bottle and just kind of with my dick in my hand. All right. So, number one, none of this is surprising to me. HASAN's response here. It's not a basis for shock. The reason it's not a basis for shock is you guys know it's not a basis for shock. HASAN says at the start, this is why I refuse to endorse Kamala. Nothing has changed, right? This is why you guys already, that is the libs in the audience and the HASAN haters in the audience, that's why you already don't like him. To act as though this is a basis of surprise, I think is laughable. To act as though this undermines anything I've ever said is laughable. It's common knowledge. He didn't endorse Kamala Harris. It's common knowledge. He isn't vote blue no matter who. How many times have we had this discussion? And this is just a repackaged form of it. That said, it's a good opportunity, I think, to lay out why this answer, I think, is bad. Is a bad answer. But then also to talk about what comes next. And what comes next is the more important part. That's the part where I am always seeking clarity. And that's the part where I think some of these libs, which I count myself among them, don't have a fucking clue, in my opinion. Spiritually, I'm with them all the way, right? Spiritually, religiously, metaphysically, the anger courses through me. But I just do think that there's a lot of bullshittery in the what comes after conversation and the coalition conversation, which you guys know well and good. So let's break this down about why this answer sucks.
Disappointed in
Who
Gavin
do you vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
The question is, who do you vote for? J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom? Okay.
I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
I'd probably vote third party, right? So this is cast in terms of the person making the voting decision and what they ought to do. And Hasan says clearly, I would probably vote for third party.
You would.
Now look at this sleight of hand, which is common if you interact with such individuals online. And if you watch any of the conversations I've had with Ogre Boy, even the most recent one, look at this sleight of hand.
Would.
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
At that point, it doesn't even matter. What does that even mean? It doesn't matter at that point. My vote doesn't matter at that point?
Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris.
Is there any explanation about why at that point it doesn't matter? And here is the Schrodinger's aspect to it. I think what is being referred to and what he's about to refer to is this notion that, well, I live in a safe state. It's not like I had an effect on the election, where they want to have it both ways. That, you know, we don't really affect the nature of the contest of the election, either from an individual or collective perspective, or that we do and we should listen to us. And so Hasan is able to recognize that conundrum, that problem, as it were. And that is just like a very different thing than what we're talking about. Okay? It's just not what we're talking about. When someone asks you, who are you going to vote for? I will give you the following. I think it's not a controversial statement. Their judgment on you with respect to who you individually vote for isn't largely a reflection of the instrumental value of your vote. By which I mean your individual vote's tendency to affect the outcome of an election. We just don't think that way, right? Like if any Trump supporter came up to you and said, I voted for Trump, I voted for him. Would you ever think like, well, this one guy didn't really affect the election. I mean, he doesn't have a podcast. He's just whatever. So I'm not going to feel bad about his decision because the individual decision of this one man didn't affect anything. No, when we judge people's votes or non-votes or votes for third party, it relates to, one, a signaling value, some kind of value for this person with respect to who they support. And that brings in a bunch of priors about preferences. So when they say, I voted for Trump, well, it makes you upset because it signals a preference that in a contest between two viable candidates, your preference was for this viable candidate versus the other viable candidate. And we don't like when people have bad preferences. If you talk to someone who says, yeah, I want to see settler babies killed, right? You might think, that's a callback to our previous conversation about that settler babies conversation. Even if they've never done anything about it, even if their words have never affected anything, right? You might think worse of that person. If someone says to you, I think women should be in the kitchen. And they say, well, I never voted for that. I've never done, that's just what I think. We judge people oftentimes about their stated preferences. And so that's one way in which when we criticize someone's vote, it has such an infinitesimally small chance of affecting the outcome of something, right? It's really, really small chance of affecting something. But we don't really think about the weight of their vote in that sense. We sort of weigh the preference that they're expressing. It would be like someone saying, well, I put a little bit of water on the staircase in the off chance that someone I hated would come and would slip and hit their head. And let's say we assess the probability of that outcome happening at 0.0000001%. But the person actually put the water there with the intent of murdering the person they didn't like on the stairs. Notwithstanding the fact that it was a very, 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 very low chance of them hitting their head and the murder being accomplished, we think less of them because of the express preference. This is very simple stuff, I think. And I don't know why I have to explain it, but apparently I do. So I want to say it differently. Regardless of the instrumental effect of a person or group on an election, there is nothing wrong or inconsistent with criticizing that group, right? There'd be nothing wrong with that. Because the criticism doesn't require us to show that you are a but-for cause of the result, one way or the other. There's enough in terms of the expression of preferences that we are able to come to that conclusion rationally, irrespective of whether this group, in fact, had a high likelihood, low likelihood, or an actual determinative effect on the election. Does anyone disagree with that? I just want to gauge my chat. Because the next thing I'm going to say is this whole cost us the election or not is a red herring. I think you're overanalyzing. He just doesn't do lesser evil voting. It's I just don't do the thing that we think is good, right? First of all, I'm not talking about what he does or doesn't do. We're just now talking about what it's okay to criticize someone about and on what basis, right? But even if this were just true, he just doesn't do the thing that we think he ought to, right? We're just, okay, you're just begging the question of sorts, or at least you're kind of avoiding the tough ethical decision, or I don't think it's that tough, do the least amount of harm. Should we do that, right? So yeah, this whole thing about, well, did we affect the election or not? It's not a way to insulate yourself from criticism. If there were a Trump supporter who voted for Trump in California and said, I voted for Trump, that dude had no effect on the election. Guess what? We would still criticize him. Similar to, right? If someone, let me put it in terms that I have some lefties and some pro-Palestinian people in my chat who watch my streams. If someone wrote in Bibi Netanyahu in an American election, would you think that was bad? This is just for the lefties. And assume that they were serious, right? That they actually wanted this outcome. Or that they would actually be happy if that were the result. That would be bad, right? Because Bibi bad. If someone wrote in Bibi Netanyahu, maybe that will make your intuition turn on. No, it wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad. I mean, who cares? Right? This is just non-responsive. You can just say I don't want to answer the question, but then just, why are you here? If the whole thing is I don't want to answer this, then just say that. But don't pretend that you're answering the question when you don't answer the question, right? If this kind of thing triggers you, you're why are we even talking about this? Then just go. Or just say, I don't answer such questions. I don't answer hypotheticals. The world as it is vexing enough. Do you understand? Because you could say something like that. Listen, I don't really want to talk about that. I'm not in the position right now to do that kind of thing, and I don't want to answer that question. That's the thing you can do. But I'm just going to be honest, guys. This whole shit about, and look, Psy, common good. I know that you're pretty left wing. Is the Psy aspect just an indication that I'm right? Right? I'm right, right? Let me answer it for the lefties. Maybe cats got their tongue. Of course you would castigate. Of course you would think it would be horrible for anyone to write in Bibi Netanyahu an election, or someone like Lindsey Graham. I'm voting for Lindsey Graham or John Fetterman. on the sheet, even though you know it doesn't have an effect on the election. Why? It's an expression of a preference that you find reprehensible, let's say, right? So this whole thing about costing election is a total red herring. And the worst incarnation of it is actually Ogre Boy. And let me show you it, right? And I think it does signal, in my opinion, and obviously Ogre Boy has every opportunity to talk to me, no matter what, in terms of how much he triggers liberals, all that shit. But I think it's indicative of bad faith. I do think it is bad faith. I do. Because we have had conversations about this how many times? Third parties totaled 2.2% of the vote in California, then skyrocketed to 3.2% in 2024. Don't sit there and act shocked and chagrined, pretending that the Electoral College doesn't exist. What is the implication there by Ogre? The implication is, of course, this wouldn't make sense in a swing state, but we're not in a swing state. We're in a safe state. And of course, in a safe state, this won't actually change the results. It's stupidity, right? The instrumental effect of a singular vote is negligible in either context. And we've had that conversation so many fucking times. So many fucking times. It is the height of bad faith to keep coming back to it and say, actually, I think it's reasonable for someone to make an assessment and say, well, I have a 0.00000000000 to a trillion zeros chance of affecting the election as an individual from an instrumental perspective in one safe state, but I have a 0.00 half a trillion percentage of affecting it in a swing state from an instrumental individual perspective. And that difference, that magnitude, that huge magnitude of difference between a trillion zeros and half a trillion zeros justifies my doing one thing versus the other. It is so preposterous. Nobody thinks this way. Nobody thinks this way in terms of once you break it down like that. Now, they might be tricked into, well, it's a swing state, so it really, because of rhetoric. But once you've been exposed to that is actually super rational, as Ogre has been, because I've talked to him about it, to continue to raise it and try to maintain this farce, actually, I am sensitive to that marginal difference between in a swing state and safe state is so laughable. And that's just on the individual instrumental effect on the election. Now take a step back and think about someone with an audience. Now, the bigger your audience is, think Joe Rogan, whatever, now we're not just talking about the instrumental effect of one person. We're talking about the instrumental effect of an influencer on many people, right? And now we're starting to get into conversations about, well, maybe this is actually significant. Maybe actually collectively these kinds of influencers might have some sort of effect on different situations. But notice always, it's not necessary to any kind of critique. It's not necessary to any kind of critique. And it produces the same result, which is if you're an influencer, presumably your influence isn't limited in the way that Ogre is suggesting here, where an influencer who's based out of California is that their influence extends geographically to the state in which they reside. That seems to be the suggestion here. And so on every score, it is nothing but the worst kind of sweeping from Ogre. It's like the most concentrated form of brain rot that this state difference matters when it comes to individuals, or indeed influencers, whose range of influence obviously extends further than their geographic boundary. But even, again, putting all of that aside, now look at this.
Was because she did things that were not only unproductive, but also unconscionable.
All right, so this is his substantive opinion on Kamala Harris. Obviously we disagree in terms of how much weight to put on that, and probably even the disposition of some of the unproductive / unconscionable things, but take it as given for the purpose of this analysis.
And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. And I'm like, I am incapable there is no singular.
And this is, I think, if your libs are saying this, you're the reason she lost. I think that that's a bad thing to say. Because I think there's no empirical basis to suggest that HASAN cost Kamala the election at all. I don't believe it. I don't believe it one bit. And I'm not convinced lefties cost Kamala the election either. Either in terms of, disengaging Democratic base, or in terms of the swing. I think by and large lefties came through. But you don't need this, right? Like, this in some sense is not about the result itself. It's about signaling, it's about preferences, it's about influence.
Force in this country that is
nobody is. Some people, I think it is a bit of a straw man, to be honest. But some people are saying that, and crucially, people who are saying that sometimes are lefties. Are people like Ogre himself or Prime that push forward these analysis? If only, right? If only Kamala had taken a position on Israel. And when pushed on what exactly that position is, it's usually something where I'm skeptical that it would be accepted by some of these influencers. You know, we talked to Ogre. He said, all Kamala would have to do is commit to Leahy Act investigations. And I would have promoted the fuck out of her if she had just committed to Leahy Act violation. But they'll set out some sort of principled position about what they should have done in terms of signaling. They'll say things like, she could have lied to us. All she had to do was lie to us. Note, by the way, some of these polls that are conducted afterwards that ask you what it would have taken for you to vote for XYZ, people are sometimes very bad about why they vote when you ask them, okay? After the election. And so, just going out the bat, I'm not convinced a lot of times by these like postmortems what it would have taken to vote in a given place. But even put aside, a lot of these analyses only take like half of it. They're like how many votes you could have gained as opposed to how many you could have lost. But even in that situation, it's people like Ogre who claim that Kamala, in fact, would have won if they had just listened to us in this modest way. It would have just been a modest adjustment. And in that sense, I think they're being like openly duplicitous. Because like, it's not our fault, but also if you had just changed a little bit, all of the ideological support would have swung towards you, you would have won the election. And I don't think there's any empirical basis to do that, but it's hiding and it's shifting behind using that as a sword and shield. Oh, like the polls as a sword and shield. Oh, we came through, but also if you had just listened to us, you would have won. And the latest way that Ogre tried this in our conversation was something like, well, if you had listened to us, it would have swung over the uninformed voter. What? So the uninformed voter would have been assuaged and leaned towards Kamala if Kamala had put out a press release saying that she's committed to Leahy Act investigations of her own administration, implying her administration is lawless or party to a genocide in that sense. That would have helped swing the uninformed voter. And that's a way you can maintain this farce of, well, you should have listened to us. It would have won the election. And also, it's not our fault because it was these stupid people who would have been swung, or these uninformed people who would have been swung on this like very narrow technocratic policy, in the weeds legal thing. The whole thing, it just smacks of post hoc, have all worlds kind of reality.
Capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real,
right? If it was the case that we could have made or break the election, which I don't believe. I mean, I agree with HASAN there. I don't think it's true.
Then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands.
It's the most idiotic thing. I mean, I would agree, right? Like, if it were the case that listening to them were necessary to win an election, I would agree, right? Like, then we need to stop the fascists. Like, okay, sorry, Israel. And here's the thing. I think the libs should just grant that if it were the case. But isn't the whole argument it's not the case?
But everybody knows that that's not real, right? If I had this...
And I agree. I don't think that that's real. I really don't think that going with the HASAN strat would have swung the election towards Kamala. Because I don't think that they were necessary for a victory there. And I don't think that they swung the election one way. And I think by and large, the left came through.
Singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But
this is why it's a dodge, right? The question is, who would you prefer? Who would you vote for? Who would you vote for? Not what would be smart for the government to do, right? Or the candidate to do. And that's the way in which it's impossible, right, to have this conversation, because it's just a deflection game the entire time, oftentimes from both sides. But in this particular incarnation of it, the lefties who just don't want to talk about it. But this is my modest proposal to lefties who don't want to talk about it. Just say, I don't want to talk about this. Just be honest. I don't want to talk about moral obligations for individual voters or for streamers. I don't want to talk about that. It's not interesting to me to talk about that. Just be honest about that straight up. But this kind of like, well, it's you have to earn the vote. Whenever you see here earn the vote, whenever you hear it's her job to earn the vote, my mind immediately goes to weaselness. Like, because no one will talk about that in terms other than somehow separate from lesser of two evils, right? That there's some notion of earning vote, which is different from it's good to vote for her. So because they don't want to have a conversation about is it good to vote for her, it's this, did she do enough to earn my vote? But what the fuck does that mean other than should we vote for her, right? Really try to think about it for 2 seconds. What does earn your vote mean other than did she do enough that I should vote for her? And look at this, and this is typical for Direful Pot, who often shows up in my chats, more left wing. We get it. You want blind loyalty. You guys are all totally ineffective, right? If you don't want to have the conversation, Direful Pot, you don't have to, right? Instead, you do the straw man. Just blind loyalty. Is that what people are asking? Is that what I'm asking? Is that what I'm demanding? Blind loyalty? And instead, it's this incredibly flamboyant response. We get it. Because it's just emotion. It's emotion coming out of you. It doesn't feel good to actually clarify the meaning. And so you want to ignore it. The question is not whether you should vote for her. It's whether he should vote for her. No, the question is, right? The question right now is, who would you vote for, right? Who would you vote for? And we're trying to define the scope of the question. And what I'm observing is a tendency of deflection, which is, did she do enough to earn the vote? And right now we're trying to suss out whether that is anything different than should we vote for them or would you vote for them? And my contention is there is no meaning to that word. It's incoherent, earn vote. It's a way to avoid the should question, because the should question will expose what I think is an unwillingness to say the following. We should not have voted for Kamala Harris in their mind. Or some people, right? Follow me here, all right? Maybe I'll draw it. I do think this is incredibly important. Did she earn vote? The lefty response is no. Should we vote for her? The lefty response is maybe in a swing state, right? Maybe in a swing state. But what do these two things mean, right? What does earn vote mean? Why do these produce different results? In other words, what are we looking at with this inquiry, earning vote, that is different from should we vote for, such that it produces two different results? Even if this, by the way, is yes for harm reduction, right? What does earn vote mean in this context? I don't think that there's anything that I've been convinced by at all that this means something coherent other than this, right? Other than perhaps this is ideal, right? Is she my ideal candidate? Maybe that's what earn vote means. But really, when you have these conversations, try to clarify the meaning in this earn vote terminology. It's the candidate's job to earn the vote of the citizen. I don't think that there's any accepted or thought out meaning here other than perhaps ideal candidate. And my thought process is it's a way to get away around resolving this should question. In other words, a lot of people, I think probably including Direful, who's now losing his mind in the chat, I assume, and losing his mind in the chat, to avoid this question. Should you? Ought you? Is it good to? Would it be wise to? This is the question that libs want answered, right? Libs care about this question. And a lot of people don't want to answer the question, so they go to this question, which who the fuck knows what that means? Seriously. And people who take the view of earn vote, the earn vote viewers, it's the candidate's job to earn the vote type people, I encourage you to come into the VC, into the Discord, and tell us what this means and how it's different than should we vote for them. You are losing your mind. You're too emotional, and you don't like that I'm providing clarity here. The problem is you should vote for lesser of two evils, but saying that so early makes it okay, right? This is a way that you could resolve it, Missy, right? But that's what we call meta, right? There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it is meta. It's not an answer here, right? It's asking this is bad. Asking / demanding above is bad, equals bad. Right? Saying things, resolving this, answering it upfrontly in the way that I think is bad, right? But that's not answering the question, right? That's a question. That's a response about the nature of the question, not a response to the question. You understand? Now, this could be your response. Be like, I don't want to answer that question because demanding it this early reduces leverage. But you understand that when you say that, it is a dodge. And I actually would prefer, if HASAN had just said, I don't want to answer that question, I want to give my leverage. And this is what Josiah recommended. The outcry wouldn't be nearly as bad because to me, and this is going to trigger the libs now. Libs, get ready. This entire story is a nothing burger, right? This whole thing is a nothing burger. It's a nothing burger because we already know this. And HASAN has been open about this. And it doesn't change anything, right? The lefties in the chat, I think, are rightly looking to their left and looking to the right. It's what's the big deal? And I agree. The big deal is nothing because we already knew this shit, right? Honestly, you are making a circular argument because HASAN is a culture mover and you are a political mover. Please read my thread via timestamps and what you've argued. This is unfair. Listen, if you want, that's another kind of meta response, which it's fine if you want to give a meta response, which is different obligations of response for different like types of creators, right? Different types of creators. Maybe this is like something you would apply to Emiru, that you shouldn't expect a straightforward response because it's a different type of creator or something. And I don't even like say that that's like wrong, right? In all of its applications. Like I didn't really soy that much out about Emiru. I really think she should, but like I think normal people should. So I'm not gonna like lose my mind about it because there's some version of this which I'm like, okay, whatever. But just know it's like it is a meta response. You know, I don't want to answer the question because this loses leverage. You shouldn't demand this kind of answer because it's a different kind of creator, right? These are all ways of not answering the question, right? But oh yeah, to the libs real quick. It's a nothing burger. It's a complete nothing burger of a story. Because we already knew this shit. This has been HASAN's position. And so that's why I'm like, I look upon this and I survey the field with folded arms. And I do like a little anime because hang on, pause. I think the intuition people use for earn versus ought is the same intuition people use in sports based on how they played. Do you think X team deserved to win, lose despite the score? Right? Like, but that has the same lack of clarity, right? It's some way of saying, I don't like it, right? I don't like this. I don't like how they did. Right? Because that's how people mean it in the terms of the sports analogy. Yeah, they won, but they didn't deserve the win. It's like, well, they didn't perform optimally, or they didn't perform to my liking, but they still won or something like that, right? You get me? And if that's all that means, you can understand why people are like, yeah, sure. If that's what we mean by earn vote, she didn't earn my vote either. If that's what we mean by earn vote, she didn't perform optimally to my optimal standards or to some minimal threshold of like what we say, like performing to my heart's delight. But it just needs clarification. And the sports analogy, I think, is actually beautiful because really, what do people mean when they say the Yankees didn't deserve to win that game, right? Here's the steel man of earn vote. If the Dems lose, who do you blame? Right, but that's like the who do you blame question. That itself needs further clarification and is not mutually exclusive. Guess what? You can blame more than one person for different things. Let me trigger the libs some more, right? As between HASAN and Joe Biden, let's trigger the libs. Ready? Lefties, raise your hand if you want to trigger the libs. Any lefties in the chat? Who wants to trigger the libs with me? Of which I'm a part of them, but. Ready for this? Me, says Matt. Matt says, me. Don't do it. I will. I absolutely will. Pisco, don't do it. All right. Who's more to blame for the loss in the election? HASAN or Joe Biden? Joe Biden, easily. Joe Biden, easily. Easily. But that's just like a banal answer, right? This is just like simple, right? It's not even that tough. The mere act of not getting out of the election by itself until he was pressed by all the Democratic members and everything going on, that by itself dwarfs anything HASAN could or could not have said in terms of causal blame, right? Causal blame, which is what a lot of people refer to, right? But there's opaque language here. Is blame in the sense of causally is determinant of the result? Or do we mean blame in some other culpable sense? That's why libs get triggered here, because you say Joe Biden, which is the answer. But I'm like, but how can that be? Because I like Joe Biden more than I like HASAN, right? That's how the liberal mind operates. Again, which I include myself in that. The liberal mind says, how can it be? How can it be that Joe Biden is more to blame when I like Joe Biden more than I like HASAN? But it's just because of the opaqueness of the language. And what's being done here is like a word game. that blame could be more than one thing, and most people use it in the causal sense. What, you gonna blame me more than Joe Biden? Joe Biden didn't drop out. Joe Biden was frail. He knew it was frail. Joe Biden was very unpopular. Joe Biden was responsible for the presidency. Joe Biden was the presidency which Kamala Harris was tagged with. And so you look like a kind of fool if you take the causal interpretation of blame and then say Hasan deserves more blame. But they're just different things, right? And you can actually be non-emotional about it and say, yeah, Joe Biden deserves more blame in the causal sense, but we're more mad at Hasan because we think of his his vision as worse or something. but getting back to this, and let's trigger the Lib some more. Triggering the Lib some more. Well, actually, let me hold that back for now. We'll get back to that. Does this make sense though? And so watch how Hasan answers this.
Right? Mm-hmm. If I had it was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please.
Totally.
Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they are able to win the crowds, win the population over, and combat against the couch.
So exactly what I'm saying happens here, right? There's some sort of notion in the head of lefties that voters / influencers have no, call it responsibility, / obligations, right? It's always the campaign. And you hear this from people like Ogre Boy, right? Why are you blaming the voter, bro? It's always the campaign. You're going to blame the voter more than the campaign? That's what you're going to do? But this is just clearly false. This is just clearly fucking false. That voters and influencers have no responsibility, right? Hang on a second. Joey Apple, the claim that Hasan has more influence in election is ridiculous and fake. Biden was not in election. That was purely narrative and framing a narrative. Yeah, no. I mean, I agree with that. That's what I was saying up here. That Joe Biden is more to blame than Hasan. And even in some sense, you could say Kamala Harris is more to blame than Hasan in the sense of causally responsible for the results. Surely, Kamala's decisions have more of an impact than particular things that Hasan might or might not say. No doubt about that. To say otherwise is to overstate the importance of Hasan by orders of magnitude. Not to say that he's insignificant, but just overstate his magnitude relative to the candidate. So, and pause another super chat. Thank you guys for the super chat. I really appreciate it. She asked, would you vote for Gavin over Vance? He answered third party. You changed the sorry. I know that he did answer the question. So he did in fact answer the question, right? I'm not claiming that he didn't answer the question in that sense, right? Right. Question was asked, who would you vote for? Answer given, third party. So I'm not claiming a dodge on that account. The dodge is in the reasoning, right? The dodge is in explaining the answer. And in explaining the answer, instead of saying something like the following, well, I think Gavin Newsom is just as bad as JD Vance, or I don't think that there's an ethical obligation to vote for the lesser of two evils, right? That would be a way of actually stating it. Well, because there is no ethical obligation to vote or endorse or signal your vote as an influencer for the lesser of two evils, I would do third party because XYZ. So he did in fact answer it. You're correct about that. He did in fact answer it. But it's the reasoning that's left wanting. And the reason, instead of saying what justifies a person's vote or endorsement is X, Y, Z, and this is why this results in, D. I ran out of letters. It's up to the campaign to earn the vote. It's up to the campaign ultimately. But let's get back to this. Obviously, voters and influencers have ethical responsibilities, and even if it's the case that they don't have individually an instrumental effect on any given election. The truth is some do. Trump's endorsement, for example. I know Trump is different than HASAN. If you get triggered by the comparison, there's the door. Don't let it hit you on the way out. Trump's endorsement, for example, what he says about a race is determinative, oftentimes, on elections. People argue Joe Rogan, Rogan sphere. I don't know about that. But there are some influencers potentially in given races, given a size of a race. AOC and Bernie's endorsement recently in Democratic primaries has seemingly been quite effective. Align yourself with the Bernie AOC wing in the Democratic primary context has been a decent strategy in some of these different areas. So it is the case that sometimes they do have an influence in different contexts. But even beyond their instrumental effects on elections, like I mentioned before, there are reasons why it's bad to vote for a bad candidate or to not vote for the lesser of two evils, outside of whether or not it will change results and consequences. And this should be intuitive. This should be intuitive for everybody who chose not to vote for Kamala. When you chose not to vote for Kamala, you would have to be a fool to think, well, my vote is going to affect whether or not third parties hit the 5% threshold for this bullshit pretext about funding, or my vote is going to cause her to rethink her strategy. As an individual, it doesn't have that instrumental effect. And so on all grounds, the notion that this isn't intuitive from that perspective for everyone who, with their vote, decided to make a statement or their non-vote, right? I don't really believe they don't get this. Maybe it needs to be framed differently. Another way I could frame it in the Gaza-Israel terms is, imagine that you had an individual Netanyahu voter. Would you say to them, oh, well, it's up to the candidate to earn my vote, and no other person earned my vote, or something? Or let's say they didn't vote at all in the Israel election, and there were like what you would consider to be people who were better on genocide, better on the conflict. And they're like, well, no one really earned my vote. You would think very differently in that context. Perhaps because you internalize the price, the cost of that election more than the American election in the country you live. But that's just, perhaps a better way to frame it. Anyway, yeah, let's just finish this one more time. And then I see some people in disagreements. I see Ochre Boy as well. I'll bring him on.
Necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is, if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you something.
And again, rather than say, well, regardless of whether they care or not, do I have an obligation? Right? You can grant they don't care, but it just is a dodge. And you see that now, right? I would respect more. And like I said, I think this is a nothing burger story. I think this is super in line with what we know about HASAN. And so everyone kind of losing their minds about this, it's just more of what we know his position is on this. I would respect it more if he said, well, I'm just not going to answer that question. I don't entertain such things. I don't entertain such hypotheticals. And so I won't answer. But you did give an answer and you didn't explain it. And I think that is, that says all that needs to be said. Before I bring in Ochre Boy real quick, overall, because I do want to watch more stuff, but I did say if there are burning disagreements, I'll bring them in. Overall thoughts. Obviously, I disagree with it. You didn't need to know this was happening. You didn't need to know that this clip exists for you to know my position on this, because I've debated it and talked about it so many times. It doesn't change anything, my outlook on anything. How could it? How could something that I know already something that isn't providing new information, change my position on anything. Something where I'm arguing with both right-wingers and left-wingers regularly. Oh, Pisco, these are the people you want coalition with. We'll get to that language in a second, because that is where I'm most annoyed with with certain lib commentary directed towards me. It's like, you want these people as part of your coalition. Still no closer to defining what the fuck that means at all. Coalition, team, and what is entailed by those things. And the conversation with Hutch on that issue proved it. It proved it. And that's where I would want the liberal copers to come in and explain to me, because that's its own word game. This earn vote is a word game. Coalition, team, they're not part of the coalition, they're not part of the team. That is also a word game, a big one. And I'm happy to field that disagreement as well. We'll start with Ogre Boy. I did call him out, and so I think it's only fair that I bring him in. Yo, what's up?
That's the question for you, man.
What's the question?
That's the question for you, brother.
That's the question for me. Do you want to be seen? One sec.
What? I yearn to be seen.
Okay, one sec.
This shit.
Oh.
Excuse me.
You burping?
A little bit. Okay.
Just one sec.
Ugh. Yeah. Ugh. One of me on my own screen's bad enough. You rang?
I did. Just they can't see you. Just give me 1 sec.
No worries. Get home. Take a mini afternoon coma. Wife's ringing my phone to tell me that the pizza's here. And I have 19 pings in my Dungeons and Dragons aficionado Discord server telling me that Pisco is calling me out.
I am. Yeah, I'm calling you out.
Which is a very scary thing.
Not scary.
Because I've been told that I didn't like you used your dad voice on me. That made me feel bad, apparently. So I was kind of trying to cope by taking it out on Hutch. That's the rumor on the streets, at least. That's what I hear.
I don't know. I think that you are able to weather criticism in a way that some people are not. And yeah. So I don't know that I believe that of you, but I do think that the conversation we had with Hutch and Vadim and Lib and Learn was disappointing. And I think that your response to like this recent news, which, like I said, I consider to be a nothing burger in many respects, to be like just so annoying and bad faith.
Well, let's rewind a little bit since you mentioned Vadim. I did get to see. Let me shuffling the old chair there. I did see a little bit what you said yesterday, and there's a couple things in there that I don't know if like necessarily. Actually, yeah. I do think it's a little like disappointing or frustrating or what have you. In the event that the country goes to shit, do you think I'm like immune to that? Because you had this moment where you said that I was turning the knife. I think that's what you said, or
twisting the knife. Yeah, I think you were. So I'll give you the example of when that happened. I just the audience aware because they might not be know. You said something like, "She lost all the swing states, all of them, right? All of them, Hutch." And asking it that way indicated that you were trying to, I think, press Hutch in a way that made it derisive of Kamala Harris's loss. And I think any reasonable person would understand you saying, and she lost all the swing states, all of them, right? Wasn't it all of them? That would be understood as twisting the knife. Do you disagree with that?
Liberal tone policing?
I'm not talking. I'm just. This is what you were trying to do, right? I just want to be clear.
Yeah. If we rewind, because I don't know, right now in the moment, I don't remember what led up to it, but I almost guarantee anytime that I would have brought something like that up, it's the argument, okay, of all of the shit that he's trying to say, where he thinks the party needs to go, what he thinks the party needs to do, et cetera, et cetera. and this overall like reflexive trying to defend everything from the rearview mirror that we know it didn't work. We know it didn't work.
Hang on a
There
second.
were so many different items.
So it is, I think, not a critique of the position that Kamala could have done better, this or that. It's that you come, and this is maybe getting to the heart of the liberal criticism, as a friend bearing gifts and wise words as though you want to help, right? And so when you take that opportunity to, in that tone, yeah, then I guess it is me commenting on your tone, no doubt about that. But it's done for the purpose of showing that perhaps your motivation isn't this sort of, you would have listened to us to make things better. It's more,
it's because
you guys suck and you're an asshole.
I'm mad.
You're mad at who are you mad at?
Yeah. Anybody that's looking in the rearview mirror and saying that was what was still, that's what needed to be done, that nothing should have changed, that it's exactly what needed to happen.
Hang on. Hang on a second. That's not what we're talking about. You keep saying, and I got to get you to commit to this at this point. You understand that it's not our position that the campaign was run as optimally as it could have been. So why do you keep suggesting that it is? So you don't believe that. So you don't believe that.
Have you heard us? The suggestion is that yes, the only way that you could phrase it that way, the only way that you could sit there and say, well, the campaign, they could have made some tweaks, guys. They could have. There was some missteps. And if they would have just corrected those slight missteps, and at a certain point, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? Hang on a second. What are we doing?
We're dealing with the claim that you made. Your claim is that she did the best possible campaign of all time. It was flawless. That's what your straw man was of our position. We have more substantive critiques. I certainly have more substantive critiques about the Harris campaign and really Joe Biden's bad actions in what led up to the campaign, for sure. But we're dealing first and foremost with your straw man, that we do not accept any criticism of Kamala Harris's campaign. That's false, isn't it?
Is
it false?
That's arguable.
So you're not, are you unsure whether it's false?
The person that I came
sorry. I just want to answer the question first. I want to answer the question first. Is that okay? Like, why is it not okay to get an answer to the question?
Because you're trying to, okay. Woosah. Rob Van Dam. Okay. The issue becomes, it's not a matter of, you want to expand it to like you and Soy Pill and all libs everywhere that exist.
I just asked why you were unwilling to answer the question. Did you think I'm going to forget? No, that's not explaining. I want an explanation. I won't answer the question because
the original question is it false to say that you guys don't have criticisms? At this point, I'm a little frustrated. So go one more time. Go for it.
Okay. The question is false.
Go for it.
It is false, isn't it, that we don't accept and are not willing to hear criticisms of Kamala Harris's campaign? That is a false statement, correct? That we are unwilling to hear such things.
Okay, sure, it's false.
Okay, then I don't appreciate that.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, what are you talking
about? No. That's not what I'm talking about. The issue becomes you have a coworker, a cohort, a person that no matter what, at every turn, he turns around and specifically says, everything they did was the right thing. They couldn't have done anything different because it would have been an automatic worse result. So therefore, you can't question them. You can't fucking make any suggestions that they either fucked up, they intentionally fucked up, anything of the sort.
I have never heard Hutch say that.
Hutch, you and Josiah both have almost exactly made that exact criticism to him in hours-long conversations.
Hang on, the context is very different than that. So the context is like with Schumer, it seems like you have this kind of Dr. Pangloss. I think that's the guy from Candide, the best of all possible worlds analysis of it's the guy who in the book Candide, this is Voltaire or whatever, he's like, all this horrible shit is happening to these characters, and he's continuing to say, well, this is the best of all possible worlds, and I kind of ridicule Hutch sometimes on that view of Democratic leadership, and I think that he is apt to just trust the plan. He's like the plan trusters in MAGA. He's kind of a plan truster when it comes to Democratic leadership. I would critique him for that, but your claim is stronger, is like that he's intolerant of any criticism.
Brother, hold on. You need to back up, because how dare you suggest that Hutch is like MAGA? There's 4 different
why are you doing this
right now that are exploding.
So you come in, you're tipsy, and
because
it's impossible to have a conversation. No, I'm not agreeing with you. In what sense am I agreeing with you?
Because you just got done saying this is the exact same thing that I'm saying he does constantly.
No,
I think he's
generally far too much of a plan truster. But that's not precisely what you said. What you said is like he's intolerant and he's unable and unwilling in bad faith to hear critiques of the plan, which isn't the case, and is evidenced by the fact that we have back and forth conversations. Now, oftentimes I think he's far too much of a plan truster, but it's again different than your claim, which is somehow like we are not willing to hear any critiques of the candidate. It's not true. And it's also, it has nothing to do with like the point isn't that the candidate couldn't have done anything better. The point is, what should you have done? And instead of saying, I don't want to answer
what should I have done differently? What should I have done differently?
Yeah.
I told you straight up. Now what the decisions that I made at the last second in the fucking voting booth, that's on me. And I've already said that.
Yeah.
And I've owned up to that. However, when I have the across the board opinion that she left votes on the table, and that's unacceptable, right? That's not something that you look back and go, well, she should have done some more podcasts. Well, she should have separated herself a little bit more, which also there's before I split off into too many different directions, and I don't necessarily want to do that. That's cope as well. Her people went on Pod Save America, said, we know we needed to do it. She goes on her book tour and is like, I didn't know that was that important to do. There's so many different angles with every one of these little pieces of cope along the way that's designed to try to protect her or defend her, when she herself has put out enough to suggest that she knew better. Like a lot of this shit is so frustrating. And when you bring
she
this
knew
up,
better. She knew better in the sense
happened?
of she like essentially surrendered the election to Trump.
I wouldn't necessarily use those words from her perspective.
I don't know what you mean. You think she wasn't trying to maximize her?
She fumbled the bag.
Yeah. So I think that people, I want to be clear about where I stand on Kamala Harris. I don't think that she ran a perfect campaign.
Okay.
I really am admiring of her taking the mantle in that moment to try to stop the fascist threat. Did she behave perfectly? No. Was she the right person to do it? No, she wasn't. And I think that, if anything, the biggest mistake was a personnel decision. That said, I'm proud of her for getting us, to a better position than Biden would have, where we would have lost massive amounts of Senate seats and unrecoverable margins in House of Representatives, etc. And I am totally willing to hear your critiques of the campaign, to hear lefty critiques of the campaign, some of which I probably agree with. What I don't like is shifty bullshit. Okay? I don't like shifty bullshit. If people don't want to answer questions, just say it. But this whole like, you have to earn the vote. You have to earn the vote. That shit needs to die. It is bullshittery equivocation. It is shifty language done for the purpose of changing one inquiry, which is, who are you to talk down to us? That's the feeling of many liberals, when you wouldn't have done X, Y, Z, whatever, when it came to preventing Trump. That in response to that, the refrain is, well, she didn't earn my vote. And that makes me think sometimes that you're doubling down on what I think was a mistake.
So I don't think I've ever used the language
that kind of shit. That kind of shit. You know what I'm talking about. It's up to the candidate to do this and that or whatever.
You just laid it out. Let's walk through it. You just laid it out. Let's walk through it. I don't think I've ever said that. That's one. For two, I've told you specifically, and I wasn't fucking fibbing, to the extent that I have a fucking minuscule reach. Okay. I'm working on it. It is what it is. Maybe I'll never get there. But I was telling people beforehand that, hey, if you're coming to me and you're asking me about electoral politics, You've only got 2 fucking options. And even if you're the single issue voter candidate that is Gaza, I didn't think based on 2023 to 2020, the end of 2024, I didn't think that she was going to be that great of an option for the Palestinians based on her own language when pressed on CNN, based on what she said on the campaign trail, and what you could see with your own eyes day to day, what was coming across like internet news feeds and shit. Okay. But I still turned around and I said that between the 2 of them, one of them was going to be actually pressurable given enough time.
I'm not talking about that.
And
Listen,
it wasn't going to, and that she wasn't going to put, I'm trying to lay out to you, and maybe it is you want to jump or something, and that's fine.
I'm not trying to
trying
jump.
to lay out to you where I was coming from.
I understand that we were
that
telling
one of them
people
was going to be pressurable.
I understand that you were saying that.
What was I supposed to do different?
Well,
you're trying to talk. Hold on. You're trying to talk to like an accountability piece, right? That we lefties or this lefty needed to do something different. What was I supposed to do different?
Well, one, the vote itself, which you already granted, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. That's one. Number 2.
But I can't go fucking backwards on that.
I know you can't. I know. Listen, you're not the only one, right? Like I have no problem interacting with people who didn't vote for Kamala or who said things like, she hasn't earned my vote. And the reason why, I'm not saying that in my mind, candidates don't have to quote unquote earn votes. It's just what's being done with this language of earn vote is to hide what is a normative question, a question about preferences. Who should you vote for? And if the question is, you should vote for the candidate who earns your vote, we need to know what earn your vote means. I understand earn vote to being do enough actions or be a candidate such that one ought vote for you. In other words, I use earn vote and should you vote for someone synonymously. But if you're using earn vote differently than should you vote for someone or she's the person you ought vote for, then you need to clarify what earn vote means. And maybe it means reach some minimal threshold of goodness or something like that. But in that case, if it's irrespective of lesser of 2 evils analysis, then you should just come out and say it. I will not vote for the lesser of 2 evils. I think that's a stupid principle to go on. And I don't care if on the other side of the equation and ledger is some horrible demon. Unless you take a certain position on Gaza, I will not vote for you. And I think a lot of people are shy about that and don't want to say it in its strongest form. And so they use this earn vote language to try to make it separate.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. With peace and love.
Yeah.
Okay. And around here in the Ogre Boy 6 cinematic universe, we love Pisco. Pisco's our boy. But this is one of the most hyper online sorts of tries to attack this that I think anybody could possibly have. At this point, it's online smarts arguing with online smarts when one of the sides of this is trying to say that it has nothing to do with me or even people like me. I was watching probably in the lead up, the 107 days, I probably watched more Kamala than I did HASAN. I watched more Kamala than I did Hutch or fucking you or anybody. I'm watching this shit from like on stream to 3 people, and we're all collectively just losing our mind going, oh my God, this is bad. The number of like, and this is anecdotal, but it's the number of man on the street, like, are you going to vote for Kamala interviews where they go to each one of the swing states and they ask, and it's again, anecdotal, but like hundreds of those. And people are going, no, I'm not voting for her. I'm not voting for somebody that supports genocide. I'm not voting for them because of Gaza. Over and over and over again. And I'm sitting at home going, oh, fuck me. The poll thing comes out that I talked about during the podcast. 34 aggregate polls, swing state polls that show that 3-4% in each swing state would have made a difference. You could go into,
we've talked about this. It's bullshit, but let's just get this brass tacks. I know where you're going.
Why is it bullshit? Hold on. Why is it bullshit?
I'll tell you what. I will tell you why it's bullshit. We've talked about it before, so you know my position on those. But let's just get to brass tacks. On your view, Gaza voters cost Kamala the election, yes or no?
Specifically that? No.
What do you mean? I thought it's your view that if she had taken a position on Gaza, she would have won the election.
You're looking at everything as like a hyper factionalization thing. Like you've got these pots that have different people in them that are only doing it because of one thing. No.
So then it wouldn't have helped, right? So it wouldn't have made a difference, right? Wouldn't have made a difference.
No, not in the way that you're thinking, not in the way that you're trying to nail it down. And maybe I will never be able to get you or somebody like you to understand this.
Someone like me, like a Hispanic person
out there. Bro, my fucking step grandfather's name is Jose. Don't pull that shit with me.
Wait. Why is it the case that if she had called it a genocide, why wouldn't she have won?
Just so that you know, hold on. Just so that you know that I'm not bullshitting, I will send you a fucking DM later of me as at 16 with hair standing next to my papa. Okay, so don't pull that shit.
Yeah, no.
Having said that,
like, why is it the case if she had come out and said it's a genocide and we're going to stop Israel on day one of my administration?
Well,
why wouldn't she have won the election?
Let me ask you this.
No, you're dodging it because you stop. You are dodging it.
I will explain 100%, but I want to do my best to understand how you're looking at this. Are you really seeing is like this faction over here that sees this very hyper specific thing? They have their feet planted, and you need to just get it just those people. And you have this vision in your head of exactly who they are. And it's like online lefties or some shit.
My friend.
Okay.
You're overcomplicating.
There's enough people out there that they only ended up looking at this, not the way that you do with looking at news feeds and shit all day, not the way that I do listening to podcasters and Twitter accounts and shit all fucking day. They go to work, they come home, they fuck off for a little bit, they listen to maybe 20 minutes of the news, and then they get ready for another fucking day at work. And the only thing that they turn around in here is what comes out of the candidate's mouth.
I'm not gonna get distracted by your little game there. Like when you say those,
it's not a game. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to explain to you that the idea, the concept. There's people that don't. If you even try to explain to them what the fuck Twitch is, or that there's people yelling into microphones in voice calls trying to argue about politics, they look at you like, "Why aren't you touching grass?"
So. You're trying to describe an archetype. You're trying to describe an archetypal voter that you're referencing. But I think I have a problem with this archetypal voter. One, describing it doesn't really help answer my question. And two, I don't buy it. And this is a comment from one of our community members, that there are a bunch of entirely politically unengaged voters who are single issue voters on Gaza. How do you square that? What you're describing is a kind of voter who's more vibes based, who doesn't really get into the meat of issues, who isn't really paying attention to shit, but is single minded on Gaza, such that if you told them that Kamala has promised to enforce the Leahy Act, they would be motivated to vote for them in a dispositive way that would win her the election or something approaching it. That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Kamala had said, pushed by Dana Bash on CNN in that moment and said, you know what? If something comes across my desk,
I need you to respond to what I just said. I'm not going to tolerate it any longer for you to like just go on these rambles. Why should I? What? It is disrespectful to what I'm saying for you to just go off on a diatribe. It's like what Conor Points does. And frankly, I'm losing patience with him too. Did you hear what I just said?
Go back to your original question. I apologize.
I need you to listen to what I'm saying, okay? You're describing as a way to not answer my original question, but I'm a fool enough to even allow you to do this little derail. But fine, we'll do the derail. You're describing this kind of like archetypal voter who isn't like a lefty, so to speak, and as a way, in my opinion, to shift responsibility from the instrumental effect of lefties so that you can still hold on to that preciously. That you're describing this archetypal voter who is like very disengaged, more vibes-based, not on their newsfeed. These are all things you said that I'm listening to, right? I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm responding to it. And I'm saying it seems very implausible to me that someone who is disengaged, not really following things closely, is going to be myopically focused on communiques from the campaign on in the weeds Israel policy. That just seems so outlandish to me as an intuition.
But it wouldn't be in the weeds Israel policy.
Of course it would be.
If people are getting exploded. No, it wouldn't.
On the show, wait, hang on. So we're going to say it now. I mean, like, why do you deny it? When I went on the show and said, you want her to call it a genocide and call her unconscionable? You're like, no, nothing like that. But if she had said, we're going to enforce the Leahy Act, that would be enough. That's why I'm pointing to the in the weeds thing, is because that's what you said.
Have you seen the clip where Dana Bash talks to her in that moment when she's got walls right behind her?
That's not responsive to what I just said. So what I just responded to was your claim that you're not asking for something minutia in the weeds. I used the example of when we had the conversation and I was describing more bombastic rhetoric, or rhetoric tailored to the common person, which relates to genocide, relates to unconscionable acts, which you rejected. Said she wouldn't have to go that far. She would just need to do something
on
like
the podcast. Fine. Going with what you were saying.
Yes.
On the podcast, you were trying to do a loaded question to suggest that on CNN, she's supposed to say, well, yes, we are doing a genocide and I'm going to stop the dreaded Israeli state. You wanted me to basically say something that's ridiculous. It's not what I was looking to have happen.
Well,
I have.
She's right. You were one example of something you were looking for. One specific example that you said was it would be enough for her to claim that she was going to enforce the Leahy Act. That's what you said.
Yes, because I was trying to tell you something concrete, but I'm
right. But how would that appeal to disengaged Vibes voters on the couch?
Because I'm trying.
You see the problem, don't you?
For you the exact tone. No, I don't. I'm trying to set for you the exact tone in the exact moment, the thing that you can go back to. You can pull it up on fucking YouTube right now. She got asked by Dana Bash. She said the left, the progressives, are trying to get you to do an arms embargo to bring about a ceasefire, something that was popular in every one of the swing states. And she said, "Are you going to do anything different?" And she ended up saying, she said, "Hey, we're our commitment to arming Israel is not going to change, but and that's first and foremost, et cetera, et cetera." She had a moment. Are you going to do something different when it comes to the current situation? Not everybody watching that interview is going to know about accords that were or weren't signed in the fucking 60s. That's not the point. The point was they knew something was bad. They knew something very bad was occurring and they just wanted it to stop. And in that moment, she had a softball handed to her. She didn't have to throw herself or Biden under the bus or anything like that, but she could have said, I'm willing to do something different. And she signaled that she wasn't.
And if she said like what would she say? I can't get into it right now.
All she had to do, like I said, is say that when the time comes under her administration, she's sitting in that chair, if evidence comes across her desk of war crimes or something like that, she'll act accordingly. When she got pressed on
but you know you're fucked right now, right?
What did she say?
You know you're fucked. You know what you just said you're fucked on, right?
She said she loved the law and wanted to follow the law when it came to trans issues.
I'm asking you, you know you just fucked yourself, right?
Would have stopped. How so?
You're saying all she would have had to say is something non-specific like I'll be different. And if pressed, say something like if there are war crimes, we'll look into it. And that would have been enough. That's what you just said, right? Do you agree with that characterization or no? You disagree with it?
No, that's fine. Okay, elaborate. Why am I fucked?
You're fucked because A, you know that would not have been enough for the ideologically committed. And B, how would it be enough for the Wait, let me finish. How would it be enough for the non-engaged voter?
I'm not talking about the people that are ideologically committed. I'm talking about the people that I already got done saying 4 or 5 times.
Hang on. I was addressing both. I was addressing both. I was addressing both.
Knew something was bad. I was addressing
both. I was addressing both. So you stopped me as I said this a second. I said A, you know it would not be enough for the ideologically motivated. And B, how would it be enough for the non-ideologically motivated, disengaged voters? Disengaged voters aren't watching the fucking debates. Disengaged voters aren't easily reachable.
That's not a debate. When I say Dana Bash, interviewing her on CNN,
they don't watch that shit. They're disengaged. Or interviews. That's the problem, right? Like, I agree with some of the lack of distance with the administration is an issue. And maybe even Gaza policy is an example of that. I don't doubt that. The question is, does her changing her positions at time equals 0 when she's given the nomination by the delegates in a legal process, when that happens, is it going to change that perception? The answer is almost certainly not. Almost certainly not. And to the extent that you're relying on disengaged voters, it seems exceedingly unlikely that substantive signals on Gaza differences are going to appeal either to the extent that they're weak to the ideologically motivated, or to the extent that their signals being done on shit that the non-engaged are not watching, that it's going to affect them in the slightest. I mean, if you watch that debate between Trump and Kamala, it was embarrassing. Like, Trump embarrassed himself. It was disgraceful. Didn't matter.
So the Trump and Kamala debate, where they both argued over who was going to take better care of Israel, was supposed to be... That was going to affect people's outcomes on this? How?
That is your encapsulation of that debate. And the disengaged voter is looking to that.
Look,
the archetype that you're describing is would characterize that as who's going to defend Israel more, and that's what the disengaged voter was looking at.
She should have won off of abortion and the fact that he was talking about eating cats and dogs and shit. Sure, 100%. What do you mean?
No,
I'm with you. What
I'm disputing is your character is because you want to have it both ways. You want to have it a way which it's like, oh, if you had listened to us on Gaza, you would have won the election, because that is what you feel. You do feel that. That is your position, right?
Yes. Yes.
But you want to have it in such a way that it doesn't imply culpability for being a determiner in which direction the election swung. And so you're inventing these like non-aligned, disengaged, single issue Gaza voters. And that's how you're doing this.
Wait, why you keep using culpability over and over again? Why?
Moral fault.
There's a moral fault
responsibility.
To yell from the sidelines. There's a moral responsibility.
Can you just address what I just said? Do you understand the substance of what I just said? So you're staked out a position. Your position is if she had aligned on Gaza in a way that I'm describing, per these polls, she would have won the election. That is your position. And therefore she ought to have done it, because wouldn't it have been better to win the election than to lose it? That's your position. However, you don't want to bite the bullet to say, well, therefore ideological Gaza voters are responsible for her losing. And so to avoid having that be the case, you say, well, there's these like non-aligned voters who are disengaged and don't really care about shit and are more vibes-based, sitting on the couch, and they're the ones that would be responsive to the Israel Gaza policy shifts, such a way to determine the election. And that is how you're going to have your cake and eat it too.
The people that she lost between... Okay, so hold on. So the people she lost between 2020 and 2024, those are all hyper ideologically aligned lefties?
Did you just hear what I said? I need you to respond to what I'm saying. Do you understand my criticism?
So the group you want to paint as the sort of Machiavellian...
I'm not painting anything. This is an internal critique. Do you understand an internal critique? I'm not proposing something. I'm questioning your premises and your logic and your argument.
So you're saying that the people that were concerned about Gaza, that they're ultimately responsible, or their culpability for voicing their concern is the issue at fault?
I'm saying on your view, if Kamala Harris and her team had taken a different approach on Gaza, they would have won the election. That is your view. You already agreed to that. And I said something else. I said, additionally, you are not wanting, you don't blame ideological Gaza voters for the loss of the election. Those two things, right? Those are two things that are true. Both you think that the position cost her the election, but you don't think the voters who voted on that position cost her the election from the ideological perspective. That seems to be a contradiction. The way that you square that contradiction, my assertion, is you have to invent this other group of voters that aren't ideologically plugged in, but who would be responsive to moderate shifts in Israel-Gaza policy. Do you understand the critique now? That a way for you to avoid a contradiction, that is, they both would have changed.
You're also, it's not a matter of me trying to avoid contradiction. because you want to try to set some kind of guardrails or some sort of third rail that nobody can go near, to say that I'm trying to, the whole idea is that I'm trying to point out a broader group of people at the end of the day that are lower informed or lower information voters, whatever the terminologies you want to use for it, that just knew something was bad and something needed to change,
and would be assuaged by
something
Gaza.
willing to change
on Gaza.
But I'm not calling those people but I'm not calling those people like hyper online single issue Gaza voters.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
People that knew something was really bad.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
So in trying to iron down culpability for the hyper online Gaza concern,
you're saying they don't have any because
say that we're responsible. We are. It's not a matter of that they do or don't. If I'm across the street from your apartment and I'm yelling, "There's a fucking bomb in your apartment. You need to get the fuck out of your apartment."
Yeah, I'm not gonna get distracted, but you can go ahead.
It still blows up, and you never left, and you never left the apartment. Do I have a level of culpability for trying to warn that the bomb was going to explode? Like, I don't understand.
So you don't understand clearly, because that has nothing to do with what I just said. And so I'm going to try again. You have a bunch of views about the election. One view that you have about the election is that if Kamala Harris had simply made moderate shifts to her Gaza policy, she would have won the election. That is your view. I've confirmed it 2 times. I want to confirm it a 3rd time. That is your view, correct?
Not in and of itself, no, but it would have been something that could have been a gateway to spiral out to other shit.
So now we do have a contradiction, because you just said that it would have changed the results, and now you're saying it wouldn't necessarily by itself change the results. So that they both can't be true. Which is it? Would it have changed the result of the election if she had shifted on Gaza or not? That's what we're told, right? These are the polls you're producing. The polls are...
It's not that simple. It's not that simple.
So then it wouldn't be enough for her, in other words. It's not enough to shift on Gaza to win the election. Is that
because you're trying to... Hold on. No, you're trying to paint it as if she would have said a very specific thing to a very specific group of people, that by itself would have been the winning factor. I don't necessarily think so.
So do you know or do you not know?
But when you point to...
Do you know or do you not know whether or not her position on Gaza, if she had taken a different one, would have won her the election? Do you know or do you not know?
I have polling that suggests that it would have made a difference in the swing states. That enough is a reason for me to see that she should have done it.
So is it your?
But I think
no.
Hold on. The disconnect I think is because you keep trying to put it down to something where I think it's broader in scope than you're trying to narrow it to.
I'm using your own view. Before you said if she would have had a different position on Gaza, the polls show she would have won. That was your view. I'm not oversimplifying it. That was your position. I don't agree with that. That was your position.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it is anymore. Now you seem to be like, well, it's not that clear that she would have won if she had taken that position on Gaza. Counter to the other polls and information that you're bringing to bear, which seem to be trying to marshal an argument that this is all it would have taken. Do you understand what I'm saying or not?
I think she was weak and no, I do. I think there are other things that definitely would have played a factor, but I think in the swing states at least there's enough argument that she dropped the ball by not
the question isn't whether she dropped the ball or not. The question isn't whether or not she would drop the ball or not. The question is only whether or not you think she would have won if she had taken this other view. So anytime you say I would have taken the view, or I would have said this, or something like, she dropped the ball by not doing it, that's not addressing what I'm saying.
I don't think that Gaza would have been an absolute slam dunk, but I also think it would have started enough more support grassroots for get out the vote and shit like that. So you would have seen more people willing to jump to their feet.
So you think it would have improved her chances? Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. So
incredibly so, yes.
It would have improved her chances. Therefore, is it your view or not that ideological Gaza voters significantly decreased her chances?
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah. So isn't there a basis for...
That's what you're looking for. Well, I mean, that's part and parcel. That's what you're looking for, but I don't...
Well, I just don't understand...
Agree on the terms
I just don't understand why you try to shift blame then. Isn't that part of your argument that Yeah. The ideological Gaza voters lowered their chance.
Do you keep going back? You keep wanting to say culpability and blame over and over again.
Because that's the argument that people are having. The frustration that we are feeling every day suffering under this administration is directed at people who, on their own view, think they significantly lowered the chance of Kamala winning. And if you understand that, then you understand the frustration. Surely.
I can't ask you this question because then you're gonna get mad and treat it like it's a virtue signal. And in some ways I will understand.
Is it a
why
genocide?
You feel it as such. Why do you think? Why? No. Let's stay away from genocide just for a moment. Let's just call it war crimes, crimes against humanity. Is that fair?
Yeah, but whatever you want to ask.
That in and of itself, is that fair?
Yeah. Are there war crimes?
Why is it blameworthy and culpability worthy? Right? Why is it something that elicits frustration from people when you try to say that the administration is guilty of war crimes, guilty of crimes, of facilitating crimes against humanity? Why is it something that I should be held for blame to say, Ogre, you motherfucker? Why is it blamable? Why am I worthy of derision for trying to scream from the fucking balcony
about that?
That's something that should have been halted and corrected.
I don't do that. I don't do that. Do you see me freaking out about Mehdi Hasan? Wait, do you see me freaking out about? I don't do that. Some people do because I disagree.
Sure, but if part of this back and forth, even right now, is you're trying to say, take blame, take culpability for lowering her chances because of all of this suffering that we're going through right now.
I'm trying to get you to understand. I'm trying to get you to understand the position of like pissed off libs. And if you grant that ideological Gaza voters, which by the way, I don't even grant this. I don't grant it. That ideological Gaza voters significantly decreased Kamala's chances of winning. Again, I don't grant that. But if that is your view, then on your own view, you surely can understand why libs are upsetty spaghetti at it. And that's not mutually incompatible or exclusive with with you being justified in your calling out war crimes and the facilitation of genocide. None of that is mutually exclusive. They're just different things.
So to them, to your tribe, since the factionalization is part of the fun, your people, your chosen people, the idea is
is that an anti-Semitic? Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
No, I'm talking about the
chosen
most
people,
moral people, the liberals.
Most the moral people. Oh, so now you're
most moral people.
Chat, what do we think? All right, go on the libs. All right, the libs, from their perspective, what?
So from their perspective, someone calling that out, that's like you fucked us. Is that kind of the message coming across, or what?
Some people saying that you fucked us. I don't say it because I don't think it's like empirically true, but I do fucking resent.
But if it was empirically true, okay, let's say all these Gaza lefties. Let's say that it was a case. Let's say if you did feel that the numbers were there. If I did show you something where it was like every swing state, which is
I would be more mad.
Part of my calculus, for sure.
I would be more mad at people who stayed home on that basis. Yeah, just like, by the way, I'm mad at the Republicans, right? So I'm also mad at Republicans and independents who voted for Trump, right? This is what people, and I see this a lot in chat, and I want to like grant to you guys that there's multiple blames to go around. Like it's not the case that you can just say, oh, only one party deserves blame, right? Multiple people can deserve blame for a given thing. Do candidates deserve blame? Absolutely.
Who deserves
but I don't have this view of like voters are sacred. You can never criticize what voters do. Like they're babies.
No.
Like
I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
You so if someone voted for Bibi Netanyahu, would you condemn that vote?
I didn't know he was on.
Would you condemn it or not? Sure. Yeah, so you do condemn.
Would I condemn the vote of?
Yeah, and if someone wrote in Benjamin Netanyahu
in America,
yeah, let's say someone who really loves Bibi Netanyahu in America and wrote in Bibi Netanyahu.
That person's a dumbass.
I'm not asking if they're dumb. I'm not asking if they're dumb.
person.
I'm not asking if they're dumb. I'm asking if they decided because they like Bibi to write in Bibi Netanyahu for president because they are the most committed, most radical Zionist in the history of America. Would you condemn that action?
What if
yes or no is the question?
Steelman it. Why would I if I did? Why would I if I did?
Because of course.
Why would I if I did?
Of course, people condemn express preferences that are horrible, right? If someone says, I'll give you an example. If someone says something like this, that all Palestinians are terrorists. Let's say, assume they said that, and they deserve to be treated as such in glass Gaza, right? Assume they said that, and they're not a person of importance. Would you condemn that statement? And you're the only one who heard it.
Clearly.
Yeah. So the expression of bad shit by itself is justification to condemn it, right? If someone says, you remember what Asmongold said about certain Arab peoples? I forget exactly what it was. They're like all monsters or something. He said something horrible about them. Wasn't like banned that long for it. You can't really say that he's a big streamer, but is he going to have a material effect on the outcome in these different places? Probably not. Maybe he contributes to some sort of language, but it's probably a marginal effect at best. That doesn't matter though, because we condemn expressions of preferences that we find to be abhorrent, such as someone who votes for an important candidate. So you don't have to do this as a hypothetical. You should condemn, in general, votes for Trump as its own moral wrong, independent of, well, does Kamala Harris deserve the blame? They're separate things to consider.
When you talk to and this is important. When you talk to conservatives though, and you're trying to de-Trumpify them, do you?
That's a meta question. Yeah, no, maybe not. No, maybe not. I'm just telling you. You might have a meta reason not to start there, and not to lecture people like that. Yeah, fuck. I'm not the person necessarily who's gonna convince all these Trump people because maybe I'm too fucking arrogant and too annoying. Like I'm not even saying maybe what HASAN does by corralling all these lefties. Maybe he's doing more good for the Democratic Party.
Ugh, HASAN. I'm that guy. Ugh.
I'm not sure about that, to be honest with you, whether or not HASAN is net positive or net negative for the Democratic Party. I'm just telling you honest, and that'll trigger the libs. I don't know what the effect is of either HASAN or of these other people, like Asmongold, whatever. But regardless of that, we can independently take issue with certain expressions, even if we don't think that they have a net positive, net negative effect, or any effect on what's happening on the ground in any given context. You get me?
Okay, now the suggestion, to take it back to a couple steps ago, the suggestion now is to say that the expression, because you started with, if it was Bibi Netanyahu running, would you condemn him? But the idea at that point is that yes, there's a tacit endorsement of genocide behind what that guy is doing, or ethnic cleansing, or what have you, right? So, but now in order to show that certain things are condemnable, you're having to compare someone that is pushing back against war crimes with someone that is doing war crimes to say that, see, both sides, like there's a both sidesing element there that I'm finding a little baffling.
No, it's to show the principle. It's the same people who like, I don't entertain hypotheticals. It's to prove a principle. And you pointing out to differences in a comparison is like the biggest waste of your time. Yeah, it's different. It would be different to vote for someone in Israel versus in America. It would be different if you voted for them on a Tuesday versus a Wednesday. It would be different if you sharded your pants before you voted for them. It would be different if you were a girl. It would be different if you were a transgender person voting for someone. It would be different if your hair was done differently than it was the day before. There are so many innumerable things that we can point to two different situations and say, it's different, it's different, it's different, it's different. What we want are differences with a distinction, differences that are important for the analysis. And all I've done in create this hypothetical is establish that there is an independently morally condemnable action to an agent, for example, a voter. A voter is an agent, right? You're not going to say that they have no agency. An agent taking an action which we think is an expression of an reprehensible principle. irrespective of the lack of any instrumental effect of their vote on the outcome of the thing. And so going to this like safe state versus swing state, going to the, well, we didn't cost her the election because of this analysis, or we did cost her the election because of this analysis, or we might not have, or we raised her chances or lower the chances. It's all kind of irrespective of what's going on. Yeah, if you showed me that she was significantly hurt by pro-Palestinian people in her chance of winning the election, I probably would be more mad at them than I am now. But in general, I'm just mad at them not voting for her.
What if I told you that it just wasn't even pro-Palestinian people? It was just people that wanted to see that conflict stop, period. Conservatives,
yeah, however you want to label it. However you want to label it. Everyone wants the conflict to stop. Okay? That was what Harris said she wanted. That's what Biden said she wanted. Now, what you say is, well, funding arms to Israel doesn't help stop, right? That's your point to that.
Mm-hmm.
But the expressed position was in favor of ceasefire, negotiating ceasefire. Now you say, I don't agree with the tactic of ending the
arms
conflict
embargo,
they're taking.
Ceasefire.
Yeah, I understand that your view is that it's stupid that they took the strategy they did in trying to effectuate a ceasefire, but you can't argue that that was their express preference on it. Now, all I'm saying is, regardless of those issues.
Wait, why not? Why not?
Why not what? Now you want to talk about Israel policy.
You said I can't argue. Well, but you're folding that in. Let's skip a half hour of sending each other links and shit. What if, just for hypothetical sake, I could show at least one example where they should have followed the law and they could have 100% been legally justified to put their foot down, and they chose not to.
Wait, I can just grant that. How does that matter at all to anything we're talking about?
Because you're saying that it's rewind like 5 seconds. You said it was explicitly something. You said that you disagreed that it was something they explicitly wanted.
No, that their expressed preference was for ceasefire. Even if you don't agree with their methods, that's what they said. You can say, I don't believe them. They're lying. They don't want a ceasefire. They want it to continue. But they said, we want to end the conflict.
Yeah, but their express preference of ceasefire while they're ignoring things that should have legally forced them to try to
I'm not trying to
sending weapons
do you
over.
understand me to try to be like hashing out an Israel debate with you right now?
I'm not wanting to take like 2 hours to fucking do that either. Trust me.
Do you think that I'm trying to engage you on that? What I'm trying to say is that, like,
okay, well, sure.
People will say we want to end the conflict. We want to end the conflict. And if you poll that question, you'll get like 70, 80, 90%. But obviously how you end a conflict and what policies you're pursuing, that probably is going to be matter more in the eyes of anyone who is for whom this is an important issue. But it's all besides the case, because I'll grant that in terms of Israel-Palestine, maybe, I don't know if you could show this, but the majority of Americans thought Trump was better on it or something. I don't know. But even if you would show that, I don't know how that affects our analysis.
I'm not trying to think. That's a weird curveball that I wasn't even talking about. It's not a matter of Trump thinking Trump is better or worse, whatever. It's people seeing what had happened up until the general and making decisions based on that. Trump being better, I don't get the reason why that got brought up.
It's like the point I'm trying to get to is
I am too.
Of course, voters, of course, influencers have their own moral responsibilities separate and apart from candidates. And anyone who says it's the candidate's job to earn the votes to the exclusion of other responsibilities,
which is not.
I'm not saying that you are, but some people you will see in the chance like, this is silly, Pisco. It's the candidate's job to X, Y, Z. Those are just, to use a phrase from Vadim, thought terminating cliches.
Let me lean in the direction then, just for sake of argument. It is their job to do what is necessary to win, and if that's what people are clamoring for, then yes. Like even what Hutch said 3 weeks ago or so,
no, but that's not what it's meant.
Failed to get the winning coalition necessary to secure the presidency.
But hang on a second, that's not what people mean. When people say, for example, we think that it's the candidate's job. What is unsaid but meant is, I don't want to talk about voters or influencers. Ultimately, it's the candidate's responsibility. And by the way, I think there's a contradiction in this, in what Hutch has said before. Go for it.
Hold on. I'm going to 1,000% lean in your direction, agree with you, and then tell you why it doesn't matter. You ready?
Okay.
Voters are dumb. The American people are fucking dumb when it comes down to it. End of the day, we're all dumb. We're all dummies. Doesn't matter. We've reduced the presidential elections to popularity contests. You got to end up saying the thing that the people want to fucking hear to get people off the couch and to go vote. And it's, you can shame to your heart's content. What do you mean it's not responsive? What do you mean it's not responsive?
Yeah. You're basically saying, well, in order
that's
to get
there's a hyper online take.
Whether it's an online take or not is, again, not responsive. It's just pure meta. If you want to talk about that, if you want to say, I don't want to talk about the topic itself, I want to talk about why it's stupid to talk about the topic. That's fine. You can take the position of, I don't answer these questions because it's not useful to do it, and so I'm dodging. And because I don't answer such hypotheticals. You can take that view if you want.
Why?
I need you to recognize that it's a pivot and it's a dodge.
I just want to ask if you know the figure, the top line figure. Do you know how much she ended up spending on the campaign?
I have no earthly idea. Probably hundreds of
$1.5 billion.
Okay, it's not just her. It's
$1.5 billion.
I'm sure that's also PAC shit and things that are unaffiliated with the campaign. But okay, what does that have to do with anything? Are you drunk? Why are you saying random shit?
Why spend that much money on something where you don't have to convince people to come out and vote?
I didn't say you don't have to convince people not to. Stop. All right, we're gonna linearize because you're not following. Is it the case, yes or no, that voters have ethical responsibilities? Yes or no?
Yeah, but that's not where we're at anymore.
Sorry. So
that's not where we're at anymore as a country. It doesn't matter.
So stop.
It does not
matter.
We're
linearizing. If it's the case that voters have ethical responsibilities, can they and should they be criticized for failing to uphold their ethical values?
Sure, criticize them away.
And same thing with influencers, right?
And that's going to get you nowhere.
Okay, it might not.
That's going to get you fucking nowhere.
Regardless of whether it gets you anywhere, is it the case that streamers have ethical responsibilities and influencers with respect to who they endorse?
Sure. Yes, they have ethical responsibilities.
Isn't it a pivot to say, well, the candidate has their job, when the question is whether or not it was right or wrong to endorse or not endorse, or vote or to vote or not vote, to say, well, the candidate also has responsibilities. That's a pivot. It's not answering whether or not there was a breach of the other responsibility.
At the end of the day, I don't take. It's not. You
can just say yes. How is it not a pivot? How is it not a pivot? How is it not a pivot? How is it not?
Because ultimately, you're going to end up looking at the thing that had the most culpability. No. You got a finite amount of time on this fucking planet. Why?
No. That doesn't explain why it's not a pivot. Just because there's something else you could be talking about doesn't mean it's not a pivot, right? So I'll give you an example. So let's say that there's a little boy, all right, and he does something wrong. He uses a crayon to draw on the side of a wall. All right, drive on the side of a wall. On the side of a wall. And a parent
Here's
comes
a better
up.
One.
No, I'm not. No. You can do yours after. I'm doing mine.
Okay.
All right. A parent comes
hold on a second.
No.
In a minute.
No.
A minute. Remind me of triage in case I forget.
Okay. Triage.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Crayon on a wall.
Child goes and draws on the wall with crayon. And a parent comes to discipline the child and say, this was wrong that you drew on the wall. You shouldn't have done that. And then the kid says, well, my brother, he painted on the wall with permanent paint over there. So I'll ask you, was the response by the child there a dodge?
Surely it's a dodge, yes.
Yeah. Which is worse between drawing with a little crayon that can be like whatever, or permanent fucking paint. The paint is worse. So it's a dodge. The parent is disciplined with respect to the obligation, let's say, and just pointed to other more serious breaches. Or indeed, if the kid said, well, yeah, you're accusing me of like drawing on the wall, but you left me alone for 5 hours while you were drinking out with your friends. Now, no doubt whatsoever, the mom is more morally culpable for doing that, and more like responsible in myriad ways. And perhaps the child should not be left alone with the crayon so long unattended, right? But there could be independent obligations, and if you want to make this comparison, you are treating voters like children, just to be clear, or influencers.
Yes, I just motherfucker. A minute and a half ago, I said we're all dumb as fuck.
Yeah,
what
but
do
you don't.
mean?
But do you treat yourself as a kid?
What do you mean?
Wait, no. Here's the problem, right? Do you treat yourself as a kid or Hasan as a child? In terms of your responsibility, or Hasan's, or Hutch's, let's say.
We'll get to Hasan.
We'll just answer it. Just answer it, and then you can do your little hypothetical
I don't
triage.
treat Hasan like a child.
Okay, so then let's not apply. Let's not apply the rules of how we would think of how a child acts to you or Hasan or Hutch. Like, we're all big people here. We can acknowledge multiple responsibilities. And I already granted, I think Joe Biden is more responsible for Kamala Harris's loss than like Hasan PIKER. I think that's easily true, trivially true, like very obvious.
Is Biden more responsible for Kamala's loss than Kamala?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of his decision to run a second term.
Purely the decision to run a second term, and not any of the no daylight kid shit.
Well, no, it's sufficient. It's sufficient. The decision is sufficient, but it's not the only thing. There's more stuff that you can add to it, but it's sufficient. His decision to run for a second term.
Well, what if I told you I definitely thought she could have won? Like, I definitely thought.
What do you mean by could?
Like, so you're.
What do you mean by could? What do you mean by could? What do you mean by could? What do you mean by could?
I'm trying to get to there. Why are you?
No. I want to know what the term you're using.
I want to make sure I understand.
I know. No. What do you mean by the term could?
Could, like, she could have won. It was within
what?
her power. It was definitely that she could have won the race.
In virtual, like, wait. I don't know what you mean by could.
What is
you
the
keep
word
saying could.
Is?
No. Could refer to it's possible, merely possible. It could mean she had a decent chance of winning. She, it was
probably better than decent. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Now I understand you. Go.
Okay. So my question was, what I was leaning towards is the suggestion that because Biden decided to run for a second term, she was doomed? I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
I didn't say she was doomed. This is pointless, dude. You don't listen to me.
Wait, I'm trying to run back what you're saying. Just because
I think Biden has more fault in terms of the results on Kamala's election than Kamala doesn't mean that I think Biden doomed her. You know it doesn't follow.
Okay, then fine. Okay,
why'd you say it?
No, I don't. I'm asking. Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm legitimately trying to ask you if the suggestion is that his decision to do that is why she is less culpable for the outcomes than he is, and we're still getting away from the thing that I wanted to point at. If that's it, then you're saying that she didn't have a chance to win.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're saying if it's so.
That's what I'm asking you to elaborate on.
Listen to how absurd what you just said is. If Biden has more culpability than Harris in terms of the loss, then Harris couldn't have done anything. That doesn't follow. That's just the silliest thing ever, right?
That's why I'm asking for clarification, because that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
No, what you just said doesn't make sense. The notion that just because someone has more responsibility, it means that the person down the line was doomed. There's just no basis to believe that. That's just a
but she was fighting an uphill battle purely off of that decision from him.
Not purely. Who said purely?
Because that's the thing.
Why are you adding things purely? Just because I say it's sufficient to know that.
I'm trying. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me just chill for a second here.
No one said purely. Okay. No one said doomed. That's all your shit. That's all, like, I don't know. You're just making things up. You're confabulating.
I can't put modifiers in order to try to determine why. I'm trying to see if your ethical axioms are ground or whatever the fuck debate shit.
That's you doing shit. I'm
trying to ask you.
That's you doing shit.
I'm trying to ask.
I'm just saying who I think is more responsible.
What was the significance of him deciding to run again? How did that hamstring her? How does that put the percentage more in his category than hers?
Because
that's what I'm asking for clarification on.
You know this already, right? And so me telling you everything I'm about to say is stuff you already know, right? I'm about to say like a bunch of words, and you're going to know this stuff, which is obvious. I'm about to do it, but I just want you to know you already know this stuff. And so
by all means,
it feels like you're just trying to get me to like yap for no reason. And that's why I'm like hostile to you right now.
I'm not trying to get you into I'm not trying to do it and I gotcha.
Okay. Decided to drop out like a month before the actual, DNC or sorry, the Democratic convention. It puts any prospective candidate in a tough situation. It makes it so that there isn't an airing of the different issues such that the actual voters and members of the party can make an informed decision. It reduces an appearance of legitimacy from the voters. It will not give time for issues relating to candidate qualities to percolate. It will be tough logistically to create a campaign apparatus to both raise funds and to actually have a strategy with that limited amount of time.
Okay.
And it will
Okay,
sandbag
hold on. So-
millions of people. And that is all shit you knew. And you just asked me to yap about stuff that you already knew.
No, but I don't agree with most of that. That's the issue.
You don't agree with what? Name one thing that I
Most
just
of it.
said that you don't agree with.
Because for the most part, right after they made the switch, there was a lot of people that were fucking
Name
just
one
elated.
thing I said that you don't agree with.
The sandbagging thing. Like,
You don't think that he sandbagged her? How the fuck is she supposed to, though she did her best, create a 50-state strategy of all that stuff in that amount of time? It's difficult.
She was running. She was the vice president alongside the oldest fucking president in human history. If she didn't have a viable plan on day one of accepting the fucking vice presidency, to what happens when this old fuck falls over dead and how she might ever run for president again, that's malpractice on her behalf if she didn't have a plan B right out the gate. So that by itself, I'm sorry and I love you, but that's very silly. That's incredibly silly.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, you're ahistorical.
She was
You
running.
don't know what the hell you're talking about. It's difficult to plan strategies centered around a campaign. It's different to plan a strategy as the top of the ticket versus as the vice president. How you might run is going to be incredibly different. Why would we waste resources, planning a possible campaign, which isn't going to happen?
The notion of even having like a fucking in case of emergency break glass PowerPoint with some talking points and rhetoric on it. Is preposterous.
Hang on a second. No, but you took exception with me saying that, like, the sandbag thing. But just because you might have like a in case of emergency break this, like, I don't know, 10-page thing, doesn't mean you're not sandbagged when that eventuality comes to pass, because all the resources that otherwise would be focused on your campaign are focused on Biden's, and it puts them in a difficult spot without more time. I can't believe I have to move on. Are there other stuff that you take issue with of what I'm talking about?
Well, also, again, the people there was a cross section of people that were essentially double haters that were fucking ecstatic that the party was listening to them and willing to switch over to her. She had the momentum, 100%. I believe that. I genuinely believe that. It was hers to lose, essentially.
She was never ahead in the polls.
I don't share your outlook.
She was never ahead overall in the polls. Never in a convincing fashion. It was an uphill climb. It was a difficult situation. She definitely had some momentum out of the excitement and exuberance after the dropout. No doubt about that.
The excitement.
I think that she squandered a lot of that potential by some of these pivots to just being boring and not sort of chancing on that excitement. But it's vibes based. It's aura based. It's not, in my opinion, anything to do with substantive policy on
it's
Gaza.
Also risk aversion. And that's what killed the vibes.
I think that there is a lot of risk aversion. I think that they should have taken more risks and stuff like that. What I'm not convinced of is that, and you should be assuaged by this. I don't know why this doesn't comfort you. I don't think that lefties cost Kamala the election. I think it was inflation. I think it was baked in perceptions about Biden. And I think it was like anti-incumbency bias, that kind of shit. I don't think lefties cost it. And what I take issue with is like this notion that some people on the left have, that they can be smug as fuck and say, you should have listened to us, but then also be like, we didn't do anything. We wouldn't have changed anything. And don't have that be your outlook. It's toxic. It doesn't convince anybody, and it makes people pissed off. And I think the proof is in the pudding with this recent HASAN clip. Like, for me, this is a nothing burger. This is HASAN's position. He's always had it, and it's not like something that is surprising or new or anything. And so everyone losing their shit over it. I mean, maybe it's just because it reminds them of it. So maybe that explains it. But yeah, I mean, it's just, if you do this kind of shit and if you signal this way, it's going to piss people off. And that's expected because it actually is a kind of silly, have your cake and eat it too approach that reminds people
but hold on,
the people who didn't vote for Kamala Harris and fucked us over, including but not limited to such voters.
If you're pointing at the fucking iceberg ahead, and then afterwards, when you're all on fucking pieces of wood floating in the Atlantic, whatever, fucking,
you're like, do you really want to talk about why we're here?
There where you're going to be fucking mad.
Do you really want to talk about why we're here? We're all on the same shit right now, and now you want to start pointing fingers? Like, I can get that attitude, and guess what? You're talking to somebody who, you know, I talk to counterpoints who kind of has a little bit of a similarly attitude. You know, I'm not going to fucking vote necessarily for the Democrat if they're nominated. I talk to lefties like you who didn't vote for Kamala. I appear on Crystal and Kyle who did not firmly endorse Kamala Harris. So I'm not saying never interact with such people, never treat them nicely, never have a good conversation. What I do take exception with is any explanation that the attitude that such people have makes any kind of ethical or intuitive sense to me. It doesn't. It's filled with contradictions, double standards, and I think it's beneath. I think it's beneath you. I don't think you need to do it. You can just own it. It was a mistake not to vote for Kamala, and this is all cope about if she would have been Gaza, it would have been better. No, it would have been better if she had better vibes. It would have been better if she was a better speaker. It would have been better if she wasn't saddled with the feeling of Biden's economic policies. And it would have been better if she had more time to organize.
Why was she saddled with Biden's economic policies? Why saddled?
Because she's the vice president of the administration. She's saddled. If she attacks it, she's attacking herself.
And end of it?
Yeah, in the same way that JD Vance is going to be saddled with Trump. You understand that?
So there's no lane to show the ability as a potential leader.
I didn't say there's no lane. I didn't say there's no lane. I didn't say there's no lane.
So okay, so what was I going to say?
No, but don't mischaracterize
Finish
me.
my statement. Then
I didn't say no. I want to interrupt you because you mischaracterized me. I didn't say there's no lane. I said it's tough. It's hard. It's saddling. I'm not saying there's no way.
And when you don't try to turn around and say, hey, you know what? We've had an uphill climb. We've done a lot of work, but I've seen what we can build on, what strengths we can build on, and I have a bold vision for what to do moving forward. We've come a long way, but I see what we need to do now to go even further. And
yeah, you didn't listen to America. These are the kind of platitudes that Kamala was offering.
Really? So she admitted that things weren't great, but they need to go somewhere better. Being in the shit
absolutely
was enough
wait, chat, tell me I'm crazy. They're like, we know that people are still feeling this, and that we know that this is we need to do better. We know that not everyone is having access to the same situation, and the pricing. Too many people are unable to buy homes, that kind of stuff. I mean, it seemed to be like one of the core messages is that we're going to do better on affordability. That's why we have this drug plan. That's why we have this housing plan. We're listening to you, that you care about this shit. Like they were acknowledging that there's a lot more to do. And we can pull up a speech if you want. This was the stump speech,
the affordability language wasn't even something that was happening until after the election, until we got closer to
Mamdani. Oh my God, I want to hurt myself. Mamdani did it better. Mamdani felt more genuine. Mamdani had way better vibes.
You didn't even start to hear fucking Jeffries and Schumer start to say affordability over and over again.
I'm ending the call because I'm actually too offended to continue it. I'm too offended. I'm too offended to continue it. You can't have this conversation.
Okay.
Well, we can talk later.
Okay. Later, bud.
Later. He said Kamala didn't talk about affordability. I'm losing it. There's one other person. Yo, what up, Jerkle? Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, we're gonna try one more time. Otherwise, I'm moving on. Got other stuff to do. What up, Jerkle? Testing 1, 2, 3. You can try later. I'll give you one last chance. Got 10 seconds.
Hey, sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep. What's up?
Okay. My wife just called me. I'm
Oh, shit.
on the phone with her about some important shit. Can I hop back in like
Yeah.
15 minutes?
15, yeah, sure.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Later. What up, Trapinka? What's
Hello,
up?
do you hear me?
Yeah, what's good?
Yeah, no, how's it going? I just kind of wanted to chat up, like, you seen the whole thing on Twitter, you know, the liberals versus the lefties and HASAN stake and stuff.
Yeah.
Why do you think why do you think that HASAN says that he won't vote for Gavin Newsom?
I think that he's probably trying to keep his powder dry.
What does that mean?
I think that he wants to appeal to his audience who view Gavin Newsom as kind of this poster child for liberal complacency and weakness. And I think that to the extent that he's going to nominate anybody or make any kind of concession on who to vote for, he wants it to be more impactful than like in a off comment to someone in this kind of context. He wants it to have more presentation and maybe more impact.
Okay, yeah, I think that's kind of like a very similar assessment than I do have. I think his strategy is to simply it's kind of like what's it called, like a very like I don't want not for the association, but like kind of like a very coercive. It like not it's in a bad way, but not in a necessarily bad way of like trying to like be like, hey, I need you guys to vote for my candidate or we won't vote. That kind of strategy. Do you think that that's kind of what's going on?
That he wants to make sure that in the context of a primary that okay. I mean that is possible that's why he wouldn't answer that hypothetical, but of course answering that hypothetical wouldn't commit him to any position in the primary or in terms of getting out to vote for the specific candidates he likes. That said, he might have that feeling that answering that question would somehow jeopardize or prejudice his ability to freely operate in the primary or something. But I just view that as, not true, and also maybe a bigger focus and emphasis on making sure his audience continues to hear that Gavin Newsom is a dangerous, concession or dangerous, weakness of the Democratic Party. And so he cares more about maintaining those airs and the allure of interactions with him to try to get his approval or to get his endorsement or something. And in doing so, I think he is valuing maybe his clout or his relevance or his ability to influence events, perhaps in his mind, or the appeal of his audience over honestly answering a hypothetical.
I see. I mean, I think this is not only I guess these are kind of personal like instincts for HASAN, but I think the left as a whole, like the more socialist type of left as a whole, has that strategy of being like, oh, in 2024 we won't vote for Kamala, or now it's like, oh, we're not gonna vote for Newsom, and I think the strategy is simply like, hey, liberals, vote for our candidate if you want to win, because otherwise we won't vote in the general and you will lose. Do you think that's close to what their strategy is as a whole?
It's possible. I mean, like my best faith is he thinks he will have more of an impact and be able to benefit more things if he keeps it ambiguous whether he'll vote or not or something, or that he'll be able to have more pull on his audience in the context of a primary or something. Maybe it's a strategic in that sense, and I might even grant that. I just think that it's like he doesn't need to say what he said there in order to either A, have that effect, and B, I do think that you should answer honestly that hypothetical, even if that is your other sort of goal. So, I mean, I don't deny that he might have a strategic reason for the answer, or at least one that he can use to justify. But I don't think that he therefore is justified in answering it the way he did if I disagree with the answer. And if there's like another thing he can say, which is like, listen, I'm going to keep that close to my chest. I'm not going to make comment on those hypotheticals. I just think it's kind of dumb. this early in the process. He could have said that, and it would have accomplished the same thing. He didn't say that. He said third party. I probably would vote for third party. I think it's what he said.
Yeah, I think it's more about posturing then, because he cannot, like, if you're doing that strategy where you want to, like, tell liberals, like, hey, vote for my candidate, if you're honest about your strategy, like, you know, liberals will see through what you're doing, and they'll simply be like, no, we're not gonna, like, you know, just vote for your candidate just because you're threatening us with, like, you know, withholding your vote.
But why not just say? I think that's a dumb hypothetical. I don't know why people entertain those. Like, I'm not gonna answer that. Like, it's way too early, and yeah, I have to see what's going on. But the field, it's gonna be different things. Like, I don't know. I can't answer that right now.
Yeah, well, how I think is because he is actively signaling that he's trying to do that strategy, and in order for him to do that strategy, he doesn't only have to not answer the hypothetical. He has to answer it in the most, like, you know, oppositional way, and like being like, no, if he's your candidate, I'm not gonna vote.
Then, if that's the strategy, then everything is as it should be, because he answered that way, and liberals and Democrats are going to criticize it. And that's and then that's all part of the plan, right? And so everyone is doing their job. Liberals are criticizing a strategy in which it entails him being criticized. And so, okay, great. We're doing our job. And so there's no basis to complain about us complaining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know, I'm on the liberal side.
Oh, sure.
Of this argument.
Yeah, but like,
so what I'm saying
in response to that, I would say, yeah, well then if his plan is to answer the question definitively to signal opposition to Democrats, and that's a way to maintain his strategy, then it kind of entails that Democrats will be hot and bothered by it, in which case we're all doing our job.
Yeah, but I'm saying if that's the strategy, in order for liberals to be able to combat it, because a lot of liberals, I think, will have the feeling of like, oh, maybe we should concede to them, and they will vote, you know. But in order to combat that strategy, you have to be aware of what their strategy is, right?
Yeah, I mean, but like the thing is, I don't know what is like. This is where I have trouble, because I don't know like. What the strat is after this in terms of I almost think it's a bit presumptuous to think that HASAN will be able to do a takeover of the Democratic Party, and I think HASAN probably agrees with that, just to be honest. And then B, like, what does this mean for us? Does it mean we stop talking to people to our left, that no one does HASAN's show? I don't know that people can justify those kinds of responses. Like, I think if Gavin Newsom, I would encourage Gavin Newsom to do an appearance on HASAN's show. I would encourage Gavin Newsom to do an appearance on Tucker Carlson's show. I would encourage Gavin Newsom to get out there and do more appearances. I think he's good in the camera. And so, like, I just don't know what people are asking for in terms of, like, what should Libs do in response? Like, it's some kind of, like, game of chess. Like, yeah, you can just criticize something that you don't agree with.
Yeah, I mean, how I feel that like the strategy is to kind of split the what's it called, like the leftist like people into two fields. Like the field that are like, hey, you're gonna vote for, you know, we're gonna ally, we're gonna fight in the primaries, and we're gonna, you know, like vote for the candidate in the general, and the people who are not going to vote for the candidate in the general, and split them off, and like only engage with those who will vote in the generals.
What does that mean? Like don't only engage with? So like, I shouldn't engage with counterpoints.
No, like not like if someone is not in that field, they're the opposition. This is opposition.
Yeah, this is like the Hutch rhetoric. This is the Destiny rhetoric of opposition coalition, and I find it totally opaque and stupid because like we engage with opposition all the time.
Yeah, but you engage with it as the opposition. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, yes and no. I have counterpoints on sometimes, and it's very nice. I have a Richard Hanania on, and it's like pretty chill. I don't always debate opposition when I'm talking to them about other stuff.
I mean, yeah, but it's still like you have to be sure. It's like, oh, you know, HASAN is the opposition unless he votes for the generals, or these people are the opposition.
I just don't know when you say opposition,
like strong on that.
When you say opposition, do you just mean it as a synonym for will not commit to voting for your party? Is that just what you mean by opposition?
Uh,
What do you mean
like
other than
your
that?
coalition is your party.
No. Okay.
I
I'm asking a question. When you say coalition or opposition, are you just using that term as a synonym for person who either will or will not commit to voting for your party in an election?
It's more like who your friends and enemies are.
That's different. I have friends who are part of the opposition. I have MAGA friends.
Well, ideological friends.
Okay, that's gonna bake. It's the same kind of like chunky term, like a kind of vague term. Okay, an ideological friend is just. Do you just mean someone who am I ideologically close to?
Or align the same goals. You don't even have to be close ideologically to them.
Then I don't know. Yeah.
Same goals.
So I'm like, I can think of people who I'm ideologically close with, who I don't interact with for other reasons. I can think of people who I'm ideologically distant from, who I interact with very nicely. And so I just don't understand what are you saying ought be done, right? I don't know how you're using this label and what it means.
I mean, like, I'm not even like, this is not at you specifically. I'm saying like liberals specifically have to distance themselves more from people like HASAN.
In what respect? By condemning his what? Him generally?
Yeah.
By saying HASAN bad. I condemn HASAN.
Yes.
I condemn HASAN. I don't understand.
I'm not saying that you're not doing it. I'm just saying that you're not doing it.
Liberals should virtue signal against HASAN. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's good because it will.
Because HASAN is not he's not ideologically aligned with our.
That's just repeating. That's just repeating the thing, right? Like,
yeah, and the most important part is that it will attract the people who are also not, who maybe are independents or centrists, but
we just got into full circle, Trapinko. We just got into full circle. I'll tell you why. So he is the opposition because he won't commit to voting for the candidate and the general. Therefore, we should condemn him because that will label him as the opposition. It's a full circle.
Yeah, but like, for example, like a lot of people, I know people who see the Democrats very like socialist aligned, and if like, for example, like Gavin Newsom, like like was talking as like, oh no, yeah, fuck socialism. We're doing free trade here. We're I don't like HASAN. I don't like those kind of people. You're not invited to my party. I think that will be good because it will attract people who agree with those who are maybe not in the Democrats camp.
Yeah, but HASAN has a big audience.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because he's not aligned with us. That's what I'm saying.
Well, clearly having big audience, even like you would agree Rogan is not aligned with us. Wouldn't you go on Rogan?
Yeah, and I will still condemn Rogan, of course.
Okay, so what's wrong? What's wrong with like a Democratic politician going on HASAN's stream? I don't understand what's wrong with it.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't go on HASAN's stream.
Oh, then what's being proposed? You want Gavin Newsom to? But why would it be smart for a candidate to? You want the candidate to say fuck HASAN, and that's good because
it will bring a lot of goodwill with people who hate HASAN,
who are going to vote for Newsom. Who are going to vote for Newsom anyway.
No, there's a lot of people who won't vote for Newsom or the
unless he condemns HASAN.
The alignment.
Who?
Yeah.
Who won't?
A lot of people, like a lot of the most centrist types.
Okay, so you should be thanking HASAN for not committing to vote for Gavin on that view. Right, that was good. That was good, right? That HASAN distanced himself from Gavin Newsom. That was good. Was that good or not?
Yes, but
okay, that was good. So why are you bent out of shape about it?
Because Newsom is not doing the same for HASAN. So he's not distancing.
But like, why would it be? But like, why would it be good? Like, if Newsom does that, you're saying he'll attract centrists?
Yes.
What's the basis to believe that? Is what I'll ask.
Like a lot of people, like what's it called? In my city, there's this guy Morgan from Morgan and Morgan, one of the biggest lawyers. And he's always been a Democrat, but like a lot of like like HASAN and a lot of like socialist streamers have pushed him away to becoming not a Republican but an independent, and a lot of people feel that way. A lot of people feel like the Democrats are very spineless and very weak and just cannot like put themselves into denouncing the socialists, and that pushes him away from the party.
Maybe that's the case. I kind of feel like HASAN viewers are, regardless of HASAN's posturing, more likely to vote for Democrats. And I feel like it's not like a lot of centrists are looking to see the condemnations of Newsom towards HASAN. I think that that's my intuition, at least. And I think it's that at a bare minimum as justified as yours. And I think that all else equal, condemning HASAN from Gavin Newsom's perspective might not ingratiate himself with a needed part of the coalition that is not HASAN, but is many of his viewers, which are like the left, online left, many of whom watch HASAN but aren't HASAN.
I mean, those people, I promise to you, like, if those people watch HASAN and still vote Democrat, they will still vote Democrat, even if Newsom says, fuck HASAN.
Okay. Well, then it's just like, it feels like it's a very unempirical feeling game where you feel that condemning HASAN will get centrists, will increase Newsom's electoral chances. I think that listen, I'm not sure about that. It just doesn't seem like it's a very strong prescription.
To me, in the polls, a very common pattern I saw is that a lot of people, like the electorate as a whole, sees the Democrats as being too left wing or too, they see them as being too radically left. And I feel like such acts as condemning HASAN or even just Newsom, like he's done a little bit of this on his press account, but like condemning like socialism and Mao, even though those are like dumb, virtue signals, those are good things, and we should keep doing it. Like just stress on that point, be like, fuck Stalin, fuck Mao. Those are like pointless virtue signals, but they're good virtue signals because they push the public perception to see you more moderate, more right wing, which is what I feel like the electorate needs to see the Democrats as more moderate.
Yeah, I feel like there are ways you can do it in like discrete issues. So, for example, I don't agree with. So I was watching this HASAN PIKER guy, and he said 9/11 and settler babies, and he said this and that, and this is not good. But he's got a big audience, and so like there's just like ways in which politicians should be given, I think, grace to operate in in the way that they feel maximizes their chances. And so I'm not going to like call on Newsom to do any kind of condemnation unless I feel that unless I think I have a good basis to believe that it's beneficial electorally. Similar thing kind of with the Hochul thing, where I think that Mamdani should absolutely be given the space to operate in endorsing or not endorsing Hochul and coming down hard on certain people for the purposes of getting results done. And that's kind of what I mean. Like, and on the margin, it really kind of feels like this is like on the margin. Like, we don't think this is a make or break issue when it comes to the election. I don't think even you feel that way. But it kind of feels, the way the discourse is online, to take on like this major significance. And maybe I'm like naive and undervaluing it, but yeah.
I mean, I agree, but that's kind of the space you operate in. You don't operate in the policy space. You operate in this more like entertainer, streamer space. So of course, you're gonna focus on entertainers and streamers and other things like that.
Right, but that's what I mean. Like, I don't think that like voters necessarily are coextensive with like these little online communities and are going to see these kinds of signals. But maybe they do. I don't know.
I mean, a lot of them do. I feel like what's it called on Twitter? There's this page, this is Project Liberal, and I really like them because they it's like 80% attacking like MAGA and like Republicans and stuff, but like 20% they're attacking socialists and communists, and I think that's something that a lot more Democrats should do. Just attack socialists, and that will really ingratiate you with a lot of the population.
I don't know, man. Like,
if you've seen the polls,
socialists, ostensible socialists, or people who call themselves democratic socialists, are some of the more popular members of the Democratic Party. AOC, Mamdani, Sanders.
Even they on part, they don't like Stalin or Mao Zedong.
Yeah, no, I know that, but like I just don't think there's like a big tanky problem among Democrats. I think it's like an online thing.
But I feel like the public at large does think that there is that problem, and that problem is super easy to play because there isn't that problem. So you're not alienating a big base of the Democrats by like fighting the tankies and stuff like that. so you can. It's a very easy virtue signal that the Democrats should do more.
Okay.
That will not. Yeah,
I don't have a strong view on that. I don't have a strong view on that. In terms of what I do you think that if given the chance, I should refrain from interacting with people who you would label as opposition? Okay, cool. All right.
No. My whole thing is more about this virtue because they're important. They're important.
The virtue signal is important.
What? Yes.
Why though? Like, why is it so
because,
important for me to say HASAN bad?
Oh,
which I do.
Well, I mean, and there's so many more ways. Like Gavin Newsom doesn't even have to say HASAN, like fuck HASAN. There's so many better ways to do it. It's like, oh, like
why is it so important to you that I say it? It is important to you, right? If I had come on here and be like, this is not that bad, guys, you'd be like, oh my god.
I don't know about you. I mean, you can do what you. I don't know.
No, but it seems like people have trouble. Like, I'm covering for tankies. I don't even understand. Like, this one person in chat is like, keep platforming HASAN. Like, I'm platforming HASAN. I'm a micro nobody. HASAN is streaming to 30,000 people.
Tell him to get on the call. You should talk to him.
I would. I feel like I would talk to him, and I don't think that there'd be anything wrong with that.
I don't know. I mean, there's some things,
But people would say, look at him. Pisco's sweeping. He's sweeping for tankies by talking to HASAN.
Yeah, like what's it called? I did see the one video of you, kind of with the settler babies. That was kind of rough.
Yeah,
but,
no, it's not rough at all. I mean, I totally stand by everything there. And if you watched it fairly, you understood that I significantly critiqued HASAN's position there. All I said was it's not him ethically calling and saying that they would be good to target babies. That's all I'm saying. It would be like
big
me.
Dog whistle.
Oh, I think that what he was doing that was morally reprehensible was the cover for his friends who held that opinion, who were defending Hamas and him deflecting and him doing the wrong legal take. But I don't think that it's him what people said. And I gave it an F. I condemned it, and then people said, this shows that Pisco's bad faith. It shows that Pisco's bad faith. Because,
I don't think you're bad faith. I don't think you're bad faith.
Yeah.
I don't think you're bad faith. But
it would be what I would say about Conor. If Conor says it's legally justified to kill Alex Preddy, but he makes it clear to me in the conversation, I don't think this should have happened. I think that they're dickwads. They have sand in their vagina. I wouldn't ever claim that Conor says that he wanted them dead. I just wouldn't do that. I would give that grace to Conor.
Yeah.
And just like I would give it to HASAN.
Well, for HASAN, like, bro, to me, he sounds like Nick Fuentes, like talking about like black people.
No, he doesn't.
When he talks,
No, he doesn't.
He
do you know what Nick Fuentes said? Then you don't watch Nick Fuentes. I just watched his most latest thing, and he said that the problems with Epstein is reflective of the problems of world Jewry. HASAN does not talk that way.
Okay, yeah. Well, HASAN is way more mask on, but like maybe Nick Fuentes is a bad example because he's so mask off. But like, what's it called? Like HASAN is so like dog whistly. Like he's like, like I wouldn't condone it, but if someone did,
I don't hear him. I didn't hear him say that in the conversation about settler babies. By the way, I graded that an F. But people, this is how bad it is, though, right? Like I had a fair and balanced and neutral coverage. Counterpoints watched it. He agrees. He was waiting for me to sweep, and he thinks I was calling balls and strikes. That's Counterpoints saying that. So it's not just and Counterpoints is one of these red scare people who wants to just like find communists around every corner. That's who Counterpoints is. So he said this person who hates HASAN, this person who thinks HASAN is going to destroy the Democratic Party, he said that what I was doing was calling balls and strikes. I do that. I call balls and strikes, and it doesn't matter. I don't get any fucking credit for that whatsoever. Instead, it's Pisco is just fucking, his brain has been destroyed by these tankies. And then I start to think, who's being bad faith to me right now? Who is like misconstruing everything I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's not fun. It's not fun to do that. To have that situation.
Listen. I'm only mentioning that because that's one instance where I disagree with you. Like 99.
You can disagree with it. You can disagree with it.
Yeah.
But to act as though I'm quote unquote running cover for HASAN is so laughably bad faith.
I don't think you are. That's why I said you're good faith. Like I think you're mistaken there. I think you're not seeing the dog whistles
Maybe I'm not.
that I am seeing. Yeah, but I'm not saying that you're best faith for that. Like, you know,
I also
like,
don't. I also don't
like,
ban. I just want to be clear because people say you're cultivating an audience of Hasan supporters. I don't ban someone who supports Hasan because they support Hasan. Tiana May Cry is absolutely within their right to support Hasan in the chat, to welcome in the Discord if they disagree. We let MAGA people chat, and I don't ban people for ideological bullshittery or because they disagree. And so people might see that I have a more relaxed enforcement, or I don't know, TOS, or I don't know what you want to call it, ban policy, in that half of my fucking Discord disagrees with everything I say. My mods are, at least some of them are like big Zionists. A lot of my mods just live to disagree with all my takes, and I tolerate that. And so I think people take that for, I don't know, providing cover just because I want to see differences in views. But yeah.
I have a question because I haven't kept up. Do you see Destiny's coverage of you with the Settler Baby stuff? Do you see it?
Only a little tiny bit, but not the whole thing.
Okay.
I think he
ascribed. That's something I would really like.
He ascribes to me vicious motives that I'm like mind fucking Hutch. That I'm trying to fuck over Hutch. It really borders on it really is malicious to what he ascribes to me. And I don't like it. I find it distasteful.
Yeah, I know. I completely disagree with his analysis of that, of like him giving you bad motives. But I think I do agree with underlying, like
you might agree with him.
Logic of like,
you might agree that it's like that Hasan did have this motive, and that I'm not listening to the dog whistle or whatever. But I'm just reacting to what was happening in front of me, and it's not like if I had planned that stream to help Hasan, right? The whole reason I'm doing this in the first place is because Hutch and others are like, you're not seeing this, you're not analyzing this. Look at this video about Kyle Kalinske and Crystal. And so I watch it. And they're like, you're not watching Hasan's coverage. And so I watch Hasan. And so this is me in good faith taking on requests from people who are concerned about this growing communist threat within the left and Democratic Party. And I'm just reacting honestly to what I see in front of me. And if that triggers people, I think it says more about them than it does about me.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. I like you. I think a lot of people like you. I think
appreciate you.
You should really not take those things so much too hard. You know? I feel like they're spiking your cortisol too much.
Sometimes, to me, like, I have a high tolerance for people who disagree and shit. It's the like attribution of you're trying to screw over Hutch, or you're just trying to sweep for them because you want to ingratiate yourself. That's the stuff where I'm like, this is so fucking annoying and dumb. But yeah, I think that like giving it too much attention does like make it fester.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate what you have to say.
Yeah. But yeah, if you can kind of go ever watch that, I would really appreciate it, because I would like to see you address those claims, because like what sometimes Destiny is like way too like, I don't know, he's like an asshole sometimes. But I kind of do agree with underlying logic. Even
okay, but watch that causality, right? So watch that causality. I watch Destiny's reaction of me reacting to Hasan stuff. I go point by point. What good could come from that? Are they going to be like, oh, Pisco's right? Pisco is in fact,
I mean, I would maybe
not brain broken. I'm telling you, I've done that before. And I might even do it for this. I haven't decided yet. It will not change hearts and minds, because I think that this is me waking up to it. It's not really about the thing. It's about how we feel. It's all about feelings. And it doesn't really matter. This Ethan lawsuit thing, if this were flipped and the same facts, but different people initiating the lawsuit and versus receiving it, the sides would flip. It's about sides. It's about feelings. And I think I undervalued how much of this is trying to reason in an area for which reason is not motivating the underlying complaints.
But listen, I agree with you. There's a lot of people who are going to be like that, but there's always going to be people on the margins that are going to like, for example, in the Ethan lawsuit, I'm pretty sure I'm like 99% on your side. And even though I'm not on your side for every single thing, but like I think you did change my mind on that thing. So,
oh wow!
Like there are like yeah, there's people, there's people who are always gonna like, it's kind of like a circle, and then there's people who are gonna have a thought about this no matter what, like the Alex Petty shooting or whatever. They're always gonna have a thought no matter what. But you're not appealing to those people which are sadly the vast majority of people who are in the middle of that circle who are gonna have that opinion. You're appealing to the edges of the circle who are gonna kind of peel away.
But if I was playing the Game of Thrones, I would read the room and pick a side. I do think that if I were more unapologetically, I don't know, in like picking a camp, I do think that that's pretty positive towards how you're viewed. I don't really think that people like you think that this is good. You think it's good to like sometimes give balanced takes or so for example, if I had done a review of the lawsuit, praising the lawsuit, saying this is so based, Ethan's absolutely right, these people suck, look at how horrible they are, Ethan would have covered that shit. I would have said some shit that makes him happy, and it would have improved my standing. It would be nothing but positive.
But I feel like that space is very saturated. Like at that point, you're like I guess like a Benny Johnson kind of person, like this is always good, my side is always good, blah 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 blah, and like I feel like a lot of people are kind of tired of that, or like the Benny Johnson.
You say that, but I think that people want to hear their opinions
he has
stated back to them. And I think that if I had just glazed Ethan on everything, I just can't help it. I'm like Michael Tracy in that respect. Like on some stuff, I just I can't. It's hard for me to do what some of these Benny Johnson types people do. Sometimes I'll be like very tongue in cheek about it, like when I say the war on breakfast and like look at what Trump has done to prices, but it's almost always like in the first like week I was like, oh, he's raised egg prices already. But it's almost always like tongue in cheek when I do the kind of hyper partisan stuff, or it's over the top to show that I'm like, it's kind of like a critique of the of that, or just like applying the standard that MAGA applied before in a self-aware way.
Yeah, I don't know, and I feel like especially from the kind of space where you are from, like even you like Destiny, Vosh, or like people who are like that. I feel like you guys are more like independent, like you're not like beholden to like any kind of side that much, and you can have your own opinions, and that's what people like me who
the lefties still
guys
call you fucking chorus shills. I have not taken a single cent from Chorus, but I support Chorus's right to exist. I think that if you're a creator, I want to see Democrats and Democratic creators and pundits funded, and not everyone can do it based on like donations, membership, all that kind of shit. They still accuse you of being a Chorus shell and being paid by Zio dollars or whatever. So no matter what you do, people will accuse you of grifting. So in some sense, I'm pissing into the wind. It's
but
useless.
People can definitely see through like people who are grifting and people who are not, like I mean, like even people who are like people who I like Brian Tyler Cohen, or like I don't think he's grifting, but like he is very partisan, right?
Oh yeah.
But I think people can appreciate people, and even because you're kind of like. You are like a non-partisan but you're.
I'm partisan. I'm super partisan. I feel like I'm very partisan.
No, but like I'm saying that you're not a non-partisan in a place where the parties are not even the political parties, but like the streamers. So you're not like you're not in the Destiny party. You're not in the HASAN party. You're
I see what you mean.
Non-partisan.
Yeah.
So
because I think to the HASAN crowd, I would be viewed as like a Destiny shill, and to the Destiny crowd, I'd be viewed as like a HASAN sweeper or something. But I don't think that is a particularly like lucrative position to be in. I don't think that like even if this were my intention, which it's not, fence riding wins many friends. But I'll give you the last word. I do appreciate the comment and feedback.
Yeah, no. Okay, just keep doing what you're doing. I think like in my my broader message is that like the problem with Democrats right now is that people see them as the left wing, and there's so many easy things that you can do to like not be perceived that way anymore.
All right. Well, HASAN bad. Thank you.
Dale.
Later. Cuídate. Oh, eres Latino. Wow, he hid that. He hid his power level. He hid his power level. All right, we got a couple more, and then we got to move on at some point to some shit. Yo, what up? What's up with your wife? Is she?
Not much. Sorry about earlier. Just as soon as you pulled me in, my wife decided to call me. So
you're good, bro. How you doing, brother?
Doing good. Just trying to get through another night shift at the plant.
At the plant, like a power plant or something?
Calcium chloride. We're a chemical manufacturing plant. I'm unloading acid rail cars right now.
Okay, Kona, we love that.
But all right. So my thing, the main disagreement has kind of long gone by the wayside. I feel like at this point, after Ogre Boy rattled on for
bring it back up.
Bring it back up. So the idea that somebody should be required to vote for a party just because they're the lesser of two evils is the most cuckold thing I've ever heard in my life.
When you say required, you mean ethically required?
Yeah, like the fact that there is some sort of ought statement that says that just because they may be the lesser of two evils, if you've done this over and over again and the treadmill has stayed in the same place, you should still do it because Sisyphus was right the whole time. You should continue doing it, as opposed to demanding some form of substantial change or principles from the party that ostensibly believes it deserves your vote.
I just kind of view all of that as priced in, like the long-term consequences is priced into the lesser of two evils calculus. I just view what it is to be less evil as what we ought do, right? Like for me, and maybe you have a different notion, what evil is what ought not occur or what we ought not do. And what we ought do is what is good is what we ought do. And if the least evil thing is an option, then it's by definition the good thing and what we ought do. And I don't have any. So when I say you ought vote for the lesser of two evils, it just is for me kind of circular. It's like what we ought do is defined by what is the least bad. Now you can put into that. Different views of like thresholds. You can put in that like long-term consequences. But I just do view what it is to have an ought as relating to the lesser of two evils or the greater of two options in terms of moral goodness, which is itself based into what we ought do. So it is kind of circular, but like I just view that as what it is to be least bad is to be what we ought do in general.
I understand that. And while I used to hold that point of view, I've been voting for about 18 years now. I am far more left than the Democratic Party has ever been. And I've only seen them drift further to the right. The problem is we've done the lesser of two evils, been to the party, vote blue no matter who nonsense for, like I said, for as long as I've been voting. And all I've ever seen them do is drift further and further to the right while wringing their hands and acting like they're oh so put upon and they wish they could so do something more for those on the left. It's a level of like dishonest virtue signaling that I'm tired of supporting. So trying to get onto someone for maybe asking their party to have principles before you consider voting for their regime to come back into power only to disappoint you further. It's reached a breaking point. At this point, it is watching someone fuck my wife.
Got it. No, I'm understanding some of the things you're saying. I probably disagree empirically with some of it. So, for example, the notion that we're like drifting to the right from the perspective of the Democrats, I view the opposite. I think that Democratic Party is going to the left. And
as a party, yes, I will agree as a party. But our leadership and those we consistently put into power are not. While the party itself as an aggregate has probably drifted a little further to the left, for some reason our leadership and those entrenched in power within the party have either stayed where they were or drifted slightly to the right for the hope of cast netting some of the centrist votes they believe exist.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I feel like it's been kicking and screaming for some leaders, but I believe that Biden was a more left-wing president than Obama, who was a more left-wing president than Bill Clinton, who was a more left-wing president than Jimmy Carter in general. That's my
yes
view.
And no. Biden and Obama said more left-wing things. They paid lip service to more left-wing ideas, but everything that came about through their presidency were fairly center-right. Like, let's look at Obama.
I know, but you're claiming
everything he wanted.
Stop. But we're not speaking in absolute terms of right or left. We're speaking in relative terms, and the position is that we've drifted to the right. And I think that the opposite is the case. So
maybe I should clarify. Our actions have drifted to the right.
I'm sure I don't grant that. I'm sure I don't grant that. And I'll tell you why. Like, we can't just look in absolute terms of whether the policies are different shades of moderate right. Let's say, but I just don't believe that's true. So, for example, in terms of what most people consider left wing healthcare, let's say. I think that Obama brought our situation pre-Obamacare, understanding that Obamacare is not public option, is not Medicare for all, in a more universalist sense and more universal healthcare, more left-wing aligned in terms of healthcare. Why? There was a mandate to obtain healthcare. There were minimum standards applied, that is to say government regulation, applied to insurance companies.
At the same time, trying to tax those who weren't able to or couldn't afford to join them. It was a lovely idea marred in
the way you would be taxed.
Terrible
the way you would be taxed. The way you were taxed would increase for Medicare for all. So just pointing to taxes. I mean, increased taxes are in some sense more left wing. I'm
talking about. So yes, but if you increase the tax on Medicare for all, everyone gets Medicare. Instead, what he did was the people, like at the time I wasn't working a job that offered a healthcare plan, and if you didn't have you weren't paying for health insurance, you actually had a small amount of money that you then had to pay to the government as a part of the whole Obamacare thing. If you weren't under a health care plan, then
you're describing the individual mandate, and I agree that that's correct. There was a penalty, there was a tax penalty if you didn't get a health care plan,
which doesn't make any sense. How are you going to create a health care plan that's supposed to make things better for people? And then those that were already hurt by the lack of available health care, you're then going to financially hurt them further. If they couldn't afford the health care, how the hell are they supposed to afford you taxing them more?
Well, one, the mandate was, for some people, they ate it because it was less than the cost of getting insurance in the first place. But second, the government massively extended funding for different social healthcare systems, including Medicaid. The Medicaid expansion was a major part of the Affordable Care Act. And so the government, by giving both carrots and sticks, right, it gave the penalty if you didn't get healthcare. That was to incentivize healthy people who otherwise were outside of the market to join healthcare market. So it wasn't to penalize people who needed healthcare and couldn't afford it. It was to incentivize people who didn't need healthcare, didn't need health insurance, to get into the market for it. That was the intent of it.
But in the end, all it did was penalize everyone, because those who didn't need it were now forced to have it by the nature of them being penalized, and those that couldn't get it for whatever reason
it was
were
to try
not
to
penalized
socialize,
because they couldn't get it.
It is to try to socialize the cost of healthcare, right, among both the healthy and the sick. It is a way. It was an attempt. Now there is no individual mandate anymore because Trump got rid of the penalty. And it turns out
the one smart thing I swear he ever did.
Okay, I'm surprised at that you say that.
Well, why removing the individual mandate, removing the idea that we're going to tax the poor people who couldn't afford it in the beginning.
That wasn't the idea of it. The idea was to penalize healthy people.
I don't care about the idea. I care about the execution.
Well, the poor people got access to massive expanded Medicaid. If their state accepted it.
Expanded, but not entirely. It didn't umbrella. I grew up in a trailer park. I mean. There were plenty of us at that time. There were plenty of us that lived on the outliers of it that couldn't get it.
But I understand that there's still people who, maybe they couldn't qualify for Medicaid, and also had to stomach the cost of the mandate, because although the mandate wasn't that horrible, and it was not too dissimilar to the cost itself of getting one of these plans that had new minimum standards. But all I'm trying to say is the result of the plan was many more people on health insurance, expansion of the provision of healthcare, through public systems, including through Medicaid at all. And it was moving us to a place closer to a left-wing vision of universal healthcare, even though it did include market, right? It kind of necessitated markets in them.
Yeah.
I think it's a stepping stone and gets us closer to from like the position in which, for example, health insurance could just deny you on pre-existing conditions. This was an imposition from the government that made it illegal for them to do that. So yeah,
illegal for them to do it, but it still happened. They just made up different ways to do it.
That's your claim, but it's better than it was before. And my claim is basically that I don't agree with what you're suggesting, that we've like as a party drifted to the right. I think it's been the opposite. And we can say that on labor too. On labor, you had this more this consensus of anti-labor shit, even going back as far as like the Kennedys, who were cracking down on labor, and there was problem obviously with organized crime in labor and shit, but unions have been on the decline for a long time. Biden's National Labor Relations Board was trying to address some of that, problems of monopolies and corporate greed and shit. This was addressed more by Biden than by Obama with his Department of Justice, with his secretaries of Commerce, et cetera, with respect to like monopolies, et cetera, the Federal Trade Commission. And so all I'm trying to say is the overwhelming evidence on social stuff as well. Biden versus Obama on gay rights, on trans rights, much better than Bill Clinton, who had.
I'll give it that. I think that's the one place we've actually
can you identify a single place where it's been a rightward shift?
I mean, actually bringing up the labor thing helps a lot. Who's the president in the most recent history that busted a labor union strike for nothing other than corporate greed?
Are you saying that because Biden?
Yes. I work with a lot of the train guys. They come through here often.
You can't look at policy.
Busted the train strike.
You can't look at policy in that kind of atomized way, where we know Biden is worse for labor because he used his authority one time under our labor laws to call off a strike.
To end a strike in a way that ended up only profiting the companies? Yes, I will.
No, but it didn't.
It's not a single issue.
He saved Teamster pensions. He saved Teamster pensions. He didn't. Are you denying that Biden was a better labor president than Obama and Trump? You think that it's possible, conceivable, they're better?
It's conceivable, but in action, all I saw was CPKC getting to do exactly what it wanted to. CPKC used that. Okay, CPKC is the largest railroad in my general area. It's Canada Pacific, Kansas City, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Originally it was just KCS, Kansas City Southern. After that strike, Canada Pacific and Kansas City Southern were able to merge in such a way that they could then rewrite their bylaws, now forcing less workers to work more hours and cut through more of the legislative protections given to the people working the railroad. We've now got, I think we have 2 train masters instead of 4, and 5 or 6 conductors as opposed to 12. They're working more hours for the same pay. They've gotten no benefit since that happened. All it did was glad hand the corporations to do what they wanted while letting the government exercise more power to protect companies as opposed to workers.
I don't agree with your characterization. I think that Biden stood beside some of these in some of these moments in favor of labor. I think that he extracted value with respect to the pensions of the Teamsters. You're denying that?
I can't say because I don't work with Teamsters. These are all laborers. This is Louisiana. That doesn't really happen the same way down here.
Okay. So what I would relate to you,
effects.
Go for it.
I don't want to see lip service that leads nowhere, and that's all I've seen for
if it were the case.
20
So I'll
years
offer you,
now.
I'll just offer you the following: if it were the case that Biden was instrumental in getting, for example, on saving pensions for, let's say, the Teamsters, would you consider that a labor win for Biden?
Yes, I would.
All right. This is from AP. President Joe Biden's administration on Thursday, December 8th, 2022, announced the infusions of nearly $36 billion to shore up a financially troubled union pension plan, preventing severe cuts to the retirement incomes of about 350,000 Teamster workers and retirees across the United States. It's about everything you work for, Biden said, with union officials standing behind him. Quote, it's about finding a dignified retirement. The money for the Central States Pension Fund is the largest amount of federal aid provided for a pension plan, the Biden administration said. It comes from the American Rescue Plan, a $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief package that he signed into law in 2021. Quote, this matters, Biden said. This matters for workers. This matters for their spouses. This matters for their mothers and fathers who they've taken care of. It matters for the country. Many union retirement plans have experienced financial pressure because of underfunding and other issues. Without the federal assistance, Teamsters members could have seen their benefits reduced by an average of 60% starting within a couple of years. Quote, union workers and their families are finally able to breathe a huge sigh of relief, knowing that their hard-earned retirement savings have been rescued from steep cuts, said Lisa Gomez, Assistant Labor Secretary for Employment Benefit Security. While bargaining for contracts in past years, union members chose to forego raises and other benefits on the assumption that they would have, quote, a prosperous retirement. Teamsters General President Sean M. O'Brien, fuckhead, said in a written statement. But when the retirement fund faltered, union members turned to lobbying.
Have the same opinion about that, man.
Union members turned to lobbying the federal government for help. Quote, this is an issue of fairness of this country, keeping its word to hardworking, honest people who did everything they were supposed to do in life, O'Brien said. So this is showing that this is at least one significant piece of evidence that Biden was pro-union and pro-labor. The evidence of this is the biggest financial infusion from the federal government into union pensions in the history of the country. Agreed?
Which, yeah, and okay. I'm
let's go to your case. So Biden. So you're saying he broke a strike. You're referring to the railroad worker strike, right?
Yes.
All right.
I want to see a government that actually supports the laborers. Like, I get it. They infuse the money. That's cool. It's great for the Teamsters. They deserve it. But at the same time, everything has been, and partially, yes, I will say, has been acts of Congress and whatever to slowly deregulate and move away from protections that are afforded workers. And it seems like Democrats aren't willing to, at least their leadership, they're willing to say whatever they have to get elected and then do nothing to actually shore that up. And trust me, as the people that I work with, that's why they aren't getting the votes. Like, Kamala was never getting elected. I don't know what kind of coat people have to say. At least
I'm staying on labor. I just want to stay on labor for a little bit, if that's okay with you. Then we can get to other stuff about the should you vote.
Of course.
All right, let's stay on railroad.
Yeah, so, of course.
U.S. rail companies grant, this is from The Guardian, sick days after public pressure and win for unions. U.S. freight rail companies nearly spurred a nationwide railroad strike last fall by refusing to grant paid sick days. But in a surprise move welcomed by workers, those railroads have recently granted paid sick leaves to almost half their workforce. After being roundly criticized for not offering paid sick days, the leading rail companies, BNSF, CSX, Norfolk Southern, and Union Pacific, have granted many of their 93,000 workers 4 paid sick days a year through labor negotiations with an option of taking 3 more paid sick days from personal days. Quote, we're very happy about this. We've been trying to get this for decades, said Aria Mareta, president of the Transportation Communication Union. It was public pressure and political pressure that got them to come to the table. When Joe Biden and Congress enacted legislation in December that blocked a threatened freight rail strike, many workers angrily faulted Biden for not ensuring that the legislation also guaranteed paid sick days. But since then, union official says, members of the Biden administration, including the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, and Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, who stepped down on the 11th of March, lobbied the railroads, telling them it was wrong not to grant paid sick days. We made a lot of progress, said Greg Regan, president of the Transportation Trades Department of the AFL-CIO, the main U.S. labor federation. This is being done the right way. Each railroad is negotiating with each of its individual unions on this. The rail companies, he added, miscalculated about how the public would see their huge profits and the stories of how hard rail workers' lives were and not having sick days and the draconian policies. It sounds like you utterly fucking butchered the outcome of this event. And you made this into a story about how Biden was horrible for the union of railroad workers, but ended up, after a few months, getting exactly what they were asking for.
Yeah, sounds like it. I'm not going to say that I went and read up on it. Is
this Jimmy Dorshit? Is this Jimmy Dorshit? Is this Jimmy Dorshit?
No, I also don't know who that is.
I mean, where are you getting this from? I mean, Biden is known as
railroad workers. I work with 15 to 20 different ones a week. And the amount of them that have been bitching and complaining about this since at least 2021, 2022, that are complaining that they're getting nowhere with the company they work for.
Well, what I have to tell you is I think that Biden is known, and he made it a priority to put the interests of domestic labor front and center. His legislation, expanding infrastructure, his work from his appointees in the National Labor Relations Board, among other agencies, his tangible wins in the form of real benefits to workers and unions, massive infusions of federal resources, were all widely commented on by even left-wing critics of the administration as good, as better than his predecessors. But he was stabbed in the back by the Teamsters and their leadership. He was stabbed in the back by many of these left-wing critics who claimed he was no better than Trump. And it pisses me off that happened, because Biden, who was one of the most consequential and impressive domestic list of domestic accomplishments, has been basically shat on in every respect with memes and incorrect statements. And again, so I'm asking for something on which we've drifted to the right on as a party, not drifted to the left on. Biden is more left wing on labor than his predecessors.
I will admit, that was my main complaint. And it's not that I've spent a bunch of time reading on it. It's just what I see and what I hear from the people that I work with and around, and what I've seen in my own life in the labor force. So again, Louisiana is a weird case. We don't get to have unions in most of these plants, aside from the United Boilermakers unions and stuff, and we aren't them.
All right, so I mean, on to the more general point that you made about the sort of obligation to vote and all that shit. If you feel that in the long term, what you're suggesting basically, and you can tell me if you disagree with this characterization, it's an accelerationist model. What you're saying is the lesser of two evils argument doesn't work because you're not pricing in the kind of stagnancy and long-term effects of broken leadership and lack of ambition into your decision-making. And because of that, it's not capturing the full evil of continuing to support the status quo. Is that more or less the kind of argument that I'm hearing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like we spin our wheels, and if we get an inch of wind, the next time anything bad happens, suddenly the guy who comes in after decides, oh, that was all the worst idea ever, overturn it all.
Yeah, so this is my response to it. First, from just a purely just looking at the word lesser of two evils, when I use the term lesser of two evils, I'm pricing all of that in. And so if I really thought in the medium to long term, voting for Kamala would be worse than voting for Trump, I would just vote for Trump, right? This kind of stagnancy effect, it's all priced in, right? If I really felt that accelerationism or some version of it to make it to punish the party were good in the long term or in the medium term, that outweighed the short term cost, I would just say that Trump is the lesser of two evils. So that's just a purely descriptive word of what I mean by lesser of two evils. It's pricing in at a discount, but certainly pricing in the probable midterm to long-term effects. Okay. I'm discounting them because I care more about effects tomorrow than I do a year from now, but I am considering them. It's pricing it in. But separate from that, of course, in this case, accelerationism is bullshit because we are sprinting in the other direction. For the rest of your life, you are going to be picking up the mess of this administration in such a way that it will become more difficult to get the kind of change that we need in this country. Agencies that were vital to protecting workers, protecting interests of consumers. Think about like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Think about all the scams being run, all the graft being done with crypto. We're going to be picking up the pieces for the rest of our fucking life. To make no other comment on, for example, the courts. We're going to be stacked with conservative jurists who are going to be so down on any kind of liberal agenda or left-wing agenda in the future. And so it doesn't apply in this case, even if I granted that you could make that case, which I do. You could make that case. It doesn't work here because obviously sprinting in the other direction gets you farther to where you need to go in the mid to long term than taking 5 forceful steps in the right direction. And so, yeah, I mean, I price in the stagnancy cost, I price in the complacency costs, and I price in the probable effects of the mid and long term. But in this case, who can make the argument that this kind of accelerationism, which is, in my opinion, some sort of like chaotic nihilism, some kind of like destructive, demonic impulse that people have for some reason to just burn it all down, who can make the argument that this is better for the Democratic Party?
It's not that it's better for the Democratic Party. It's that the Democratic Party should be better for its voters. We've seen now that a person can come in and, like you said, start sprinting in a direction and just drag everyone kicking and screaming with them. Why can't we? Why can't we have someone come in that actually seems to be like have ideological principles? So preferably not the kind of like cartoonishly baby kicking evil principles that Trump has.
So why didn't you vote for Trump?
Actually have. Oh, I didn't vote for Trump.
No, why didn't you then? If that's what you feel, you should vote for Trump.
No, because I want someone who's principally stanced against. Will then sprint in.
If you think it's better for, what do you think makes it more likely that we have someone who sprints in the right direction? Having a Trump-like figure or having like a Kamala win an election?
Definitely. I mean, neither. In all honesty.
Then how is it a basis? Wait,
status quo candidate.
If that's the basis, then wait. If you think that neither, then that's not a basis to distinguish your vote.
Then you've missed the point of what I was saying. What I was saying is why is it that the Democratic Party seems to be like damn near complacent to push an inch but stay as close to the status quo as possible, while they know that their opposing party will break every dish and run as hard as they can in the opposite direction. It feels like we're coming to a gunfight with a balloon sword.
I think that there's some truth, but a lot of platitude to what you said. Like I do think that some Democrats are unwilling to do the kinds of things that Trump is willing to do. I think some of that is good, to be honest with you, because even in my most partisan impulse,
I don't believe that we should be stomping on the Constitution and puppeteering. Right? I'm not saying that.
I know. but so that's the ways in which there are some lines that Democrats won't cross, which I think are good. There are some things that I think that they should do, which they are now doing. They're now doing some of that stuff, and which I think is based. So it really just depends on what you're talking about in this terms of complacency. But I just don't understand why that question is relevant to the voting situation. Are you saying like, unless I know they're willing
because how are you going to charge up and engage a voter base when all they see 4 years down the road?
But I don't think that question. I don't think that question is relevant either. Change. We're not asking from the perspective of the campaign. We're asking from your perspective.
My perspective is the same one. I trudged in, put my vote on the blue, walked out, knowing that even if we won, not much was going to change.
Okay, so then,
then you're based. If I'm willing to do that as someone who's if I'm willing to do that as someone who's already pretty principally against that idea, but willing to do it to forestall future destruction.
Wait, but
how are you going to engage
someone
who's possibly more?
I hear you. But you did it because it was the right thing to do, right?
Yes.
Okay, then that's all I mean, right? It was the right thing to do what you did. What you did was the virtuous thing to do. And so you might say, well, if you want to win, then X, then Y, then Z. And I might even agree with you on some of it. But when people ask you what was the right thing to do question, and you answer, well, it's up to the campaign to earn the vote, it's just being unresponsive. And you might even be right about what the campaign should or shouldn't do, but they're asking what you should have done, and you answered, and what you did was the virtuous good thing to do. And so that's what we mean. Like when I say like
that's where all this comes to. That's where all this comes to. Is it can be the virtuous thing to do, but you're not going to engage a non-politically engaged person or a person who's already on the edge of considering. Like, I work with plenty of people who at this point are like, my vote doesn't matter. Nothing's going to change. And if it changes, it's just going to get worse. And that is a surprising amount of the people, especially out here in the plants.
I believe
you're not going to engage that voter by going, nothing's going to change. Here is the same Democratic candidate, but this time she's a woman. Yay, women.
I believe you that there are people who are disaffected who feel as you do. And I know the Democratic Party has an obligation to reach out to as many of those people as possible and excite them.
That is what I'm
not doubting
by earn the vote.
And I agree, if that's what you mean by earn the vote, which is do a kind of strategy that makes you most apt to win, I agree that there's an obligation for the candidate to earn the vote, if that's what is meant by it.
And I don't think the Democrats did that with Kamala.
Okay, but that's just saying they did not maximize their chances. It's not or not doing the optimal strategy or something approaching the optimal strategy to get a certain clutch or a representative clutch or a coalition sufficient to win.
It's not a strategy thing. I apologize.
But that question is a question about where the campaign went wrong, not a question about where the voters or influencers went wrong. They're different subjects. And you could say, well, who cares to talk about what the voter did wrong, or who cares to talk about what a silly streamer did wrong? But it's just you saying, I don't want to answer the question. I want to talk about what the campaign did wrong. And you're just talking past people.
You don't think that the campaign doing something wrong is downstream from the voters doing something wrong? If the campaign doesn't engage the voter.
Causally, sure, but they're both agents, and they both have different ethical obligations, and I can assess both.
They are, but those voters are lemmings. They're not a causally.
Okay, but HASAN is not a lemming. Is HASAN a lemming?
Sometimes.
Oh, no, you can't treat him like a baby.
Oh, no, I don't treat him like a baby. I just think he says things without thinking, like 55% of the time.
Okay, well, I'm not going to treat him like a baby. I don't think you should. And
I treat HASAN like Trump.
You treat him like Trump in what sense?
And that he spouts off things to rile up his base just enough that he can continually get them to come back to hear what he's going to say next, while the onlookers on the sidelines scratch their head and go, what the fuck?
Okay, well then people can't complain when the target of that kind of like trolling get upset. And that's like liberals and Democrats are like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that about a third party. Like, that's going to happen. And there's no basis of surprise or anger that libs are going to.
No, there should never be. Like, I am a lefty, but I'm not a HASAN lefty.
All right.
HASAN's his own special breed of like populism that I don't ascribe to.
All right, but then stay base, keep voting for Democrats, please. And yeah, I mean, like, I don't know that. Do you think we disagree on anything?
I think in outcome, probably not, but in causal approach, possibly.
Well, I don't.
It's the reason I watch you. I feel like we probably
go for it.
It's the reason I watch you. I feel like we probably have like the same general outcomes that we want, but my approach would be a bit more aggressive and a bit more like personal between the voter and the party, whereas you seem to have this idea that the party should, as soon as it comes out of the general, be a monolith.
I do not think that, and I don't spend my time roasting lefties or anything like that. But when I'm presented with something, I'm going to say how I feel. And when I feel like people are dodging, like, do voters have responsibility? Of course they do, right? And saying like,
of course,
they have to earn the vote as a way to deflect that. That's just how my brain operates. I get like annoyed. I'm like, answer the fucking question. And I'm glad you did. And I'm glad that I don't actually see there's like a huge gulf between us. I think that you maybe would have had a different streaming approach, maybe a different emphasis. But in terms of like clearly setting out these different categories of obligation, which I agree. Kamala had an obligation, and Biden had an obligation, and Democrats had an obligation, but so do the influencers, so does the voters. I think we agree on the structure there, and so I appreciate your comments. I want to give you the last word.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I don't think we have a huge gulf in between us. I just put the onus more on the party to find and engage with candidates that are more, that can energize the base more. Like, I think, as much as I'm not a fan of Newsom, I think Newsom may be fine just because, yes, he is very good at talking to people. But otherwise, I think it's for the most part a wash, and Kamala was never going to win.
I think she had an uphill climb. I think she could have won, by which I mean I think that she had a decent chance to win, but I think that there were some mistakes, and but I appreciate your comments, and we'll talk soon. Okay.
For sure.
Later, brother.
Peace.
All right. Let's bring in Goose and then Andrew, and then we're done with callers, so don't come in unless you're famous. What up, Goose?
Oh. Hello. I think you let me go back one sec. Because Andrew was in the chat before me, so if you wanted to talk to him first, I think it would.
Oh, do you want me to do that first?
I'm happy to talk to you. I have a very small issue.
Oh, I'm gonna do both of you, so he'll get time, but so you can go first.
Okay, all right, great. All right. So in that case, I actually broadly agree with you with regard to the overall question of like engaging with HASAN and HASAN types, and I think you were probably more correct than not on especially like the Kyle Kalinske piece of it. But I was noticing during the podcast that you were just listening to tonight that the argument of HASAN being more of what's the word? That it was more of a leverage issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really think that's colorable with the other things that he said, both in this podcast and earlier.
So the notion, just for the audience's sake, and you tell me if it's correct, that his caginess or his answer may be a kind of mask for preserving leverage for some kind of grand strategy, either in the primaries or the general. That can't be true because of other things he said in there. Is that right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, explain that.
And basically the gist of that is that in the same podcast, he describes why he never endorsed Kamala.
Right.
And I'm really not sure what leverage there is to be gained by maintaining that position through the election.
Through which election? You mean the 2024 election?
Yes, the general, yeah.
So you're saying he can't have this desire for leverage in 2028 hypotheticals as the reason for his answer because of his 2024 conduct. There was never a turning point such that he was deploying his leverage or something like that.
I think less that and more that if that were his position previously, and maybe he changed his position, right? But if that were his position previously, that he never, once his leverage wasn't realized, right? He never yielded on that. That he held through that continuously, such that it's basically indistinguishable from what I would characterize as more of the ContraPoints argument of that the desire was never to gain power to use that leverage, but rather to endlessly critique it.
Well, I think that there's a way to make sense of both of them that is, I don't think it's like a good look for HASAN, but it's something like this, that I'm going to preserve my leverage until there's a qualifying sort of candidate who meets the bar for me to deploy my leverage. and answering hypotheticals about who I would vote for in a context, either in 2024, where he doesn't say who he votes for, but he might in fact have voted for Kamala, right? And he suggests that he is, right?
Yeah, he did, especially after the fact. Yeah, he definitely did, yeah.
So maintaining that plausible deniability in both contexts preserves his leverage by showing different political actors that until you meet his bar, he will not deploy the leverage. And one way in which he might preempt himself is by answering such hypotheticals. But that does necessitate that he's lying. He's lying either then or now. And I think that, but I do think that there's a way that he could make the argument about leverage that would make sense of what he did in 2024.
I think that always yields the criticism, though, of that he's fine with Republicans being in power up until such a point as he can exercise that leverage, that he's not willing to ever accept the sort of harm reduction narrative, regardless of what he...
Oh, yeah, he's willing to abide as a consequence of his strategy, presuming that he thinks that the leverage will have some sort of positive effect on the chance of Democrats, which seems to be part of his narrative, right? That he's willing, therefore, to not do everything within his power to prevent the worst of all possible worlds, presumably because he thinks the true worst of all possible worlds is one in which his leverage means nothing. And that would be the most undesirable thing for, I guess, to happen. So, yeah, I do think that you have to grant that he's willing to accept a significant, by which I don't mean like a huge, but like at least somewhat significant increase in the chance of Republicans winning to maintain this position of leverage. And I don't think that he would deny that. I think he would just say, well, then you should listen to me.
I'm not sure how much I want to, and maybe this is just what I want to see, but like, I'm not sure how much I want to distinguish between that and strict complicity. And while I think that, while I think that like the idea of fully cutting off and not engaging with him at all, I don't necessarily and I don't necessarily agree with that idea. But more that I think that's pretty reprehensible.
But I do think we would distinguish someone who wants Trump to... You would distinguish him from a Trump supporter or a MAGA supporter.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I think it feels more personal because he is ostensibly on the left, right? But the truth is, right, it's the contention of many people that he's not part of, quote unquote, our group. Again, I don't think that this our group, our coalition, our team thing, like, I don't know if I have conceptual clarity on that, but so
I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah. If it really is the case that he's, quote unquote, not on our side in the way that MAGA is not on our side, then it shouldn't seem like any more of a betrayal. And if anything, he would be better than MAGA because, yes, he's willing to abide an increased chance in MAGA winning, but he doesn't actively want MAGA to win. That's not his conscious object. His conscious object is him winning, in the sense of clout, in the sense of influence, in the sense of leverage, in the sense of his personal policy outcomes. That's his conscious object.
I think that's true. I also think that, once again, it's pretty reprehensible to prefer his winning over fascism not winning, so to speak.
I mean, I agree with that a little bit, but I would also think that, I do agree with that, but I would also want the same to be a sort of challenge to some liberals, which is surely we would prefer HASAN, quote unquote, winning in that sense with his preferred candidates than Trump winning.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah. Yes. In a hypothetical race
but
between
a lot of people don't grant that.
HASAN PIKER and
Hitler.
Donald Trump. I would vote for HASAN. Yes.
Yeah, me too. But the thing is, the reason I asked that question is because, and what I think is sometimes a decent reply by the Hassanites is, well, why would you prefer Hitler to me, or why would you prefer Trump to me? It sounds like if you view me as the worst of all possible evils, I don't know that you're any better off in the sense of, would you say that you support Trump because in a competition between Trump and HASAN, you'd pick Trump? I'm sure liberals wouldn't cop to that. And I think that if that's the case, then you have to grant that HASAN isn't the same as MAGA.
I think to that end, I think that I take vote blue no matter who very seriously, which is to say, if our chosen representative were, I don't know, if it were Zoran Mamdani, for example, like, I have absolutely no issue saying that, that would be independent of any other issues, that would be my preferred candidate over, what we're currently seeing. Easily. Yeah. I don't want to parse anything there. But I do think the same should go both ways.
So I think we have agreement then. We do think it's reprehensible to abide a Trump victory as a way to maximize your more kind of like specific political inclination on the left, as opposed to just the, generic Democrat as a consequence of that preference, abiding by a significant increase in chance of MAGA. I do think that's wrong and not an evil and bad. And I think that we're aligned that he's not the same as MAGA and that HASAN is preferable to MAGA and closer aligned than MAGA is. And so I don't know that we disagree on anything.
Yeah, I think that I don't. Going back to the original piece of quote unquote disagreement is that the leverage argument. I don't think that he's
all right
in the same sense.
I think there's a way to do
it.
I think there's a way to have that position and have it be coherent. I do think it supposes that he's lying or at least materially omitting shit when he responds to that question. And I think,
but you would say that is wrong. That is an immoral thing to do, right?
Yes. Yeah. Of course.
Okay. Yeah.
You should just answer the question.
Okay. Yep.
And be honest about it. Yeah.
All right. I think that's it.
All right. Hey, appreciate you.
Bye, Pisco. Bye, chat.
Later. The goose. That was the goose. All right. Our last person is Andrew. Surely not Andrew Wilson. Yo, what up, Andrew?
Hey, how are you enjoying this warm New York weather?
Oh, it's so warm. I love the warmness of it. What about you?
Yeah. You know what? I walked outside and I was positively sweating. I was like, it's not single digits? What's this bullshit?
Crazy. Yeah. It's like the things are melting and yeah. But no, appreciate you, fellow New Yorker.
Absolutely. So I do have a disagreement with you. And the disagreement I have with you is regarding you saying that the HASAN thing is a nothing burger. And I think the basis of you saying it's a nothing burger is along the lines of we already know HASAN's position.
Water is wet.
The big
yeah.
Yeah, water's wet. And in my heart, or to an extent, I agree with this. You and I think a lot of a degree of people who live online understand that is HASAN's default. But I think the thing that maybe, like, I don't want to say you're not seeing, that seems unfair because, like, you pay attention to this shit, is that, like, HASAN is put up as a representative of the Democratic Party to people. Like, he's covered in mainstream media as a representative of a constituency within the Democratic Party. He gets on Pod Save America panels. He gets covered by the New York Times. And I think it's unhelpful for Democrats when, especially with media living more and more online, people in media living more and more online, when they observe the environment, and we can have a discussion on the merits of them doing that. Mm-hmm. Like, if they're doing that if they're observing the environment online and they're seeing the online media landscape dominated by these right-wing accounts that hate Democrats, and then by these left-wing accounts like HASAN, like the Majority Reports, all like also hating Democrats, I think that paints a picture to the media, who then reports on this as like everyone fucking hates the Democrats. And I think that's unhelpful. And then the other thing I think it does is I think it
but
paints
how does
a
that make it
picture
more of a
because-
something burger, right? Like, isn't that, you're saying that the fact that people might have a misimpression that he is a constituency within the Democratic Party, I don't know if that's not true. So we'll have to talk about what that means by constituency within the Democratic Party or whatever it is, or subgroup within them, because it might be true, if depending on what you mean by that. But like that makes this news somehow more of a something burger.
I think when I say what he said when he represents a constituent, where he's interpreted to represent a constituency within the Democratic Party, what I mean is I think there are people in media that see HASAN and see his audience and see him as left wing and being accepted within like these more Democrat friendly circles, like the pod saves. That
he is.
This is a person.
He regularly talks with politicians. He he was at the DNC even though he was kicked out. He regularly interacts with people who are pretty much known members of adjacent to Democrat sphere, including TYT, including the Pod Save Bros, including these like Never Trumpers. Like, so isn't all of that true if the media reports on that?
Yeah, it's true that he gets access to those people, but just because you have access to those people doesn't mean you should be seen as a representative of the Democratic Party. Like non-Democrats have had conversations with all of those people. Like Chris Christie's had conversations with the Pod Save America groups, right?
Well, then I don't get like I need clarity then. So like a representative of the Democratic Party. Do you think people think that he is a Democrat?
Yeah, I think that's
I think is a Democratic leader or something.
That he is representative of a significant constituency within the Democratic Party, right? In the sense that HASAN has a large audience. They are largely, let's...
Yeah, but he is.
I'm hedging here.
Yeah, but he is. He is. No, but he's representative of a large constituency within the Democratic Party, those who call themselves socialists, those who...
Are they within the Democratic Party? Because it seems like what he says outside of that is that he's not a Democrat.
Well, he might not register as a Democrat, and he might say shit that's whatever, but he is a paragon for a contingency of people who register as Democrats, vote for Democrats, and push for left-wing candidates of Democrats, including, for example, this candidate out of Illinois, candidates like Mamdani. That is a constituency within the left, and I think his audience is a part of a broader set of people. It's loosely affiliated. These are just people who probably register as Democrats.
Well, if they're registered as Democrats, I think because we have a two-party system and not this the parliamentary system that is composed of different. I think like you can register within that party and not necessarily actually be a part of that party, right? Like, would you say like Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger are like Republicans right now? I don't know if I would, but I would say they're still in the wing.
It's a good question. So like, I don't think that they're representative of a major constituency within the Republican Party, because I think that constituency is like largely like gone, basically. But I don't view that.
Yeah.
Maybe in HASAN it's something different. It's like HASAN himself I'd probably consider HASAN himself more antagonistic to the Democratic Party than his audience, almost. But I think that the people who view him are probably a constituency within the Democratic Party. Young, disaffected liberal, or like socialist types.
I think there can be seen within his audience some people who you would say are Democrats and represent a progressive wing, but I also think there's a significant chunk of his audience that maybe they're registered Dem because they have to, because that's just how like our politics work. But
they're voting for in these primaries for very left-wing candidates, and so that's why I think that there could be some accuracy to what these. Now, you might take the view that it shouldn't be this way. That's a totally coherent view to take. That it shouldn't be the case that he, represents so many people. But I do think it's true that his audience, there is like a groundswell of more left-wing members of the Democratic caucus or Democratic registered voter base, and they're making their influence heard in a lot of these primaries and like winning some of them.
Yeah, they're winning some of them. I question whether like I question like how much of the groundswell it is, right? This New Jersey 11 primary win, that's a big win for them, but it also was a win in which the person won with a narrow plurality in which they barely got over 30%, right? Is that a sustainable
That's a lot. I don't know about this term sustainable, but I'm just saying there is a contingent there, and you see them everywhere, right? The DSA types, they're often at loggerheads with the Democrats, but there are such Republicans too, like who are considered like the Tea Party people, the Freedom Caucus people that are vexation, like vexing and a source of consternation for leadership in the Republican House. I mean, these people exist, and so to say that maybe HASAN himself is not an archetype of his audience, and I think that might even be true that he's not archetypical of his audience, but there is something there that's part of the quote unquote Democratic base, which are these more socialisty, very left wing Democrats.
Well, I don't think that would be the base then. I don't know if that's the base of the Democratic Party, right? Your base is it's supposed to be your strongest supporters that you can rely upon. And if they're more iffy voters and they're more antagonistic to Democrats, I don't know.
I have some hard truths for you, my friend.
I'd be very surprised. Okay, lay the first on me.
I think that the further left wing you are in this country, in general, the far lefts are likely to vote for Democrats. The more centrist you consider yourself, the more liberal you are, I think it's true that you're more likely to vote for Democrats.
I don't know if I necessarily buy that, because if we're looking at the results of the 2025 elections, the candidates that overperformed and the constituencies that voted for those candidates were the more moderate candidates. And the more moderate candidates aren't more representative.
That's different.
Well, what gets elected says something. And what I was going to say is that as impressive as Zoran's win was, his was a win that was underperforming of the polling. So I don't know if I would necessarily say that the further left you go, the more of a constituent you are for the Democratic Party. I think the Democratic Party constituency is largely college educated suburbanites at this point. And I don't necessarily think that's equals as far left, right? Mamdani brought in a lot of new voters who definitely were more far left. But if those are new voters that aren't turning out for anyone else but Mamdani, are those really part of the Democratic base?
I think that Mamdani isn't. I think that Mamdani probably has an appeal to some disaffected, disengaged people, but I think Mamdani's winning among rich, white, highly left wing people, and those people vote Democrat.
No, he is. But one of the big keys to his success in that election was he brought in new voters. But if he's bringing in new voters and those new voters then don't turn out to vote for other Democrats,
I don't think he's bringing in new voters. I don't think he's bringing in new voters. I think that's a myth. That's a leftist myth.
I don't think it's a leftist myth. I think that's a valid thing. In the same way, it's valid to say that there are Bernie Sanders supporters that vote for Bernie Sanders but don't vote for someone else, right? I think the data that we saw, I have to relook at that polling, but I think the data backed up that he brought in a lot of new voters that were willing to vote for Mamdani, but maybe weren't willing to vote for.
Then I have to see that. I have to see that because I thought what I saw is he had the very highly educated people, and he did kind of middling with more of the
traditional big voters. He underperformed with black voters, and he lost the Jewish vote. Right. But that's significant that we're pointing that out because those are the traditional bases. If we're microsizing it to New York City,
maybe there's some. Well, I think those are very important parts of quote unquote the base. But the notion that he's relying on new voters who don't turn up. That's what I'm kind of saying is I don't know if there's a basis to believe that. Feels like he's getting people with postgraduate degrees. He's getting people who. I mean, let's look. Hang on, Mamdani voter coalition. Here it is. This might support you. The voters Mamdani added to the Democratic Coalition in New York, CBS News analysis. One of the hallmarks of his historic win was a big turnout that included lots of new voters. Okay, the city's expanded electorate saw far more young people cast votes than usual, as well as many voters who had not turned out in recent elections. As the Democratic Party discusses whether to focus on turning out its base or persuading those on the other side, CBS News dove deeper into the data on new Democratic voters in last week's election, specifically people who didn't back them in 2024. This group differs demographically from voters who backed Kamala Harris in the presidential election. Mamdani's new voters are younger, more ethnically diverse, and less affluent, and they also voted in the off year for reasons distinct from those that drive consistent voters to the polls. A closer look at the CBS News voter poll suggests that 15% of Mamdani's voters didn't back Harris last year, either because they preferred Trump 5%, voted for a third party candidate 3%, or just didn't vote for president 6%. Mayoral votes are still being counted, but that translates to around 60,000 Trump to Mamdani voters, another 70,000 voters who sat out 2024. An even higher share of Mamdani, not Harris voters, were new mayoral voters. That is, half of them reported that they'd never voted in an election before the mayor. Queens stands out as the borough where the Mamdani voters both flipped and activated the most voters. About 1 in 10 Mamdani voters backed Mr. Trump last year, and another 7 did not vote for president. Looking at those numbers. All right, let's see. Mamdani benefited from strong youth support, but Mamdani, not Harris voters, are even younger than his other voters. 2/3 of them were under the age of 45. Mamdani, not Harris voters are less likely to have college degrees, and they tend to have lower family income. Mamdani, not Harris voters are plurality Asian, while Harris Mamdani voters are plurality white. And when it comes to religion, a 29% plurality of Mamdani, not Harris voters are Muslims. Okay, what does that tell us? That he did bring in new voters, probably, right? And that this is something like how much percentage of his base? 15%.
I think you read
15%. Yeah. Okay, so I'm convinced that there was that there's some new people there. Is there a basis to believe that this is like an ideological, I don't know, left wing something? Like what is the conclusion from this clutch of voters?
I think the conclusion that I would take from that collection of voters is that the conclusion I'm taking is like a wait and see. Could those be new base voters for Democrats?
Right.
Maybe, but right now, what I would say is that right now, what I would sort them under is they voted for Mamdani, but I wouldn't necessarily sort them necessarily under Democratic base voters. I want to see more record of them participating in elections moving forward. And we won't see them participate in the primary for the New York gubernatorial because that primary is now over. That Anthony Delgado dropped out.
And you would say that the thing is isn't the stereotype of Hasan viewers that they're like all white, rich people, kids? That's what I mean. Like this clutch of new voters, which I didn't know that this was the case. I thought it was the opposite. So I think that I'm convinced that he does have a significant amount of new voters. That's 15%. That seems significant. But are you trying to say like that is the Hasan type voter? Because I feel like the stereotype of Hasan viewers are like they're very white, they're very rich, and those are the people who like did vote for Harris. You know.
I think it's a mix. I think there are definitely people who watch Hasan who ID as Democrat and vote Democrat, even if they are cranky. But I think Hasan, also a large chunk of his supporters are left-wing people who do not support Democrats or begrudgingly support Democrats or see Democrats even themselves as an opposition party. And
I wouldn't be surprised. This might. I just want to real quick. I don't know if you agree with this.
Okay, go ahead.
I think if you did a real poll of Hasan voters, I would not be surprised if like 85% to 90% of them voted for Harris.
I would hope. I am hoping you are correct.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's embrace our inner optimism and say that's correct. I have doubts. I think one of the things I would point to is that it does seem like Hasan in his rhetoric is moving more and more extreme in his rhetoric. And I don't think that's just himself. I think that's also reactive to the audience that listens to him. Like, I think that's reciprocal. I think if his audience was more mainstream Dem, you'd see a Hasan who wouldn't go as far in his rhetoric. Like,
why do you think politicians go to his channel?
I think certain politicians go to his channel, but I think certain politicians, especially if they're more far left, see an opening there to interact with his audience. But the issue is, who are those politicians, right? Are those politicians that we need in order to flip the House and the Senate? No, not really.
But it's some prominent ones like Ro Khanna is like probably the hottest Democratic representative right now in the moment with the whole Epstein stuff. But I mean, like he's in the news all the time, right? No, he's in the news all the time. I mean, he goes on there. He has conversations, I know, with major Democratic figures that run the game. He doesn't have conversations with people like who are the more blue dogs. Here I'm thinking about like Lucian Perez, Swazi, Jared Golden.
But also Ro Khanna sees his if you don't mind me interrupting, like
yeah.
Ro Khanna sees his path to victory, the further political success within that base. Like, I think Ro Khanna, when he has the opportunity, is actually pretty combative with the Democratic Party. So if we go back to like 2024, do you remember in 2024 when the Houthis attacked our Navy vessels, right? And so Biden ordered a response under Article 2. Ro Khanna was very critical of that, said Biden violated Article 1, because I think Ro Khanna believes that was a signal he can make to that sort of voter, that sort of left-wing person, that I am the candidate that represents you. I think Ro Khanna himself sees an opportunity there.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to say, like, I think that it makes sense, obviously, for like very left-wing politicians to come on Hasan's stream to try to win those primaries, and they've been doing that. I saw that Kat Abuza, I can't pronounce it. I need to learn how to do it because she's very online. Maybe I should talk to her. And sometimes I have more viewers than she does. But she goes on there, like other politicians go on there. Obviously, it makes sense for left-wing people, but some people who are more like, I don't think Ro Khanna is like ideologically socialist, right? He seems more, opportunistic in a way, more calculating, and kind of trying to carve a lane for himself that isn't strictly speaking. I mean, he's doing all these like meet and greets with fucking Thomas Massey, who is probably the most ideologically conservative member of Congress.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I think it could make sense for a lot of people. Like, I think it would be good for Gavin Newsom to go on a Hasan PIKER show. Like, I think he should.
Right, but I think if Gavin Newsom were to go on a Hasan PIKER show, what I would want Gavin Newsom to be is like skeptical and confrontational, right? Like, that's the expectation that I would have for Gavin Newsom on his stream.
If Hasan behaves, he should do that.
If Hasan behaves, if Hasan's willing to have a good faith conversation, then I think you should be able to have a good faith conversation. Yeah. But I find it hard to imagine Hasan would have necessarily the best faith conversation with Gavin Newsom, considering the things Hasan himself has said about Gavin Newsom.
That's why I think it's like, I think that Newsom going on Hasan's show might get Hasan to be more like puppy dog in the face of it, and really pressure Hasan to not seem more
I'm
dovish.
Not advocating for not engaging with these people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's not the thing I'm advocating for. Like, I think you should be willing to engage, but I think you need to be willing to, like, you need to be skeptical, and I think you also need to be confrontational, because once again, I have a hard time, like, the things Hasan has said about Gavin Newsom, like, I would go as far as to say, like, do constitute lies. When he says that Gavin Newsom sells trans people down the river, when he says Gavin Newsom, like, has abandoned homeless people, when he says things like Gavin Newsom vetoed, like, Medicare for all, those are lies, right? Like,
yeah. So he should come on and challenge, and I think that he should be briefed on it and like raise some of these things up. But I think he should be congenial in a way that I probably wouldn't be with someone like Steve Bannon. You know?
Yeah.
And the reason is there's been reasons for that. Like, I want him to be more confrontational with Bannon and Shapiro than with Hasan PIKER, and it has to do with what I think those audiences are like, and where I think he'll get his flowers.
So where I disagree with you on that is, I think you can have amicable conversations that are still confrontational and skeptical.
Yeah.
With people you very vehemently disagree with, right? You have conversations with Rob Noor, and maybe those can get heated because, you know, he's very shouty. But those are largely, I would say, amicable.
A lot of them are more amicable than people want, in fact. But yes, I can have amicable conversations with people I disagree with vehemently. And everyone's a critic. No, that's what I'm saying is, like, I think that going to these places, like, I can imagine Joe Rogan. Now Joe Rogan is bigger than Hasan, you know, obviously. I imagine Joe Rogan has said a lot of fake shit about Newsom. I would encourage Newsom to do like Aiden Ross if there were an opportunity for Newsom to talk to some of these fucking streamers, XQC or whatever. I would do it. I would take it. And I think that a lot of these people are literally 1 IQ. Like, I think XQC has like brain problems sometimes. especially in his recent self-defense takes.
I think that is some French Canadian slander right there.
Yeah,
I think
no
you
doubt.
are hating.
But the thing is, like,
there.
I'm so happy to grant that I hate this opinion from HASAN. I'm so happy to grant that if you define political opposition to mean won't commit to voting for your party, then he's definitionally political opposition. What I'm not understanding is the so what after that. Because you get something like, well, treat them as such. Treat them like you would that way. I'm like, well, I treat people who I consider opposition in that sense very dependent on the nature, context of the conversation and other things, right? Like, that's what I was getting at with this conversation with Hutch, where, oh my God, you wouldn't take a politician differently, one who's so necessary. Like, I understand, right? You treat someone who's in a swing state who is essential to your fucking thing different. That's my point, dipshits. What I'm saying is there is no necessary entailment from calling someone opposition, and that how you treat them, if they're quote unquote political opposition or not part of the coalition, depends on so many different factors that there isn't like a generalizable rule that can be extracted from this. That's my whole point in bringing up Manchin. When people get so fucking hot and bothered, their brain turns off and their dicks get hard and they just want to fucking start throwing around some torches and do a little old fashioned Pisco derangement syndrome.
Well,
shit.
I think the Manchin example, I understand where you're coming from that because Manchin didn't endorse Kamala Harris. I think that's a bit of an apples oranges comparison, though. Manchin's an elected official. You're kind of
God, you're stating my point, dude. Do you not understand? Right? The whole point is, if all you know is that a person is political opposition, that's not enough to know how you should treat them. All right? Agreed?
No, I agree with that, but it doesn't. Okay. But it should also color. It should color the disposition you go in with. I think is like what I'm getting at, right? And it's affected by what they are, right?
In ways that can be opposite. In ways that can be opposite, right? The fact that someone is political opposition in one context might mean you should be nicer to them, right?
Right, but you can sure, but I think you can also judge whether they're opposition based off a pattern of behavior. And
that's not. No, we're assuming someone is political opposition. How you treat them has nothing to do with that. How you treat them has to do with shit that isn't quote unquote political opposition. That's my whole point of doing the Manchin example. Not because they're exactly the same, is because they're different, and just noting that they both fit the definition of political opposition provided by Hutch shows you.
But the issue is that their roles are
God, I know their roles are different. Why are we're doing this? I know their roles are different. I know you should treat them differently. That's my fucking point. My fucking point is just knowing someone is opposition doesn't tell you like anything about how you should treat them. That if they're critical, if they're in a context in which they're like a necessary vote, if for whatever reason you feel that you can appeal to their voters, or if you think that it's necessary to a 50-state strategy, you might even treat political opposition in those contexts nicer than political allies. That's my point.
Okay, here's the issue I'm taking. And I know you're saying like this is your point. We treat different people differently based on like what we expect to get out of them, right? Is basically like, yes. Is that a good sum up of what you just said?
No, it's not. It's not a good sum up because it's missing critical point. The critical point, critical point that it's missing. Hang on, let me refresh this real quick. Reload.
Right, okay.
The critical point is the following, right? People say treat them
like
opposition, right? This is the prescription. Treat them that way, right? And this is the test, not my test, right? Opposition equals not voting for, right? Not voting, whatever we want to put in there. Not voting for, not committing to voting for, whatever. Treat them like opposition if they are opposition. And now we have two examples of opposition under not my definition of opposition, someone else's definition of opposition, that we treat entirely differently. One we treat extra mean, and one we might even treat extra nice and want to appeal to them. So what does this tell you? It tells you that there's not a uniform way to deal with opposition. In which case, this opposition label is doing nothing to how I'm going to calibrate myself. That I need to know, are they necessary? Do we think that like are they a politician versus a streamer? Are they swayable? Or is their audience swayable? Like there's so much shit. And so treat them like opposition. Well,
Yeah,
I treat my opposition very differently. So that's why I think it's a fucking stupid thing to say based on the definitions that they've laid out. And me bringing up Manchin as someone, yes, who I would advocate you treat differently than a black pill lefty. No doubt. I would say treat him differently than that. That's my point, is to show you would treat them differently. And so this opposition label, it's not much of a prescription if just knowing this isn't enough, right? We need to know more things.
Okay, but I think what you're missing here is like, why do we need both these people? Like, the thing that I need Manchin for isn't his voters necessarily, because we're pretty resigned to the fact that you're not going to be able to really win West Virginia for a very long time. That's just how the demographics come out to. Like, what we needed Manchin for was his votes in the Senate. What we need HASAN for, or what presumably HASAN is saying that we need him for, is outreach to his audience that represents a voting constituency. But the issue is that if that voting constituency is going to constantly shift the goalposts, if they're going to be consistently resistant to voting for a candidate that they decide they don't like, in this case, this example was Newsom, then like, I feel like I have to treat that person more like opposition than I do Joe Manchin. But now
sorry, you don't understand. This is semantic. I don't know what it means to treat someone like opposition, because it could mean treat them well if they're Manchin in the Senate when we need the vote, or it could mean treat them badly if they're a black pill lefty that we think keep shifting the goalpost, right? So I don't know. I just want to be clear about my problem. I don't know semantically what the words you're using, treat them like opposition, means, because we have two case studies, two opposition that we treat very differently. So I don't understand what is meant by treat them like opposition. It's a semantic issue. I don't understand you.
So do you see do you see opposition as the same as like when Hutch says these people are not in the coalition, or do you see those as different things?
I view them synonymously because that's how it's being defined for me. So I'm using this label that's being defined by Hutch in the context of that conversation. He's defining opposition and coalition in that way.
That's fair. Like, for me, when I say someone's not in the coalition or that they're opposition, what I'm saying is you shouldn't cater to them, you should be skeptical of them, and you should be confrontational with them. That's what I mean.
So, but this, okay, if that's what you mean, treat them like opposition, you mean skeptical, don't cater to them.
Skeptical, don't cater to them, be confrontational with them.
Confrontational. I mean, we're just going to have a ton of examples where, don't treat Manchin this way, right?
Okay, but I can look at things with.
I know that. Hang on, I know that.
No, hold up. Can I get to my point, and then you can tell me if I'm fucking retarded and like you're just like that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I can look to things with Manchin in the Senate and say, how often does Manchin vote with the Democrats or the Democratic president? And I can look at Manchin's voting record and see that in 2024, despite, Manchin's reputation, he voted with Joe Biden 89% of the time.
Uh-huh.
And I can use that as an evaluation to be like, okay, Manchin might oppose me on some things, but generally speaking, Manchin is going to support the agenda of the Democratic president and Democrats in Congress.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
He got worse as time went on, but yeah.
Yeah, it got worse as time went on. Now that he's not in office, and especially when he refused to endorse Kamala Harris, I think it's fair to now treat Manchin as like opposition, to treat him skeptically, to be confrontational with him, and to not cater to Manchin. I don't know what the need is for Manchin at this point, right? Like, he's not going to win in fucking West Virginia, and if he's going to make demands of us, it's relative. It's reasonable for us to go to him and then be like, if you're going to make demands of us, what are you going to bring in?
This is the Hutch point, right? So we'll get there in a second, but just note right now the kind of semantic confusion that I have. Now I understand you because you defined it, but treat like opposition, you don't mean like you would treat any person who is opposition. Just you mean something different than the definition of opposition, right? Opposition means not voting for her or not signaling vote. Treat like opposition means be skeptical, confrontational, and don't cater to them. So they're not mapping on to similar concepts, right? One is like skepticism, confrontation, don't cater to, but like presumably you want to cater to people who aren't already like going to vote for you, right? Like this is not. I'm understanding that these are conceptually coherent and clear to me now, but it's not like intuitive, right? You would think that you do want to cater to people who aren't already going to vote for you, and you do want to be more like open to them, right? So like. I understand what you mean by these terms, but it's not an intuitive connection, and these two different words, opposition and treating like opposition, are meaning like very different things. But okay, I understand it. And so in this context, you have two oppositions, but you only treat like opposition. Who do you treat like opposition? Not opposition, right? You treat like opposition some other category, right? Just being opposition is enough to be treated like opposition. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand that.
So who do we treat like opposition? And is it just a rule for HASAN?
No, I think the rule that I apply to this, when I look for someone who is an opposition figure, is are they voting against our candidates? Are they
that's okay, but there's
disparaging our candidates?
That's not enough.
Hold up,
right?
let me finish.
Okay.
No, I'm providing more. I'm providing more. I know you ask for rigor, I will provide you rigor. And you can tell me if my rigor is fucking dumb. That's fine. Are they voting against our candidates? Are they criticizing our candidates in a way that I would classify as disparagement? Right. So if you have a criticism like, I don't like this person's policy, fucking fine. No fucking problem with that. If you're saying this, I don't like this person because they covered up a murder, like, you better be prepared to defend that, right? Because if that's not true, I'm just going to assume you're fucking lying. And then is your message regarding the party or the candidate like regularly positive or regularly negative? Those are the three things I look for.
Okay. To note whether or not they should be treated like opposition.
Mm-hmm.
It's not connected to whether they are opposition. Do you understand like why it's important to suss this out? Because so being opposition is not enough to know that you're treated like opposition. To be treated like opposition, you have to fulfill these other criteria that you just set out, not the criteria of opposition.
Can I ask a question? Like, the things I just laid out, would you describe those as indicating a hostile disposition to someone? Right? If you're voting against someone, if you're what?
Generally, yes. Hostile to a movement or party or goal.
And I think like if someone is hostile to you, they're probably opposing you. So that's what I mean by like opposition.
So by opposition, you don't mean not voting for, you mean hostile to.
Yeah. Well, not voting for. What you said. We'll go with that.
Right. So now we have a problem, which is you're defending some other vision of opposition than what Hutch is, right? Hutch's definition for opposition was not voting for, and your opposition is hostile to. Different things.
I don't think that's singularly Hutch's position. I'm not Hutch. I don't want to necessarily speak for Hutch.
He defined it in the conversation. I think I would view coalition as someone who refuses to endorse our candidate, and he goes so far as saying like he would vote for Epstein if Epstein was in opposition or something. Like that is, it is his view, which is like endorse blue, vote blue, no matter who. And that is the test of whether you're opposition or not.
But I've also seen him argue with you over like Crystal and Kyle. And one of the things he states for why he's skeptical of them, why he views them as opposition, is that they engage in the flattening of the comparison between Democrats and Republicans. He feels like they disparage Democrats in a way that's unfair.
Look at how that feeds in. Wait. Look at how that feeds in. The reason why that's relevant to him is because he doubts their sincerity that they will endorse in the coming future. Because they do this, then I don't think they'll endorse. Therefore, I think they're
because they have a pattern of behavior and not endorsing in the past three elections, and the fact that the example that Hutch pointed out was them lying about Gavin.
The denominator that you're looking to is whether they will end up endorsing, and those are just facts that get to that. It's not hostility, right? He says that if HASAN had endorsed Kamala, in the summer, he would not consider him opposition.
Okay.
Right? Even though I think HASAN fulfills all those other criteria, right? Or at least some segment of them. I mean, he doesn't vote because he's not in Congress or whatever, but he's I'm presuming he would at least be he would oppose a bunch of shit. So you have a different, there's a concept problem here.
Okay.
Which is I'm dealing with Hutch's conception of opposition, which is key to voting decisions and endorsement decisions. And people want to drag in as a way to distinguish other, opposers, notions of hostility, notions of how important you are to an agenda, which I think are all rational things to consider on how you treat someone. But what I'm trying to do is like show you that this on-off switch of will you endorse or not isn't enough to know that you're hostile to in a way that you should be treated a given way. That how I treat someone is going to be key to like, well, how important they are, what are my goals? Are they essential? Are they like, I would probably treat Joe Rogan, all else equal, nicer than some rando who shared all of Joe Rogan's opinions that called into my stream.
Well, we've already said, like, you can have a confrontational conversation with someone. Like, I think you and I are having a confrontational conversation. I'm disagreeing with your point. You're refuting, like, my disagreement of your point. This is a confrontational conversation, but I think it's an amicable conversation.
No, I agree that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying is like this whole opposition thing. It's a shell game, right? Because depending on how we view opposition, if we define it as this on-off switch, endorse, not endorse, then there doesn't seem to be any like, because I will treat reasonably Manchin differently than I'll treat someone like HASAN PIKER. And it might even be so counterintuitive that it breaks your brain, right? Like the Vanguard might not be opposition, but you might treat them like opposition, even though you don't treat Manchin like opposition, even though Vanguard are not opposition, right? They're not opposition under this test, but Manchin is. And so in this case, you're treating Manchin not as opposition, even though he is opposition, and you're treating Vanguard as opposition, even though they're not opposition. So all I'm trying to say is people suck at sussing out what they mean by this coalition opposition nonsense. And me here trying to like interpret what people, it really, this is what I think it is. And you tell me if this sounds crazy to you. I don't like the Vanguard. I like Manchin more than HASAN, right? And when you put in that lens, everything makes sense. Treat Manchin better than HASAN because I like Manchin more. Manchin is better for Democrats. Manchin does more things for Democrats. And treat Vanguard worse than Manchin, even notwithstanding the fact that they voted for Kamala, because we don't like Vanguard. We think they're worse for Democrats and other stuff. And when you put that lens on, okay, then this all makes sense.
Well, hold up. I think that's unfair. I don't mean I don't think that's. I think that's unfair to Hutch. Once again, I didn't come here to like represent Hutch's point. I came here to represent mine. But like, I think the reason why it's unfair is like, I think the nature of like just politics in general is that it's like ever shifting coalitions, right? Generally people who are aligned on ideology, but that can change. And so, yeah, these relationships are not going to be like set in stone on what you mean by like who is opposition and who isn't opposition, because it's determined upon who is coming into the coalition that makes up your political party, and then what are they bringing into that coalition, and that what they're bringing into is going to determine like what concessions are going to be brought out towards them.
Oh, no doubt.
Right?
No.
I don't think
but
like,
coalition here, coalition here means people we want to be like close to us. That's what is being.
But I don't think it's. But I don't think it's one, right? So you said like the Vanguard voted for Democrats
for Kamala. Yeah.
Like, look, can I pose like can I pose a hypothetical?
Yes, you can.
Like, and take this away from politics.
Sure.
Let's say I have a friend, and that friend is like interested in a lawyer, and I'm like fuck
romantically?
this Pisco guy. This guy. What?
Like romantically interested in a lawyer, or like trying to get professional lawyer services?
Professional lawyer services. Okay. And let's say they're like, I don't know to choose. And I'm just like, I'm not here to make you a decision, but this Pisco guy, this dude fucking sucks. He represents child predators, not because he believes everyone should be like, should get represented, but because he fucking enjoys it. He wants to see those people out in the fucking street. This dude is fucking evil. And then my friend comes to me and they say, okay, I'm deciding between three people, and the three people are you, a lawyer who works for the mob, and then like one of the Trump attorneys, and they ask me, who should I go? And I go, fine. I guess if I had to choose, Pisco wouldn't be so bad in that situation. You might appreciate that I chose you, but you'd also be like, wait, what the fuck? You said all this fucked up shit about me. Isn't that a weird about face?
Yeah.
That I think is like my issue with like the Vanguard and Kyle. It's like one thing to say, like, I'm going to vote for this candidate. But if you're going around saying like, what the things they say about our candidates is that they're genocide supporters and they lie about wanting things like Medicare for all.
You don't care as much about the endorsement or non-endorsement. There's a cumulative effect. There's a cumulative effect of like negative coverage and that kind of shit.
Yeah, but also if those are the things you're going to say, like, how the fuck do you then about face and say, well, actually, you should support this person?
Well, then don't make the test not voting for, right? So like, then don't make the test not voting for, right? If there's some other test or some, okay.
Well, that's not my point. I laid you out my total, like, what does it mean to be opposition, right?
Yeah, but like,
and I think like what I
it sounds like very highly intense. It sounds like so intensely fact-based that like we should get like different buckets and / even maybe to particular individuals where, okay, if you fall in this bucket, like there's many different buckets. If you fall in the bucket of like significant, long-standing criticisms, but you are...
Hold up, can I respond to someone?
Yeah.
Can I respond to someone right quick? Someone says, so don't criticize politicians. No, you can fucking criticize politicians. I criticize fucking politicians all the fucking time. But it's like, what's the nature of your criticism? Is your criticism like fair game? It's not fair game to criticize like Gavin Newsom for vetoing single payer healthcare in California because that never fucking happened. That's just a fucking lie.
Right. But right. Okay. So then it's like, whether your opposition turns on whether we agree with your criticism.
Well, it's the nature of the criticism. Is that criticism? Is it criticism? Is it criticism to say Gavin Newsom vetoed single-payer healthcare in California, ergo I won't vote for him when the bill was never put to him to even approve of? That doesn't seem like valid criticism. That just seems like you're lying about the person.
By valid, do you mean untrue?
Yeah, it's untrue.
All right, but like, okay, I gotta have some untrue criticism of a politician. I think you need more than that. I think you need like some kind of malicious or bad faith or slanderous criticism.
Well, I guess you could say like, hey, maybe they're saying that because they got their information wrong, right? It's like the presumption you're going off of. I'm saying that I don't want to support Gavin Newsom because he vetoed single payer healthcare because that's what I heard, right?
Yeah.
Is that where you're going? Okay.
No, what I'm going is no, just having wrong criticism.
Go ahead.
Most people, like, we're able to stomach major disagreements. That's like Hutch's whole point, that he's willing to
absolutely.
He's willing to like tolerate criticisms on whether black people should have equal rights if it meant expanding the coalition. You understand that's Hutch's point?
Well,
he's willing to he's willing to tolerate like pro-life, pro-gun, like every conservative policy with seeming like massive expansive ramifications. He is so tolerant of criticism, of difference of opinion, so long as you endorse the candidate. That's like his whole point. And so when I hear like, oh, well, if they criticize him for the veto thing, it seems like just being wrong isn't a basis to quote unquote have them out of coalition on Hutch's view. Maybe it is for you. It would need to be like some other kind of nefarious thing. Like they're wrong and they're arrogant about it, or they're wrong and they're malicious about it, or they're wrong or they're like.
You think it's to a point where you're wrong, but you don't follow up enough that the point where it comes, even though maybe you wouldn't classify it as a lie, the effect of it's the same. Like, let me use another hypothetical, and sorry to use you, but you're the person here. Like, let's say that like, I don't know who you are, my mind's wiped, and I'm watching you for the first time, and I'm watching you do your legal analysis. And I don't know, I fucking think it's stupid. And I go, this Pisco guy's a fake lawyer, right? And I leave. And someone could reasonably go, okay, like Andrew's wrong. He just saw this. He made a snap judgment. It's certainly mean-spirited, but it's wrong. And then let's say like a bunch of people like reach out, or I have the ability to look this up, but I keep saying, no, this Pisco guy's a fake lawyer. I avoid that information. At what point does me avoiding that information go into, okay, this is no longer about you being wrong. You're your incuriosity here is more akin to a lie, malicious lie, than it is like just being misinformed.
Yeah, so that's something approaching like liars, malicious liars.
Yeah,
we don't want them in the coalition. Or
I think
something.
that's what.
And I certainly would treat them differently as someone who made that kind of lie. Here's another problem, though, right? Like, I think Graham Plattner definitely lied about his tattoo. But if Graham Plattner,
I think Graham Plattner lied.
But Hutch will jump to endorse Graham Plattner if
he's the Democratic nominee.
Yes, 100%.
Well, because I think what the calculation is there is like, okay, fucking voters fucking decided there. That's out of my hands, right? Like, what's he going to do in the general? Say, like,
remember that motherfucker from Virginia? I think it's Jay Jones, the AG candidate. Did you see the fucking unhinged shit that he was like messaging? He was like, it was some unhinged depraved shit. Yeah, like there, you can have all this shit, and you can say that we want to hold ourselves to the standards of like we won't abide malicious liars as part of our coalition or whatever that is, but it's just going to run head into like, we're talking about politicians in many cases, pundits who, many of them lie, man. Many of them fucking lie. I mean, we have to, we're trying to win elections here ultimately. And I would certainly treat a liar very differently than how I treat someone who I don't know is a malicious liar, for sure. 100% will. But I think that this is like all a very like multivariate analysis. And I'm not comfortable having like a rule of like, that is so simplistic the way it was presented, like treat him like opposition.
But I think when you get to like the general election, all of a sudden the calculus becomes different. It's like, would you want Graham Plattner, who lied about the tattoo and lies about his background, by the way?
Right, I think all of it is TOC. Yeah. I think all of the context is dependent. Like,
or would you want like Susan Collins, who will support Trump's agenda, which is fascist? That's at that point, like
here's what I take issue with. I recognize that everything's context dependent. What I hate is when people are like, oh my God, Pisco, it's so different. You don't think it's fucking different? You think it's different when you're talking about Manchin, a very important politician? You think it's different? Like, my whole point is it's all different and it's all based on context. How I treat a person might depend on if we're in the heat of a general. It might depend on whether they have lied about me specifically. It might depend on like how desperate we are for a win, or how much we need their vote, or whether we think like they're, even if they are a liar, if we could try to corral their audience, just based like, so much. And so the kind of simplistic, treat them like opposition, you should treat them as such, it just like is meaningless. Nothing to me.
But I don't think it's meaningless because it's like, as you and I both say, it's like based off need. Like, why do we need Graham Plattner if he's the general election nominee? It's because Graham Plattner will help eat into.
I know. I just fucking said that. That my whole point is. Okay, I just don't know why you're repeating it. Like, I don't agree with it.
Like, why do we need a son?
I'm not, first of all, need, by need you mean is it helpful? I understand need to be like it has some tendency to help, or it could mean strictly we need them. So what do you mean by need?
I mean, I think you can view it both ways. Like,
what do you mean? What do you mean, asshole? I'm asking you. When you say need, do you mean strictly need to win elections, or do you mean will it be helpful?
What
do you mean when you use the word need?
I'm literally trying to say it, man.
No, you were asking a question. Let me finish. You were asking a question. I want you to tell me the answer. Okay, go for it.
I wasn't answering. Okay, let me go. Like, when I say why do we, like, when I ask the question, why do we need HASAN? I'm saying, like, when I say need, I mean, do we need HASAN because we think his voters are going to come out, his viewers are going to come out and vote for Democrats? Or do we think like the attention HASAN gets from other media figures is going to contribute positively towards the vision from the outside of the Democratic Party? And I think both of those are valid potential needs for someone in media, particularly alternative media. Do you disagree with that?
I don't know what you mean by need, and you didn't answer it.
I feel like, hold up. So there's a need if we're going in towards electoral politics of this person has viewers, those viewers could be voters, those voters could vote, or they could volunteer. I don't know what you mean
when you use the term need. You could be meaning one of two things, or maybe even more. You can mean need in the sense of like it's helpful, or maybe even significantly helpful. You could mean we strictly need them. That is to say, if we don't have them, we will lose the election. I'm asking, in what sense are you using the term need?
Let's go with helpful.
Okay. Do I think it would be helpful to use HASAN's audience? I think yes.
Okay.
And that's since we do need them.
okay, but if Hasan is going towards his audience and all he's saying to his audience, as most of his content is like the Democrats are no better than the fucking Republicans. They're all lying about wanting all of these progressive platforms. They all fucking support genocide. How how much effort at that point are you willing to expend to reach out to those people who are just ultimately going to view the Democratic Party, most of the Democratic Party, as hostile?
That's you assuming that, but but most of them, but you understand that most politicians that have been with Hasan have made that calculation that it'll be helpful, not hurtful.
Yeah, because they think they see a path there. Whether they're right or not, we'll see. But I do want to also say that the politicians that do that tend to be the politicians in very safe blue seats who have very little to lose by making that calculation.
I think it's been generally true so far that the more left-wing politician you are, the more likely you're going on Hasan. No doubt about that. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, but they're also representing more left-wing districts where.
But I feel like there's people who are like, AOC shouldn't go on Hasan's stream or something. And I'm just like, why?
Well, I think the reason you would say AOC shouldn't go on a stream is if you believe AOC has aspirations of like much higher office, right? If you believe AOC has aspirations of being president of the United States of America, she's going to need to appeal to a broader coalition. And I think one of the issues with Hasan and his particular like brand of politics is that they demand to be taken into account into the coalition, but they also ask to shrink the coalition.
Would you vote for AOC even if she went on Hasan and had an amicable Among Us stream?
Would I vote for AOC if she went on like an amicable? Yeah, I'd vote for AOC. Yeah.
Yeah, like who's being put off?
I don't think
that? I think that's on his show. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just feel like people need to be more specific. I'm kind of giving you a hard time, but like. I think people need to be more specific about what they're demanding for individuals. And I think it might make sense for some politicians to go on Hasan stream, just like it might make some politicians, it makes sense for them to go on and talk to Destiny or talk to fucking Hutch or Lib and Learn. Like different politicians might view that differently. And I'm not like going to make a rule like we should condemn any politician who does that, or we should like spend most of our time, whatever the critique is, or indeed if it's for me, like we should like, not engage if offered. I mean, I just don't know why that would be the case.
Well, I'm not advocating here for like not engaging. I don't think people are advocating for not engaging. I think what they're advocating for is kind of what I'm asking for, which is like skepticism and confrontation. And like, don't cater to it.
You'll get that from me.
Okay, awesome. I appreciate that. Like, I think I'm gonna hop off soon because it's 12:30 and I am.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's getting late. No, like the thing is, people have the impression that I don't give skepticism and criticism. That's the problem. Is that I've already like failed that test, even though I'm always skeptical. I'm always critical, and I challenge you to find an example when I'm not.
So can I? I do want to challenge it, although I do actually largely agree with your like interpretation of yourself there. I do want to challenge a bit. So when I think back to like your latest conversation with the Vanguard, I think you made like a reasonable point when you said to Hutch, like when Hutch criticized you for not pushing back on them about the Josh Shapiro.
Yeah, I signaled I disagreed. And as a reminder, guys, I signaled I disagreed and said we should talk about that later. And the reason I gave to Hutch was, well, I wasn't really prepared there in that moment. I didn't remember the name of the woman who got stabbed. I remember like the chronology of when the initial report went and the autopsy and all that shit, and when he was AG. So like I wasn't prepared to discuss it. That was the response, and you said that was a reasonable response to Hutch. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think the latter part's the reasonable response to Hutch. I think when you said we can talk about this later, I don't know if that signals like, hey, like I'm opposed to that. I think that was near the end of the conversation.
No, I said I don't agree. We should talk about it later. I forget the exact words, but I definitely signaled that we'll definitely be.
I didn't hear the I don't agree part.
Let me actually get it so that I can. I'm going to definitely get the exact words so that we can.
Yeah, that's all right. I didn't hear that.
I just want to make sure that. No, I get it. I just want to make sure I'm not lying to you. I mean, that would be bad. I don't want to lie to you, and I would never do that. Or fucking do that. How you doing, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm chilling. How are you doing?
Good. Who are your favorites? Who are your favorite politicians right now?
Who are my favorite politicians right now? I think AOC is up there for me because I really appreciate the way she approaches politics. Right. I think she understands the need for a broad coalition building, and I think that's been a good track for her. Off that vein, this is going to be very local, but Tiffany Caban, who's a local Queens politician, I think is very much has the same. Is very similar to AOC in that regards. Kathy Hochul, I think, has done. I really appreciate the. I think she came into the governor's office with a very difficult position, having to replace like Cuomo, and I think she's done a very good job of maneuvering herself into a pretty formidable political force. Andy Kim, I'm originally from New Jersey, so I'm slightly biased. Josh Shapiro, I think. What? Go ahead.
You said Josh Shapiro?
Yeah, Josh Shapiro, I think, like, that dude is popular in Pennsylvania. I think that's a hard thing to do. Northeasterners, we love to shit on our fucking governors. Phil Murphy, the previous governor of New Jersey, is the first Democratic governor we've had who's won back-to-back terms since, like, Brendan Byrne in 1979.
All right,
I think
filibuster over. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm going to press play and tell you exactly what I said.
About how I just voted for a cheese-eating rat bastard, but I wouldn't fucking not do it.
Is it Josh Shapiro?
Josh Shapiro is the
Why?
one.
Am I going to be able to hear this through Discord, or should I
So he says Josh Shapiro, he wouldn't vote for us. So why?
The murder cover-up? Because of the murder cover-up? The insane murder cover-up. Read about Josh Shapiro's murder cover-up. That's insane. Pisco, we'll have to do a part 2 where we dissect the murder.
Yeah, we have to do that.
You're a real lawyer, so you can tell me about it. The murder cover-up is crazy.
Oh, I guess I wasn't. I said we'll have to do it. I guess I didn't. Hang on, let me just make sure there's nothing else. I could have sworn I signaled more disagreement, but if that's true, I would say that's not signaling disagreement. But I do signal that I want to talk about it. But I wasn't prepared in that moment. Hang on 1 sec.
No, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure there was more. Just 1 sec. So just be chill on that. So we'll definitely have a conversation about that because I like fucking so I know about the allegations, but here we go, folks.
Hey,
I'm not addressing the Shapiro thing. We're gonna have a separate conversation about the Shapiro thing. I know about the allegations, but I just want to bug. Okay, so this is what I say, folks. I'm not addressing the Shapiro thing. We're gonna have a separate conversation about the Shapiro thing. I know about the allegations, but I just don't want to bog us down right now. So people chill on that because we'll definitely have a Shapiro thing. We're gonna have, and I say I would definitely support Shapiro. A separate conversation about the Shapiro thing. I know about the allegations, but I just don't want to bog us down right now. So people in the chat fucking so just be chill on that. So we'll definitely have a conversation about that because I would definitely support Shapiro if that happened. If he were the nominee, he wouldn't be my first choice as well. My first choice would be. All right. So it's me saying. We're acknowledging that people are upset about what's happening with them saying the Josh Shapiro thing, and me saying we're definitely going to address it and emphasizing that we'll have a conversation about it. I don't say I disagree with them, but I think it's me signaling that I don't agree by saying we'll definitely have a conversation about that. I'm aware of the allegations.
Okay. Was that to the Vanguard, and was Vanguard still there? Or was it after?
It was to them, and they were still there.
Okay. I think that I would agree that I think that does signal. I don't know if it's the strongest signal of disagreement, but I'll concede that I think.
I saw in the chat people were like, "Oh my God, this should just be." I'm like, guys, we'll definitely talk about that. We're gonna have a conversation about that. I know about the allegations. Yeah. I don't say I disagree. I don't say in that moment I disagree, but I think it's implied by me saying, "I know about them. We'll talk about them." That said, I thought I had said I don't agree, but I think
that's fair. I think. Okay, I would say that I think what you said to Hutch after when you said, I'm not going to necessarily fact check on the spot. I don't want to put myself in a position where I am wrong about something that I'm not so well versed into. I think that's a reasonable thing to say. I do want to contrast that with what we were talking about earlier when I made the claim that part of Zoran's success was in bringing in new voters. We did take time to fact check that.
Yeah, but it's a different context, right? I have the Vanguard on. They're creators, and we're talking about a particular subject where we don't have unlimited time, and I want to get to ICE. I wanted to get to the big question of like, will you endorse whichever Democrat? And so, yeah, in the context of that conversation, I feel much less comfortable challenging that than I did here. And look at the result of when I challenged you here. I was wrong, right? Because there's actually a significant portion of Mamdani's voter that's like 15% that were like new voters, and I didn't know that. And that's where I'm like, it's always a gamble when you do this kind of thing. I'm pretty sure, I'm quite certain that I'm correct, but I don't feel comfortable in that moment taking that risk, you know? Where this is kind of low stakes. If I'm wrong about the fucking Mamdani thing, like, what's the big deal, right?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I don't think that's incorrect. Maybe the pushback I would give is like, I think the response maybe Hutch was expecting was more along the lines of like, hey, that's like a pretty like, that's a pretty like, I don't want to say like out there, but that's a pretty severe claim you're making that this dude covered up a murder. Like, I think we should like dig into that. Is there anything that you guys can show me to back up this claim? I think it's like I think that's something like maybe Hutch was looking for, and maybe like other people were looking for.
Yeah, but that's just a conversation that's gonna necessarily they're gonna bring in some allegation like here's this or whatever, or some like report that they have or some shit like that. And if I don't counter the thing that they put in front of me, that's gonna be seen as like, oh, giving more authority, as opposed to leaving it there. Hey, we're gonna talk about this. Don't worry, we'll address it. It just I think that in that moment people are they're nitpicking a bit too much, in my opinion. I think that it's totally reasonable to just take it off the table for the moment. And like, if they really pushed, I would have been like, wait, you think that this show's cover up? And we would have done that, but it would have bogged down the rest of the conversation and turned the last 30 minutes into that, when I didn't want it to be that, especially because I wasn't prepared for that, you know?
Okay. I think that's reasonable pushback to my pushback. I guess like the last thing I'll close on this.
Yeah.
This is my closing statement. I'm just going to make fun of you for this. This is not a serious thing. You did say you had a 3-strike rule for Graham Plattner, right?
Yeah, it was more of a meme, but yeah, why would he do?
Yeah. So that's it's a meme. It's a principled meme. We're memeing principle over here.
No, I was like, you get three little weird little fucking things. So you get the Nazi tattoo. Okay. You get like, you know, some other shit, and then you're out for the primary or some shit.
I was going to poke fun of that with Kyle, who for 3 presidential elections in a row has not endorsed the Democratic president.
Oh no, that's no. That is no. For that, you know, you can get all the fucking, yeah. I mean, like, if someone was a Trump supporter who voted Trump 3 times, you don't think I would accept them if they changed their mind at the third? It's different. It's kind of like, who am I trusting their judgment to be in office? I think just like you would say, mansion different. Yeah, different for, you know, any kind of other supporter or someone you want to work with.
If I'm going to make a concession right here, is that I can concede that I don't think Kyle and Crystal are as bad in my estimation as like HASAN or Emma, in the sense that I do think Kyle tries, but I think there's a lot of muscle memory in Kyle to shitting on the Dems.
It's so funny you say that, because Emma endorsed Kamala, right? In a way that Kyle didn't as clearly.
You should see how Emma fucking talked about Dems after the 2025 elections, man. Like, that was crazy.
Yeah, I know, but it just goes to show you that the simplistic opposition language is a disservice, because you'll treat Emma differently because of like that. We're just repeating ourselves. We're looping on it, but like, it really just shows you that how you treat a person is so context dependent. Maybe you can devise some buckets. Like yeah. I know that you do, but like, that's not what I'm responding to with Hutch. With Hutch, he defined it in a more precise way, and that's what I was responding to. And so people are like, oh my God, he think that Manchin is the same. The politician is the same as a pundit. They're like so missing the point. It's embarrassed. Like, I'm embarrassed for them, but you know, what can I say?
Yeah. What I would close with is like, to me, I don't view that side of the left as ever going to be really winnable. I think they will constantly move the goalpost. I think we saw that with Biden's admin, like even before October 7th, 2023.
The best example of that is when when abolish ICE became more accepted by more mainstream Democrats. Like, abolish ICE is no longer good enough. We need to abolish. Like, it was like some other thing too. Yes, they want to be on the fringes. A lot of them, yeah.
But I think, like, if you want to engage with them, what I would say is and I think you do. And I think you do this, I'm going to assume, is like maintain a posture of trust but verify, right? Sure. To me, like, be skeptical, be confrontational, because I think, like, to me, if they say something like Gavin Newsom vetoed Medicare for all, and you push back and you say, hey, like, that's not true, that never got to his desk, I think you're wrong here, and they decide we're not going to engage with Pisco because he pushed back on this thing, I think that's a signal of two things. One, that someone's politics are so fucking weak that they can't take a fact check. But also, two, that, like, this is probably not someone who's actually going to engage with you in good faith. Right? Like, they're not willing to have, like, a good faith conversation because they're too locked into an ideology. That's just, like, my feeling on it.
Yeah, well, Kevin says, my guess is that HASAN might be too sensitive for like a grilling, you know, in a way that Ogre Boy isn't. I'm not sure about that, but we'll see. But there are a lot of people who are very sensitive about the grilling. I mean, like, I think, I think a lot of people are sensitive to that. But so maybe it's the case that the Vanguard will react that way. We'll see, I suppose. But man, I talked to some sensitive people. You want to know the most sensitive people I've ever talked to is Sitch and Adam, you know? And they're like
that makes sense to me.
The centristy typey,
whatever.
Yeah.
Conservatives are low key the most soy fucking people.
I think
they're the most sensitive.
I mean, I agree with a lot of that, but like, I think that oftentimes what you need to do is just like, if you really want people to accept your criticism, or whatever, you just gotta like be like belly rub them a little bit, and give a little compliment sandwich or something. I just think one thing you could do is but it really does depend on the person. Some people like prefer the kind of more active aggression. Some people like really need the belly rub. But I'll give you the last word because it is getting late.
No, I think that's it, man. I think we went on quite a journey with this conversation. I hope, like, I thought this was a good conversation. I hope you thought it was a good conversation. Yeah. And like, I think like what I would say is like, if you're going to be dealing with the type of left that seems to treat, you know, us like opposition, that like you should, like, if you can come up with your own, but for me, like, if I have to define like how I deal with like what opposition is, it's like, don't cater to, be skeptical of, be like confrontational with, right? That's just my opinion on it. But generally speaking, like, I think you do. I feel like everyone's been challenging you on this. I think the thing you do where you fine tooth comb through these laws is something I don't see people doing, and I think that's really fucking cool. So I really appreciate like the work you do.
I appreciate you, Andrew, and this was a great convo.
All right, man, take it easy.
Later, brother. Okay, folks, that we got through one of the clips, which is only the original HASAN one. I wanted to watch his stream a bit and get to the Hutch thing. We did not get to it. We didn't even get to the court case, so I'll try to be up to do more streaming tomorrow in the morning. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for the subs, all that shit. You guys, all that. I love you all very much. I hope you enjoyed at least some of the things we did. Wait, Ogre, but no. I gotta go. I have to go home now. I know one thing. I know you love me. I don't think so. Christ the democracy. I broke my vows. All right. Stay cool, guys. I'll see you probably tomorrow morning. If not, I'm sorry, but I'll try tomorrow morning. Stay cool.